Aujourd'hui, c'est jour de fête. Aujourd'hui, c'est jour de fête. Dernière journée, mais sûrement la plus chaude. Bienvenue au LEC Road Trip Bike cassé. Bienvenue aux arènes. Profitez de chaque seconde, profitez de chaque minute, profitez de chaque game. Jouer en LEC, c'est un honneur. Faire partie des 50 meilleurs joueurs d'Europe est loin d'être facile. Une concurrence extrême, une pression mentale constante, un entraînement intensif. Pour chacun d'entre eux, c'était une vocation. Mais il faut y mettre les heures, les efforts, le travail. Ne pas avoir peur de l'échec. Ne jamais abandonner pour espérer goûter à la réussite. Dans un environnement qui est en constante évolution, où les certitudes se transforment en doute en un instant. Mais justement, la récompense est de jouer des games dans un environnement comme celui-là. Ils sont prêts. Et vous, est-ce que vous êtes prêts? Eh ben ça tombe bien. Avant de lancer les hostilités, on l'a fait chaque journée et bien sûr, il n'allait pas y échapper aujourd'hui aussi. Il y a quelqu'un qui veut vous dire un petit mot sur scène face à vous. On accueille tout de suite My CEO, Kameto. Objectif, finir comme ils ont commencé, sur une victoire, et de profiter de cette ambiance, ici, en France, chez lui, aux arènes. Kamel, profite là, c'est la dernière journée.
C'est la dernière journée. Je vais kiffer un peu là, je vais
Après tout le reste
absorber toute cette énergie.
Tout le reste de la saison, c'est au studio, dans la chambre.
C'est vrai. Juste pour vous dire un truc, déjà bonjour à tous. Merci d'être venus. Comme tout le week-end, tous ceux qui se sont déplacés, merci, ça fait beaucoup de bien au club et à l'e-sport en général. Je vais vous donner un petit mot, restez bien à la fin. Petite indication, restez bien jusqu'à la fin. Dans tous les cas, on joue le dernier match. Et à la fin, vous aurez une petite surprise. Voilà.
Jusqu'à la clôture, quoi, c'est ça qu'il faut.
Ouais.
Ok.
Jusqu'à le mot de fin. Après, bon, voilà.
Qu'est-ce qu'il nous prépare? Ok, Kamel, on retient.
En tout cas, j'espère que vous avez encore de la voix. Moi, j'en ai plus beaucoup.
Pareil.
J'ai prévu de tout donner aujourd'hui.
Pareil.
Et après, on ira se reposer.
Pareil.
Je compte sur vous pour envoyer le feu aujourd'hui. Et voilà. Merci encore. Et on se retrouve sur le cast. On a des beaux matchs aujourd'hui.
On a de très beaux matchs. Merci Kameto, va t'installer. Effectivement, ils t'attendent là-haut pour justement pouvoir démarrer ces deux games, deux BO que vous allez voir aujourd'hui. Avec bien sûr 4 équipes que vous avez déjà eu l'occasion de voir sur cette scène. Nous, on va quand même leur faire une entrée pour justement leur en mettre plein les yeux. Est-ce que vous êtes prêts pour la première rencontre? C'est une équipe qui continue d'impressionner, même s'ils ont montré des failles durant le week-end. Une équipe de rookies qui n'a pas l'habitude de jouer dans une ambiance pareille. Mais normalement, ils ont eu le temps de s'acclimater. Il faut assurer la victoire pour rester dans le haut du classement et se faciliter la route en play-off. Navi! Avec sur la top lane, Mentor! Dans la jungle, Renegade. Au rôle de mid-laner, Bobby. En carry, Sati. Et le support, AORUS. Tout ça accompagné du coach staff, The Rock et Godowan, les hommes de l'ombre. Mais attention, les suivants, s'ils veulent repartir d'ici avec un bon souvenir, il va falloir gagner Ils ont montré des meilleures choses hier, mais ça n'a pas abouti. Beaucoup plus relâché. Ça sert plus à rien de réfléchir. Il faut jouer. Débloquer le compteur. Et espérer un miracle pour accéder aux playoffs. Mesdames et messieurs, Shifters! Avec sur la top lane, Roaster. Dans la jungle, Bugada. Au rôle de mid laner, Luke. On a des carries, Paddock. Et le support, Tribu. Tout ça accompagné par Striker et menjam. Ils doivent gagner, débloquer le compteur, on l'a dit, face à une équipe qui veut rester en haut dans le classement. Ce match risque d'être très très chaud. Et on va vivre ici, maintenant, ensemble. C'est parti pour le premier BO.
It is a great way to intro to you the last day at Every here in France for our LEC road trip. I'm Derek, I've been joining with Vedius for the next two BO3s, where our very first has big impacts for the league. It is do or die, literally, for Shifters as they try and also carry SK across the line to stay alive for another day here in the LEC.
If Shifters lose a single game, they will be eliminated from playoff contention alongside SK. So. Yep. If the series yesterday wasn't tense enough, they're going to have to keep up that momentum. We're going to have to see the Shifters that we saw yesterday in order for them to keep their playoff hopes alive. Whereas for Na'Vi, a series when we'll lock them in playoffs and they want to secure one of those top 6 spots. So a lot on the line for both these teams here in Every France. And I mean, wow, so yesterday was quite the day.
Yeah.
The first series, I will say, was a mess. Between Na'Vi and Fnatic, we got to hear from The Rock. It felt like that the players were over-eager. It felt like that they're making silly mistakes.
He was not happy.
And we know that the players, after having some strong words from the coach, that he wants them to lock in today and convert those leads into wins. Whereas for Shifters, that's really been the story of their whole split. Their ability to get leads and then not be able to convert them. Finally, we saw them do that against KC of all teams yesterday. So perhaps they finally found the magic that they've been looking for to bring everything together and find a win today.
With one hell of a draft as well. That Aurelia draft came out of left field and it works. So Shifters, is the pressure off? Do they think it's just too hard to make playoffs? Or is this finally where the miracle, the impossible, the no one would think of run could finally start? Na'Vi on blue, Shifters on red, pick and ban has begun. It is normal pick sides as well. So Na'Vi will have first pick as Orianna is first off the board against Poby, which is a must-do.
Okay, Job, I'm going to quickly follow that up. So Rise, of course, still available. Things like the Ezreal Karma, we've been seeing those let through a lot. But given the Na'Vi do have the first pick with an Orderless Band, they're very much suggesting they would like to get their hands on something like the Karma or the Seraphine. We have seen teams kind of deprioritize the Ashe Seraphine. Not that they won't pick it, but it's just fallen lower down on the priority list. Now Rise as well. Shifters could afford to leave that open and say, hey, you take the Rise, we'll take the Karma away from you. And it looks like that's what they're going to do. So the debate now for Na'Vi is going to be, what do they want to lock in first? Will it be that Rise? Will it instead be the Karma? Maybe even the Ezreal?
Ashe is going to get locked in instead, okay. With Ashe getting locked in, we talked about the deprioritization of Ashe Seraphine. This game is going to be the exemption straight off the bat for Na'Vi. As you said, Rise is open. Also, if things like the Xin Zhao open, Ezreal open in the bottom lane as well, that's going to be the priority for Shifters here, as they're just going to get a strong 2v2.
Okay. Early rotation, nothing too unpredictable coming through from Shifters. Now, Relech, the best version of this team. Ooh, we're going to see a bit of a pivot here. I mean, Na'Vi does give you a little bit more power to the Ashe, but of course, it's that combo from Seraphine that we're so used to. What will the priority be here as the hover comes through? I'm thinking about junglers for Relech though. With such little information, do they really want to lock it in? Traditionally, Na'Vi would go for something like their mid laner now. With the Rise still open, they could just lock that in for Poby if they want to. We did see some fancy sidestepping when Na'Vi went up against Yike. Where, wow, I wasn't even, yeah, I remember the Rise trying to hit a skill shot against Yike and none of them hit.
Yeah, no, I remember that as well. Zinzaga's locked in instead. But other side, I mean, still that question is arise, like, or do you match jungle here and you're worried about losing the Vi? That could be something here that Bukata really wants to pick up. So far, it's pretty standard for shifters. We know yesterday they found their success on some of these unconventional drafts. But these are S-tier picks, too good to let go. Rise has to be one of them.
Yeah, especially now because you can ban away the traditional counters of both the Anivia and the Casio. I think that that's what both teams were hesitant on. We know that Nuke is a very avid Anivia player. If you blind pick the Rise, he's going to pick the Anivia into it. You can already see the Anivia hover band coming through, and I very much expect that to be the priority for the side of shifters. Now for Na'Vi, they can look to pinch that jungle role. When we think about Bukata being that facilitator for the team, you can get rid of things like the Wukong possibly.
Yep.
You can also take into consideration, I mean, we did see Sejuani yesterday, but I'd be surprised if they picked it this early in the series. I think instead they do need one of those bruisers. With Jarvan gone, Pantheon gone, Xin gone, Vi and Wukong, you already mentioned the Vi earlier, are kind of the highest priors. We'll see if Na'Vi looks to try and remove those from the pool.
Well, I feel like already as Vayne gets taken away by Na'Vi for the top lane, it just will be a tank top angle. Kind of
seems like a Nah.
A Nah,
seems to be what Mainta is thinking about.
Alternatively, I mean, Casante's still up and available as well.
Also true.
And Mainta has been a big proponent of playing that champion. I mean, a lot of our top laners have.
Yeah, I mean, for Na'Vi, I think they have a defined style, which is tank top, carry jungle. Everyone else is just kind of a role player. But we've been seeing them try to diversify their styles more to mixed success. Perhaps with playoffs on the line, they'll revert back to just, hey, let's play for what works, let's lock in that playoff spot, and then use our remaining games in the LEC to try out something different.
To cook a bit, yeah.
Azir going to be removed from Poby's pool. That does make a lot of sense. And there's going to be the Jace. This heavily suggests to me that Na'Vi is thinking about
they want Nah. Yeah, I think you're right. They do want that Nah top. Couldn't be more obvious. But it could also be a takeaway here from shifters as their priority pick for the blind top. A side note as well, they still don't have their jungler though, so that's the predicament they're in, where they probably want to leave the counter for top lane and get that jungle pick out of the way now when they know what Relech is already playing.
Wow. So many jungle options available for Bukata.
It's not that.
Ooh, Jungle Darius. Ooh, Jungle Darius!
God!
It's Jungle Darius!
It's Jungle Darius?
It has to be, right? I mean, it can still be a flex.
You're not blind picking top Darius.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, unless you're like, oh, don't worry, Jason Vayne are out.
So I don't remember whose Twitter I read, but there was someone's Twitter I read a few weeks ago where they were saying, like, Darius just got buffed, like, several patches ago, and no one was really talking about it. To bring it out now, I mean, shifters, your life is on the line. You got to win every game you can. A single game loss will eliminate you from playoff contention.
You imagine if they decided to die on the hill of Darius for it.
Wow, okay, so we're assuming that this is a Darius jungle.
Yeah, because Broxer at the moment is spamming the hell out of it. Shout out to Broxer with Phase Rush. We can talk about that more if we get confirmation, but for now, I just want to focus on the fact that it looked pretty standard, as you said. Na'Vi knows series win, locks them into playoffs. They have built a standard comp, taken out some of these S-tier picks in the solo lanes. That Cassante would confirm it is in fact going to Bukata's hands for this Darius.
Ooh, I feel like shifters just need a little bit more utility, something like an Ornn. Maybe. Oh, okay, they're going Aurora. So, I mean, Aurora's good into the matchup on Rumble.
But, what's your but?
Well, so I'm kind of like, sorry, I have many thoughts in my head right now, and I'm trying to structure them in a way that makes sense. Let's start with the Darius. Exciting, new, cool. That sounds fun.
Yep.
Darius is a short-range champion whose issues have traditionally been getting kited. Darius really struggles when champions can kind of outrange you, slow you, kite you. That's often why many Darius players actually choose to run the Ghost instead of the Flash, just so that they have an easier time of closing that gap. Stride Breaker is also another tool that they can use in order to slow you so they can...
I ljudi moji, evo nas konačno. Taman na kraju drafta Ashe Seraphim na Ezreal Karmu. Svi smo veoma iznenađeni i šokirani, ali fajn je, okej. Naučili smo da nam je to onako klasičan botlane matchup. Ćemo samo da li će biti nekih pauzica, ali iskreno Casey Arena respekt, baš ga kidaju. Moram da im da li ono gore desno. Da li im je to produkcija ili su im je tu fazon kameto? A to bi vjerojatno trebali da Twitchu da imaju da pogledam.
Shifters found success when they got the ball rolling in lanes. This time they put their whole LEC split on a single game involving Darius Jungle, which is Bukada's first ever Darius of his entire career in League of Legends.
Ne znamo dakle su kasteri, gde sede.
Shifters, one single game. That's what we told you. One single game and they're out. And it is incredible to say that they're going to throw it all on this first game in such a ridiculous draft. It is the phase rush that, again, Broxer and like minds have been running in solo queue.
He's running the flash, though, running the ghost. I mean, so flash helps you kind of make those plays. You know, flash is flash. Everyone knows what flash does. Ghost just kind of helps you close that gap and also stick on top of your targets. Very curious as to what that itemization path is. We'll see as we continue on in this game. So early pathing, he's going to start on the top side. Both junglers looking to do the same thing, pathing towards bot lane.
Yep.
There's not a huge amount of gank setup on the side of Shifters. With Ashe Seraphine, you do have a little bit more utility in the duo to allow for you to play. Oh, they're going in. They pop the heal.
They are indeed, but Shifters are still fine with this. I mean,
Upalim
Paddock and
kameru.
Trimby, by the way, on their comfort once again.
Upalim
Trimby played this yesterday.
traku.
Paddock loves his Ezreal, is most played in the LEC.
I da gledamo kako Shiftersi koji su 0-6 dobiju batine. Mi su kasteri rekli da zbog skora rezultata ako izgube jedan meč ispali su. Tako da Shiftersi faktički nemaju fore da izgube ni jedan meč na jednu seriju, što je dosta huge. Da. Navi ako vina lokali su play-off, a Shiftersi moraju svaku seriju dobiti 2-0, što mi izda nerealno, ali svašta smo gledali unutar LEC, tako da mi ništa ne bi čudilo. I onda imamo Casey Fanati kasnije danas, ako se ne varam, što će baš biti banger serija. Uvek će lane Ezreal Karma biti jači, jer Ezreal Karma. Samdi ako ide na Hex Optics imat će mnogo više sustain damage-a kasnije.
Solo kills, he's been having strong carry performances, but he played Aurelia yesterday. Like, I don't think it was the craziest Aurelia angle, but it was cool in lane. It did do a good job of limiting the Aurora in lane, that's for sure.
He did send it. He did every Aurelia's mantra, which is just go in. So it was nice to see. I mean, again, it was a win, and he was a big part of winning a major team fight in that game. So, yeah, shout out to Rooster. We were highlighting him yesterday. Probably will happen again today, depending on how this goes. As Bukada the Darius...
Imamo ovo i Casey Fanati. Casey Fanati će baš biti fan. Znači, samo slušajte, mislim, kad bude druga serija, samo slušajte kada ovi kasteri najave Fanati kako će da buju Vladija. Biće presmešno. Jer navijači Casey-a baš ne vole Vladija. Ni Vladi ne voli Casey fanove, da se razumemo, tako da nije jednostrano, nego baš ga negotive. Znači ono, vidjet ćete kako najave Vladija, tako će si ono buaa, cijela arena ima da bude. Si meni ono malo krivo, ali istovremeno razumem, jer je on isprozivao sve navijače Casey-a, Nešto sam teo da im da mi je story otišao live. Jeste, nice. Ajoj. Ali imao je Paddock je izintovo, pa imao je flash. Ovo je mogao da flashuje pre nego što je bacio flash basic. I sada su komentatori, observeri IQ 1000, trebali bi da kliknu na Parusa, da vidimo da li je Parus stavio 2 poena u E za taj play. Ali to neće uraditi jer nisu IQ 1000. Legend Manager nisam vidio, ne. Bilo bi jako cool da observeri kliknu na Seraphine, da mi vidimo da li je Seraphine stavila 2 poena u E da iznenadi Pedaka s damage-om. Ali mislim za to observer baš mora da bude IQ 1000, observeri su jako retko, mislim no offense observerima, ali observeri su jako su retko IQ 1000 da neke takve stvari kao gledaju i prediktaju. Dobro. Mislim, Bokada izvukao Jungle Dariusa, da se razumemo, nije baš nije baš najbolji pik ikada, ali da... Gdje si Salty? Jel uzimaš Salty slobodan 1. maj?
The plus 25 from an assist or a kill is so valuable for him to get him accelerated, get that
Ostime pišem.
But as I was saying, they know that Paris has no flash, but the gravity field to cut off the follow-up, you can see Trimby ends up getting stunned up behind him, can't really contribute that much more, provides an early game shield. The Rise doesn't really have the damage, and while it is a 1-for-1, I think Poby's much happier. You can see 92 stacks on the icon at the bottom of your screen, but Relech now rooted in the river.
Bukata looking to trade, looking to challenge. Relech was down here to play the game and find Trimby courting out. Cat out rather as he flashes out over the wall. The root's good, Relech is dead. Gravity field going to slow down the chase from the Darius. Bukata gets tagged. Paris is doing good damage so far as, again, it's a 1-for-1 that gets traded off.
Važi, ti Salty, mislim kapiram ti je Ređer javio, ali svakako ono...
Relech feels like he's the only one died there, Betty. Did I miss out?
Yeah, no, you're completely right. A bit of a random affair in the river. It felt like Na'Vi had so much control because Trimby was isolated, but Nuke used his ultimates to effectively cheat in from mid into the river and turn it into a favorable fight for Na'Vi because Relech had no flash.
Sad smo rešili.
So Bukata, he gets
League Manager igrica, Legend Manager. Ali ima na YouTube-u negde, kapiram da ima da
There is a blow. Apprehend starts off the play, building up those hemorrhaging stacks to get that Noxian guillotine down. A 2 versus 1. Relech is in trouble.
20-26, huh?
But the slow not enough. Relech is walking out. The Chaos Storm down. And again the gravity build from Poby. It's huge. As Mainta looks for the chase and Nuke in the wrong side of the rip, trying to run away. He gets a rune present down, but I don't think he's escaping. As he runs for his life, he's got a turret in the way, and Mainta's still going to chase his house. We look towards the blue buff, and Rooster is looking for the 1v1. Onto Relech, one more auto to go, and he will find it. The brush won't save him, as Rooster hops out, and again, blood for the blood god.
Nothing but chaos here in the early game between Na'Vi and Shifters. Wow, the invade from Bukata.
Interesantno.
You know you have the level advantage, you've got a Rise at your back. Go for the fight. The problem was Relech ticked over to level 6.
Ja ću pogledam iskreno. Baš ću pogledati. Od 6 do naveče se... Au, brate, rip. Iskreno rip. Ja sam bio opet u kuglani, sad sam vodio moje malo kuglali, družili se. Posle otišao do grada nešto da im kupim. I tako da lagana priča.
Nuke ends up dying as well. Mainta picks up that kill, and then Rooster makes the rotation down and picks up a kill for himself. So nothing but chaos here in the early game.
And further to conversation, I mean, the Victor value is going up and up. Poby keeps valuing off the skirmishes, you said.
Absolutely.
And this Victor now with 2 kills because of the fact that Bukata, his flash still not up and available. No ghost means a bit of burst here onto Mainta, yep.
On average, you'd be getting your upgrade, your first upgrade, around now. If you just do standard farming, right?
Igrica o Jinx. Znaš što se događa sa Jinx? To nisam video.
So once you're around this point, you just look at his CS. He's at about 80 right now. So when you're around like 80, 85, somewhere in that area, you usually get that first upgrade. But he's already 56 stacks working towards his second upgrade. And so Victor gets so much additional power from those upgrades passively. On top of the fact that he got both kills, which means that he's got his first item finished as well. So, I mean, Poby is incredibly accelerated. The Victor's already in a very strong spot.
And again, I mean, I feel like Poby this weekend, we highlighted him yesterday, but seeing him on something like Victor, a control mage, when it's such a standard Na'Vi composition, it's a really nice way to start the game with the bot mistake, with the skirmishing, with now Relech getting the grubs in the top side.
To sa Jinx ću baš da pogledam kad bude izašlo.
He wants to apprehend Poby, who doesn't have his flash available. With the realm, they need to be quick smarts. Nuke has his flash available. He's going to get the rune prison down. Gravity field is good. Nuke goes into phase rush. The arrow though stops Bukata.
Dobar arrow. Bukada je level 8, ali on će biti polumrtav pre nego što izađe iz. Ja mislim da ovo nije dovoljno, ovaj flash je loš. Šalio sam se, Bukada, ti si bolji. Šalio sam se, ti si bolji.
bled him to death. But remember, Poby got another kill, so I'd still call worth.
Well, I mean, Bukata made the best out of a bad situation. Shifters is eager to force these skirmishes. We talked about how we expect this Darius to have an advantage in these early game fights. And the fact that he was able to find a kill there is exactly what I meant by that. He was able to get his stacks off quickly, throw out the ultimate, decimate Poby, get a bit of gold back for himself, but that arrow from Sam D beautifully connects, opens up this opportunity for Na'Vi. The gold remains even.
Ok, Solti, vidit će. Ja sad čekam Kuronami bundle prvo da izađe, meni je to sad ono glavna stvar. A Riot je kao nešto malo likovao, ništa nisu likovali. Kuronami V2 bundle. Pre 24 sata izašao neki nešto. Ali to je... Lik je bio onaj što onaj mali mač, veliki mač.
Got his second upgrade already. 11 minutes in, 2 upgrades on the Victor. That is very, very accelerated.
A bit abnormal, yeah.
Yeah, so he'll have the upgraded Q and the upgraded E. And if you thought kiting Victor before, sorry, getting close to Victor was hard before, now he gets the bonus movement speed off his Q.
Yep.
And so now
baš će vidjeti, baš me zanima iskreno.
be in a fantastic spot.
Ono će bude cool.
Dragon wasn't traded for grubs, which means that Relech, after securing all those grubs, went for that skirmish that happened in the middle lane. So Na'Vi already setting up for this objective. They've got the push in mid. They know Nuke needs to go back to base. They're going to look to get the prior bot. Will they look to start the Dragon quickly? It doesn't seem like it. They want to clear out those bot Krugs instead. But Dragon definitely on the minds of both teams right now.
Well, Manta gets a push in top, but in the meanwhile, Rooster thinking about the all-in. He's got the between...
hoću, uzet ću. Mislim, kupit ću verovatno operatora Kuronami. Mislim, delom razmišljam da kupim ceo bundle, pa da onda polako uzimam i Kuronami stvari koje mi dolaze u shopu. Da iskupljam sve ko Pokemone, ono. Nemam pojma, jer Kuronami je baš clean. Tako da ili ću uzeti samo Sniper ili ću uzeti ceo bundle. Jedno od ta dva, to mi je play. To mi je ideja neka otprilike. Oh my fucking god. Ne znam, mislim, Darius je fine.
The flash on Paris, the AoE, the damage enough. Paddock in the ground, and Na'Vi just keep finding Bukata after Bukata after Bukata as Manta gets ultied, but the two-fold hex ain't enough damage as Nuke is designed to proxy mid because Shifters right now are getting hit from all angles. They're setting up the gravity field again. Nuke tries to get out.
Da, donekle i do cene, donekle i do kako bude izgledalo. Ono, ako budu slični, možda i uzem, pa kao da skupljam i ove ostale, nemam pojma. Onda moram sve Kuronami da kupim. Mada realno ono igram Valorant, nije da ga ne igram, tako da šta znam. Jungle Darius je... hard cheesy, ali su shiftersi 0.6, tako da nije kao da će sad napraviti neku veliku razliku. Oni su behind, pa su behind. Realno, ako ne čizaju Ako ne čizaju, onda će svakako će izgubiti jer su 0.6, bit će samo 0.7. Tako da ja podržavam Jungle Dariusa. Iako je 1.4, to jest 1.4, šta? Da, 1.4.2, ali kao ne znam. Ja bi rađe da, kad toko gube, samo da rade šta god im se radi i da probaju tako da vinaju. Samdi lepo igra. Gdje si, Popo? Ja ti rekao, ako možda slušaš, lakše mi da pišem vezano za, lakše mi pričam vezano za sve nego da kuckam. Pošto je krenuo i LEC. Ali što tiče Patreon Nighta, krenuo je giga kasno. Jer juče je bila fiesta od LEC-a, znači bukvalno je trajao 6,5 sati LEC. Krenuo je u 5, završio u pola 12, bilo 2-1, 2-1. I onda smo bukvalno samo Arame igrali, na kraju nismo ništa drugo ni stigli da klikćemo. Danas ćemo da gledamo Smile 2. Juče je Klara pustila Smile Keca ljudima koji nisu gledali Smile Keca, horror film. A 2 navodno ima bolje ocene. Tako da kad završi LEC, onda ćemo gledati Smile 2 i onda posle toga možda budemo pecali, vidjet ćemo off-stream nešto. Možda neki Valo ili neki Pirat ili nešto budemo kliktali malo off-stream. To ako budemo isto ćemo na disu biti. Da klikćemo. Tako da baš igrali smo bukvalno 2,5 sata Arama. Mnogo su fan Arami bili. Dobio sam jedan game up i u Naru i Legend imao nešto bolesno na Raizu. Brate, u životu nisam video. Znači, dobio je neku kombinaciju. Brat moj je iz EQ-a šotovo od 100 do 0 ljude. Imao je onu foru da valjda manu pretvara u damage, imao je actualizer koji ti manu pretvara u damage i bukvalno je samo od 100 do 0 ubio ljudi iz 2 spela na Raizu. Izložba pasa. Ali imaš slike neke, brate. Ako imaš slike, pošalji, brate, što se pasa pogotovo tiče, ja mnogo volim. Mnogo volim da vidim, brate. Tako da, ako imaš neke slike, pošalji mi na Discordu ili pošalji vam na disu svima, ili realno pusti na disu svima, ili pošalji kako hoćeš, možeš i samo meni u DM, ali meni je to mnogo zanimljivo da gledam. Ni sliko, nema vesi, sljedeći put. Šta kažeš, poslije radio završava aplikaciju, ti si ga baš slomio, brate, s poslom, iskreno. Ti si ga baš slomio s poslom. Meni je došla sestra i sestrić i žena od sestrića i imaju bebu malu i beba, razumeš, 8 mjeseci, ćerkica mala, preslatka, plave oči ima, a sad ju je sve, Louis ju je show. I onda kad god vidi njega, počeo skače od sreće. Tako da ja sam ovih dana, danas i juče sam onako s njima, juče sam ih navelu vodio u Mitrovićev dom, a danas sam ih vodio ovamo kod mene opet na kuglanje, jer tu je arkada pa je malo zanimljivo, sve sija, mislim da je Samdi malo dum, ne samo je dumd. Pa sam išao da im kupujem nešto da jedu isto u gradu, tako da mi je ceo dan sam tu oko njih, družim se s njima, onako giga mi je lepo. Između, isto kad budu pauze, recimo kad se završi game, ode malo dole, igram se s malom. I tako da sam i ja sam malo juričkam na sve strane. Drugar pa svoje prvo mesto, pa lepo. A koja je rasa? I šta je bilo? Je li baš bilo kao izložba show ili je bio neki agility ili je bilo nešto treće? Kada će dobiti kill, bro? Darius? Što je najjače lik je 1.4 koristan je. Mislim da je Bokada rekao, braću 0.6 smo, dajte mi molim vas da igram šta mi se igra, ne mogu da igram više meta pikove. Nemam vode više, moram posle vodu sipa. Bolje da Ryze dobija. Darius i Ryze, sve njima da ide. Jestra da će kroz tipa 500-600 golda biti giga jak, koliko možda bude jak i to je to. Tako da to je fine. Dragon priority has just kind of fallen to the wayside as every team looks to go back and control these lanes. Relech, good coverage here. Poby cancelled his back a couple of times, you saw on screen. Relech now comes up, gets found out by a ward, but a 2v2 potential here as Rooster gets poked down. Pops the veil for a bit, but it is just about Poby getting as much plating as he can in the top lane. As you said, Dragon priority has dropped. Tako da Ezreal ako nije 10-0 i već dobio neki momentum, iskreno bolje da ne uzima killove ovdje. Mada to je moj način razmišljanja. Ja kad igram Eza pogotovo nisam nešto gladan što se tiče resursa. Ja sam u fazonu... Realno, sad nije prejak pa onda bolje da bude ok, a da Ryze dobija killove i Darius. Čak i Aurora možda. Tako da je good stuff. Šta reče Popo drugar? Jer kao show dog, showline ili je neki agility, neko takmičenje s te strane? mi imamo ovog trenera što trenira Luje, on ima rip me internet. Ima Malinovu i Dobermana, oni su ono... Takmiče se valjda u... Aha, okej. To je ono da kao stanu pa ih onda ono ocenjuju po dimenzijama i to sve. A koja je rasa? Šta je... Darius je mrtav. Možda ako se nahilujemo da ne verujem. Ne, Sake, ne. Pa vidi, ali znaš šta je fora, Sake, ako Shifters izgubi jedan game, ispali su. Znači, ne jednu seriju. A što ja ne vidim, brate, vat? Čekaj, ja sam... Glup sam. Stavio sam top chat i nisam video. Da, znaš da ako stavim top chat ne vidim ti poruku, a meni je ostao top chat, brate. Još ja gledam što ne piše, brate, koja rasa izgubio se skroz. Krakodlak i nemački, on je... Čekaj da pogledam, mislim da ima... Imamo jednog u parku takvog. Sad znam da je ptičar, mislim da je što najče sličan. Da. Ima Lu, ima najboljeg drugara. Doduše, on je baš... Ne razumijem se ni ja puno pse, iskreno. Mislim, ja kao volim pse, u smislu volim ih, ono... Kad šetam Luje u parku, obožavam da ono mazim pse, razumeš s kojima se igra, to je to. Tako da ono, igram slučaja, znam rase jer pitan Klaro, Klara je mnogo više u tome, na mnogo više, ono razume pse i sve to. Meni treba pola sata provelim jer muško ili žensko, znaš, dok ne krene da piše, ja ne izvolim šta je. Ali ima ptičara jedan, i to baš takvog psa, Krakodlak je nemački. Da, ima ga jedan što šeta isto, što šeta u parku i Lui ga obožava. Vanja se zove taj pas, mislim da je, slagaću te, star fazon 12 ili 13 godina, stariji je baš mnogo, a Lui ga obožava, vidi, to mu je ono... A što znači i on voli Luja. I onda kad ga vidi onako mator, ali kad ga vidi malo potrči sa njim, i onda se mi smijemo. Tako da Lui ga obožava Vanju. Ne znam samo ko ima godina, ali mislim da tu negde tipa 12, oko 12 godina ima. Da, Sakine, da, ali Shiftersi moraju pobede 2-0. I onda moraju... Znači, da bi imali matematičke šanse, moram da stanem jer sam se izgubio. Da bi imali matematičke šanse, moraju da pobede 2-0, 3 gema za redom. Lepero. Lepero. Bravo. Jako lepo.
Dominoes in the top lane to fall after that arrow hit somehow onto Rooster.
I mean, beautifully placed from Sam D.
That's a ghost. Reletch is going to take the fight. This is ambitious from Bukata. Encore flashed away from
jako clean.
Gets him out. He decided to
To je što nače arrow preko pola mape, brati mili, pogodiš ga 5 sekundi stanovan. Baron? Sus? Čekaj, moram scrollam gore da vidim da sam nešto preskočio još, brate. Mada nisam. Knife sam video, da... Da, samo ta poruka se nije učitala, bukvalno. Nije kako psi slušaju. To ti je, jeste. Vidi, ja da uzem da sakrijem kameru, da snimim Luja, znaš kakav je pas, brate. Ko mali Noa sluša. Ali ako vidi kameru ili ako ima nekog okolo, nije mu to, znaš, nema on taj fokus. Ali ovako, tipa kad imam malo hrane ili igračku, vidi, goat pass. Znači, bukvalno ono Malinova mu nije ravan. Preživao Viktor, jeste. I guess da je fine. Mi se pobi, samo ne treba da grifa Barona.
What an intense fight as Menta commits into the front line of shifters to try and keep them away from the Baron. The Baron does get secured, but it comes at the cost of Menta's life. Then Rooster can arrive, dealing massive damage to multiple members. At this point,
Prej, da, prej. Morat ću siđem dole na bukvalno 10 sekundi. Niz stepenice, a želim da to uradim preko što završi game, tako da sad ću skoknem na brzaka.
Kills go Shifter's way as now we're back on the map and a dragon has been kicked off.
And they're feeling like they can really contest these fights. First dragon of the game would stop the stacking of Na'Vi and Bukata's going to take it. So, dragons off the board. It means more time given over to Shifters, more time to think and look for some of these outrageous plays. They're definitely back in the game and all hope's not gone yet.
They're doing what they can to stay in this game. As a reminder, if Shifters lose not just the series, if they lose a single game, they will be eliminated from playoff contentions. Both Shifters and SK. Na'Vi, they're fighting to secure a spot in playoffs. They have to win the series, but if they do that, get themselves to 6 wins, they will lock a spot in the top 6 here in spring. Shifters 11-11 in kills. Nuke and Rooster where the gold is largely sitting. Nuke, what a game for
Actualizer za Ryza, najjači item u igrici. Meni nije jasno na koju foru, brate, postoji item koji toliko mnogo damage daje heroju. Ali ako je specifično, Ryze je manje više jedini heroj, osim Casio, koji možda koristi Actualizera. Na taj način. Ti kad pogledaš, ne postoji nijedan osim Casio, jer poenta je što heroj mora ima 2 uslova, što faktički ima Ezreal, kad malo bolje razmislim. Ali AP Ezreal možda. Heroj mora da ima puno mane i jako male cooldownove. Znači mora da bude machine gun heroj. I kada pogledaš, znači osim Casio i... Postoji još neki heroj kao Casio i Ryze? Da imaju puno mane, da imaju jako male cooldownove. Ja mislim da nema. Engleskima. Znaš šta je meni, vrate, ja bih mnogo volao da vidim, zove se Irish Wolfdog, tako nešto mi se zove. Irish Wolfhound. Bro, ja bih tog psa toliko volao da vidim uživo. Što znači ja bih volao da imam tog psa. Ali... fora je što prvo nema ih ovdje, a drugo što jako kratko žive. Tako da mislim da ne bi ono mogao, vrate... Taman ono, zavoliš ga, porasti s tobom i bukvalno žive 6 do 10 godina, a mnogo više, bliže žive tipa 6-7 nego što žive 10. Jako kratko žive ti psi. Mastifi su isto ogromni, ali oni isto što je najjače. Dobro, oni isto malo, oni kratko isto žive. Doduše oni mnogo više žive kao 8-9 godina. Pa ne, nije, svakako nije, ja bih volao da ga imam, a nije ću ga imati, da se razumije. Gdje si Legend? Kasadin, previše ulti, previše. I treba mu još manji cooldown od toga. Jer Kasadin, iako ima mali cooldown ultu, ima preveliki cast time ulta. Dok on ulta, dok nestane, dok se pojavi, dok uradi damage, dok ulta opet... Znaš, ti si već bacio 4-5 spelova, baš. A znaš šta nam mišljam možda? Možda Ezreal. Možda postoji ugod da igraš Actualizer Ezreala. A da, irski Wolfhound je... jako insane. Ima komšija neki ruski... Kako se to zove, vrati? Pa da, mislim da je crni terrier ruski. Da, on ima 2 crna terijera. Ti psi i ženke. Ti psi su ogromni, vrati. Što mi presmešno Lui kad je vidi, pošto ona bukvalno crna čupava dlaka, razumeš, ono kretajuća dlaka. I onda Lui nije jasno šta je, i onda kad zaleje, laje ko lav. Znači lavež je ono duboga, brate, a ženkica pa sa mašnicom, sve, razumeš. Predobar pas, ono dođe sedne pored mene, nasloni se na mene, hoće se mazi. Predobar pas. Ali kad laje, brate, ko da laje medveda, ne pas. Kao ženkica sa mašnom, ne, brate. Pas 60-70 kila, ono, zvuči ko puma, brate, ko medveda, ne kao pas. Tu su mi mnogo fascinantni veliki psi. Ja ću si igrao sljedeće peče. Pa to ja razmišljam, Legend, znaš. I ja razmišljam u fazonu sam realno, ako se igra APS, Actualizer as nije loš. Mislim, gledaj, ja sam igrao for fun, očigledno nije toliko viable. Igrao sam triple T reza. Jer realno Serafu Muramana Ezreal je fine. Sad ako imaš Seril, ne možeš da imaš Serildo, ne možeš na Fimbulwinter, ali možda ideš na onaj support tier item. Pogađaš kuve pa healaš. Tako da ono, možda ima neku priču, ne znam. Fanatik 28.8. What? Čekaj, brate, ne znam. To sam saznao upravo od tebe. Čekaj da vidim, brate. Šta si rekao? Fanatik shiftersi u 10 ujutru. To je neka greška, 100%. Ili... Greška. Ne znam da si to video, greška. 28? Gdje si video to, Stefane? Baš me zanima, brate. Gdje si video to? Sad gledam ovdje nema, ali možda tipa tiebreakere stave ili nešto, nemam pojma. 25. i 26. I onda se ne igra ništa do sljedeće nedelje, nema šta 28. April 6. 28. i bijelo, brate, ne bi trebalo da bude. Ok, EVC kvalifikacije, ok, dobro, to ima smisla. Jer ja gledam LEC raspored nema, gledam Fortunin raspored nema. Ja sam u fazonu... EVC Da, ok, to je Fanatic Shifters, ok, da, to je EVC qualifier, ok. Nije se Trimby cleansovo, a ne može se cleansa dok je popio stan, mora da pre-cleansa i da ga tajmuje savršeno. To je good stuff. Inače, jednu stvar sam još to napomenem. Dok ne vidimo neki fight. Trebalo da bude. Stefane, da znaš jednom, hvala ti puno dobrošao u Patreone. U nedelju, danas, posle Leca gledamo film. Tako da znaš, ako budeš tu, horror gledamo, Smile 2, onako nezgodan je film, ali fan je. Biće u streaming roomu, tako da znaš, ako hoćeš da gledaš film sa nama, posle Leca će biti film. Tako da samo pratiš tamo chat, pisat ćemo i kad kreće i sve to. U SK su rekli ko igra i zaboravio sam. Čeki. Pročito sam negde ko igrao i ne mogu da se setim. Ne mogu da se setim sad. Da, EVC, objasnit ću to samo da ima što se događa ovdje. Sam je mrtav, nije mrtav. Abukada nema... da, SlowQ, bravo, SlowQ igra. Ja. Vidio? Eš? I ovo je GG za Shifters, ako izgubi ovaj game, to je to. Da, EVC vam je, u suštini, to je eSports World Cup i to ono što se događa u Saudijskoj Arabiji i to je odvojeno od bilo čega Riotovog. Znači, EVC vam je turnir koji se događa sad jednom godišnje u Saudijskoj Arabiji i nema veze ni sa čim sa Riotom. Osim što, eto, Riot šalje LEC ekipe jer sarađuju s Arapima, ali to je manje više to. Tako da taj turnir ne nosi... Ne računa se u Goldarod, ne nosi championship, pojene ništa. Samo je turnir, eto, for fun, onako. Mislim, za pare igraš. I to je fora što igraju dve ekipe iz EMEA protiv LEC ekipa, tako da... Fanatic, Shiftersi, Navi, Legion A ovi su ostali invajtovani, tako da kapiram da je to play. Dobro, ko zna, Spice možda je nešto uradio ovde, iskreno. Da, pa da, znaš što je fora, ENC ti je pravo svetsko. ENC ti je Esports Nations Cup i to ovdje će biti Srbija, Slovenija itd. itd. A EVC ti je Esports World Cup, a to nije World, nego malo glupo, iskreno. Ali nisam video za pravila mušice za ko streamere. Mislim, mogu da zamislim da je jako slično ovome što je uradio ESL. To je baš bila velika drama oko toga u Counter svetu. Gdje, valjda tipa ne smeš da igraš druge igre dok ima prenos toga, moraš gledaš u cijelini itd. itd. Mislim, kažem, ja sam official broadcast, nisam watch party, tako da na mene se ne odnosi svakako, ali kao ja gledam LEC, pa gledam LEC. Mislim, ja ne radim ništa drugo i ovako. Dobar rooster. Isto ko, da, okej, ima smisla, ima smisla. To je baš bila drama oko toga. Da li mogu dobiti KC? Pa moguće. Mislim, nije nemoguće. Ali teško. Jako, jako teško. Baš teško. Vesti ko će igrati za nas, ne znam se još. Ne može se gleda Srbija nigde još. To će biti kvalifikacije, ne znam da li će biti streamovane. Ali kada se završe kvalifikacije, onda ćemo sigurno imati prenos negde. Mislim. Da li će prenositi neko naš, da li će prenositi neko... neki strani stream, mislim, nemam po... A bit će prenos EVC sigurno. To je fora. Vraćaju se nazad, neće da flipa, imaju sol. Nema razloga da rašuju da endaju game ovde. Imaš barona, vrati se, uzmi sol, polako završi game. Navi zna, ako pobede ovo, shifteri su ubijeni u pojam. Jer čak i da pobede seriju sa 2-1, shiftersima ništa ne znači. A Navi mislim da ako pobedi, oni idu dalje. Mislim kao obezbeđuju playoff. Što je radio Parusu?
Navi find a way to turn the fight around.
SMD ability to step up. He has no fear, that guy. As the last BF sorts into his inventory, I doubt at home we will see that finish. As Hextech Soul is going to carry it into a win for Navi.
Lepo. Mislim, ovo je njihov game, nema šta. Sandy igra Giga dobro, pobije dovoljno ahead. I kad to kažem, malo je van pozicije bez flasha, ne znam šta radi. Ovo je bio užasan grif. Pa pohvalio sam ga, brate, ne mora da grifa kad ga pohvalim. Mislim, Rise radi damage, nije da ne radim. Rival, nisam vidio to, ali gledao sam FlyQuest, to te video sam pogledao. FlyQuest je u fazonu, drama. Hoće da nas ruše, bukvalno radi ono... Napravili su, ma to je neko, brate, s Balkana im je smislio 100%. Napravili su klip balkanski drama content rage bait, ono. Užas. Baš užas.
Turn this game around for shifters. It would be an incredible feat. But if he can just find Sam D again, maybe that's enough. Elder is 4 minutes away. Baron will likely be what Navi have to rely on to try and close this game.
Dobro, ima Seraph sa Rise, nije da nema. Ne, FlyQuest je užas baš ispao. Meni mislim dobro. Realno nisu bitni, tako da ono, dobili su neku medijsku pažnju, kako god da je bila.
As that Baron's a minute away. Navi are taking all the control on the top side. Bacata's picking up scraps with that smite as well. You can see he's on towards his fourth item and
Abyssal Mask ide na jakšo.
I mean, you know what I'm saying. As much uncontested as he can be.
To nisam ispratio, može se zabipa za velju, to nisam video.
Navi controlling their waves. We wait 40 seconds. and see if Shifters have anything left in them. Paddock willing to step up right side of the rift. Right now is Shifters territory. And we are A-ramming a little bit as Paddock
Dobar
is
ko.
doing some good damage. Sandy getting hit through shot barrage also. That's fantastic damage.
Dobar damage, odličan damage Deza.
You're going to heal back up, but now that that's down, you can see that Shifters do have some meaningful poke.
Absolutely. I mean, Ezreal late game is not weak. He does not fall off. That Q does not have a cooldown. I can tell you that right now. Rooster, he's fishing. The poke continues to land.
Nuke's angle. But they need to obviously step forward in Navi's side. Good ward is going to spot how far encroached Navi are in the mid lane. Nuke is just for a target.
Ne, znači 100%, brate, ja ti kažem, ovo je ono... Samo sam gledao FlyQuesto video i očekivao sam Marko Jack da će da izleti iz klipa. Pedak radi, ojoj, ovo je malo flippy, iskreno. Ako baca E u tebe. Mora neko defa bazu, super minion. Jedan super minion samo završi game. To je fora. I sad će oni startuju ovo da forsiraju TP. Izgubili su inhibe, mislim svejedno, da. Ok, damage, dao mi vision ako ništa. Ovo sad se base race-uju. Ovi moraju da recall, jer ako krenu ne mogu da base race-uju. Shiftersi ne mogu nikako stignu. Jer ako ovi krenu u bazu i baci TP na bot i završi game. Ne, fajn su. Sad pitanje da li idu na mid da završi game ili idu... Čekaju bot wave. Vidite ovaj bot wave, ovaj velika tačkica, ovaj krip što dolazi. To im je ključ da završi game, ako hoće kroz top.
Exceptionally cautious. I feel like the worst case scenario for Na'Vi is that this turns into an Elder fight. There's no real reason for them to turn this into a flip. I think their focus should be to just send it down the middle lane.
Jako čudno od Na'Vija. Iskreno. Baš čudno od Na'Vija. Jer ja se slažem s casterima, ovo je, znači, ako Na'Vi dopusti da bude Elder 50-50, to je jako loše. Jer ti si taj koji vozi ovu partiju, što bi im dao šansu da se vrate nazad?
And SK, they've got full control of Elder. The question of whether it's going to be a flip is first of all, how does Bukata get anywhere near the dragon?
That's a great question. The arrow will not connect.
He's been missing a few.
The cooldown though, this late into the game.
Boga mi pogodio dosta arrowa, tako da je lagan.
I think this is the best play right now. Yeah, good control over mid. Secure that tower.
Oni su sad van pozicije skroz, ovo su dropovali su mid inhib za džabe.
And the Elder is not the focus. Another inhibitor now secured.
Yeah. I was worried there, Vetty, because I'm like, what if they just keep running mid and try and end the game?
I think they should think about it. They've got both TPs available. Okay, here we go. Elder has actually been started off. Could this be the
Čekaju top.
have been waiting for?
Čekaju top, samo čekaju top. Ovo ne radiš sad.
Dragon still baited in. It hasn't really been started out. Paddock is starting to lay down some poke himself. Sam D gets hit by a mystic shot. Look at the minion waves. Mid, top. There's an issue.
Glad you end.
The longer this fight goes on, Shifters are going to lose the game by proxy as
Ovo je jako loše od Na'Vija.
come up as you said. The pick and start off. The equalizer down. The encore's great. Bukata zoned out.
Umreće Darius pre nego što padne Drake. Da, i flashovo su prazno. To je to, to je game za Na'Vi. Da, okej. To je to. Ja. Na kraju dalje skoro bio flip, ali su uspeli da ubiju blokadu pre nego što je došao do Rejka. 45 minuta, GG's, okej. To je to za shiftere. Shifteri su zvanično ispali iz trke za playoff. Ja ću napraviti pauzu od 10 minuta. Skuliram malo s mojima i tu sam odmah u game broj 2. Nakon ovoga druga serija dana će biti mnogo bitnija, mnogo bolja, Fnatic i KC. Tako da, pauzica, tu smo za 10 i onda se družimo u sljedećem gameu.
The Darius didn't really come together, but again, I feel like what we've learned over this weekend for Shifters is when they play their style and the pressure's off, they have looked a little bit better. Not here, of course, as Lauren Relech are standing by.
Une game intéressante avec un pick jungle intéressant et généralement on pourrait croire que Relech peut jouer ce genre de champion, donc je veux savoir ce qui s'est passé avec ce Darius. Thank you so much for joining me. I want to ask about the Darius. Was it a bad champion, bad execution or bad draft?
I don't think it's bad champion. It has really good clear and skirmish power is really strong. He wins 1v1 into most of the junglers I know. And I think into Zinza it should be okay because I have no dash, I cannot run away from Darius. But I think on the execution part, there was a bit problem. Like when he invaded me, it was like kind of silly. I had everything, like I had no flash, but I had ult and I was full HP. When I'm full HP, Conqueror, his phase rush, he cannot kill me. But yeah, I think Darius was good pick. Maybe I will play in playoffs as well, best of fives, and maybe next week.
Thing to keep in mind, thank you so much. I'm gonna let you join your team for the next game. C'était pas un mauvais champion, c'était même pas mauvais contre Xinzao, c'est juste l'invade qui s'est hyper mal passé et selon lui c'est vraiment ce qui a fait la différence ici. Mais il garde ça en tête, peut-être quelque chose qui sortira par la suite pour les playoffs. Kamel, c'est à toi.
Yeah, a struggle for the Darius in that matchup. Before we get into it, we have already said it a couple of times, but Shifters and SK now eliminated from playoff contention. They are joining Heretics as one of our bottom 4 teams.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate for SK, for Shifters. I think they did well in the last couple of games that we saw them. At least they pushed the ball forward a little bit more. But as you can see now, 0 and 6, not going to be able to compete. Same when it looks at SK as well.
I mean, the Darius was quite not enough to get them over that win that they needed. I feel like I have a lot of thoughts about this Darius. And I want to kind of go into it because, as you say, they are now eliminated, and this is sadly the end of Shifter's journey now in spring. But speaking about the Darius, when I think about Darius, I of course think about Adam, firstly and foremost, but then we look a little bit about the history of Darius. Last time he was played was by Dardock 2021, and then you're gonna go back all the way to 2013 by Dandy and Insect. So it's not a very common jungle pick, even though it has had its moments in solo queue. There have been some patches where Darius has completely ran the server, and it's usually been on the back of that Moose build, kind of early game movement speed snowball style. Here we did see Bukata go for the stride breaker into like more of a tanky build, which makes sense considering the context. And that context is that, sure, Darius into Xin Zhao is a objectively good matchup. Xin Zhao cannot dash into Darius without dying. The problem is there's an Ashe Seraphine. And we saw Bukata constantly getting hit by an Ashe ult into Seraphine Encore and just getting locked down before he could actually access that
This was actually the exact face I saw beside me the entire way through this as it went through. Especially as we got to see this play where Bukata tried to make this work. It looks amazing. Set it up, Q, flash, I'm going to make the play. And he just whiffs on everything. Slowed down, couldn't make anything happen. It was just sad times overall for Shifters. And I think you said it right, Finn. Like, the Darius had no business being here. It was very, very difficult for him to get involved in any of these plays.
It's entirely different if you have a hard engaged support. If you have something like a Rakan there, the Darius goes forward, Rakan dashes onto him, quickness, 4 people there, Darius then uses his Decimate. You have so many options, but you're running Karma, Rise, Aurora, Ezreal, like,
something
where
would be
is
nice,
you engaged, dude? Like, you are the guy running at the enemy team.
This was the face that was sitting beside me for most of this game.
It just didn't work for Bukata. I like it in isolation, as you say. I think into the zone it makes a lot of sense, but generally, the Darius just wasn't it.
I do like the post-game interview there where Rillich was like, yeah, the champion is good. Of course Rillich thinks the champion is good. He plays only top laners. Like, what?
Yeah, it's one of those things where I can understand trying to bring out a few unique picks. Shifters did it yesterday, right? We had the Viego and the Aurelio, and it does work, but when you're sitting in this range support meta, I don't think you can lack CC from the jungle to that degree.
Yeah, and I think it was an L for Shifters, but they did give us something to think about in this one. Because honestly, I thought it was fantastic that they did try to bring out their own style and really make it work. Like, as you say, the Viego yesterday, the Aurelia, and I think pushing the boat when you're in this position is the best chance, right? Like, clearly what you have been trying, what is the quote-unquote meta, isn't working. So trying to find a different strategy can be something that can shake it up and give you a little bit of leeway then. Like, if you can just build your confidence now for the upcoming splits, I think that's way more important for you.
I mean, I absolutely agree with everything you're saying, Rob, but I also want to shift the focus a little bit over to Na'Vi. Because Na'Vi, coming into this weekend, we expected a lot from them. I expected Na'Vi going up against Fnatic,
going up against shifters to look really solid. Now, the reality of that situation is that I have not really seen that. I've seen a Navi that struggles in the mid game, look very shaky, and sure, you can put it on the nerves. It's a big arena. It's the first time a lot of these players are playing in such a huge stadium. But still, that mid game from Navi, we need to see more from them, because you cannot struggle against teams like shifters, like Fnatic, if you want to actually, as we said in the beginning of the weekend, ascend and try to actually push for that top 4 potential world spot for summer.
We talked about them wanting to see them elevate, right? That was the first thing we said coming into this weekend, and I don't think that's the case. Like, Poby has gotten caught now both yesterday and today on side lanes. Like, there hasn't been as much consistency as we were hoping for, and it feels like, in my eyes, they are maybe trying to work on, hey, how do we manage 1-3-1? How do we work through this style? But it clearly hasn't been figured out by them yet.
I get that, but we did hear The Rock talking about it a little bit yesterday, saying we are trying a few new things.
Yeah.
And if you are a team that is almost guaranteed playoffs, if they win this game, they are locked into playoffs. Isn't this the time to try a few new things out? Isn't a match against shifters the time to try to elevate and try to expand your game? Do you think that's what's causing the issues, or do you think there is just a general misunderstanding as to how they want to play mid-game?
I mean, I think there's a little bit of both. I agree with almost both points you're making, because I agree they need to challenge themselves and actually try to evolve away from this Relich heavy playstyle. Mainter, he's not being put on tanks anymore. And you see Poby as well trying to adapt to what Relich is trying to do. Sure, Relich is still on Xin Shao, but it is about finding that sweet spot, allowing the other players to step up. And I think there was moments of it that game. I think Samdi had a fantastic game on the Ashe. Almost all the early kills you saw in this game was on the back of a great Samdi arrow.
Yeah, and I think that's where I've been impressed with Sam D, who has stepped up over the last couple of series. Like, the Lucian, the Ashe here today, like, there's been several times where I've looked at him and gone, okay, we're getting him to step up as the carry, but I do think when it comes towards how do Navi interact on side lanes, I think it's individual errors. I think it's not really respecting what can be achieved by the other team, getting caught out, and just overextending and over-pushing the side lane. But those are mistakes you have to make to learn what that boundary is as well.
Yeah, and I totally agree with that. I think it's one of those, I would rather see a team fail at doing something slightly new, although like it's not entirely new. It's just not the put
you want to see
on
teams
A
fail,
drops and
Medic.
try and
Okay,
win the
cool.
game. But I'd rather see them fail when they know they're in a spot where they can win, right? Like when you're playing against shifters, if they lose the first game, I expect they'll say, okay, relax, you carry. Let's make sure that we're in a spot where we can go 2-1. Here you see as well the Elder fight. For shifters at this point, they were kind of just out of the game, right? They'd lost triple in here, but their Mac movements hadn't been great as well. They tried to push out bot side to get rid of the super minions and just gave up their middle inhibitor for basically nothing.
I mean, I half agree, because still, like, we knew shifters was good around dragons. They had solid mid games in versus in the beginning of spring. I don't think their comps are that different right now. Sure, you still have Redash on a bruiser. The only difference is really Mainster playing a little bit more carries. And I feel like the drop-off we've seen in the consistency past that 20-minute point is just due to inexperience and maybe a little bit of nerves.
Yeah, but lore-wise, the head and Zin's out very different.
Yeah, but I guess that's my point, right? Like, it is not a, hey, let's play a funnel meta, or let's entirely change, let's only play through side lanes. But small changes can have a drastic impact. And saying we're not only playing through Relech is going to put more pressure on Poby, is going to put more pressure on Mainter. You are trying to shift a few of those levers, and it's not drastically different. I 100% agree with you, but small changes can have a large effect on how a team is able to perform in the moment. Would you agree with that?
I mean, I would absolutely agree. But now, we're actually going to toss to a little bit of a break.
Okay, sure.
And we'll be back just in a moment, guys. Please stay seated.
What is this, Finn?
Archers then has to tune around. Wait, Paddock, no! Big mistake, he stuck around and Parrot just flashes on him.
Massive mistake.
New goes into phase rush. The arrow though stops Picard. They turn it into a game. The flash to knock up the 3 talent strike. Picard flashes, but he won't get away. Sandy would be the starting point. Flash, Nuke manages to get around Britton. The room, Britton, the arrow down. Paddock hits it max. And Nuke gets it shut down. Nicely done in the game timer.
I need up. Alles no flash here. Alles tries no flash. Oh my god. Eucalyptus.
Brother, let me try. Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother? Perfection.
Ah, a new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh, that's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can close it.
Heavy is the head that the crown sits on. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in a Renegade beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been with enough practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got $1 off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the head that the crown sits on. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgons. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked till my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah. I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way I had to grow, get it together whatever.
Like even the moment we secure a playoff, we will play for win. In official, you play for win and then you review your mistakes. So yeah, only win, best drafts possible, best early possible, into maybe good placement. Maybe we'll end up like in good placement again. It's good advantage for player.
I think for shifters, they need to improve a lot, or they need to be on a good day to win. Or like I can see us inting. I wouldn't say we cannot int, but I think they have a lot of problems. We don't have that many problems. We just need to not troll our early game. And in mid-late game, I think we have really good macro. We will just win by that.
They can win early game against every team. Even against KC, they can stomp. And then in mid-game and late game, they can fall. So for us, pretty important to keep mental as well. To not do desperate plays when we're a bit behind. Because as long as we play our game, normally we cannot lose. I believe our mid-game macro is better, so yeah, we need to stick to it. I'm not sure what exactly happening in their teams, but if they can come with good mental and give it their all, of course, it's very important for them to win. It's either you feel like you need to perform well and you perform bad, or you have this, I have nothing to lose but I have everything good to gain. So then you perform like out of your mind and you're like best 100%.
What's at stake is probably consistency and confidence. I think that if we win 3 games, it will help us get confidence a lot. And I think we will snowball. We will do well in playoff as well. If we lose against Shifters and Fnatic, might damage us a bit because right now when I look at it, we should be winning pretty comfortably against them. And I think we will. So we just want to focus our game and we will do well.
But prone to make mistakes sometimes. Good insight there from Navi, who will welcome you back to the cast. Shifters and SK are out. Our commiserations, they're done. They will, of course, be playing, and Shifters will be playing the rest of this series.
Yeah, because for Navi, it's still important.
Yeah.
If they win this series, then they can...
What happened here?
Oh,
it's the fly! Wait, it went in your mouth?
You guys got the clip. And you're laughing at me!
I am laughing at you. I am. And the second time it happened, I laughed at you again. I mean, bro, I don't know.
Okay, well, yeah, that was the fly. The fly is still here, by the way.
It's still here. It's around.
Still lingering. We'll see if it comes for a surprise
It's following
attack.
you. It likes you.
Well, we'll
what is
see
it?
if,
Are you stinky boy or something? What happened?
Why did we assume that?
I don't know, because flies. What are flies attracted to? Moldy cheese.
Great. Thank you for that, Jay.
I mean,
how do I transition from this, Jay?
I don't think you
Where
smell...
am I supposed to go
listen.
from you accusing me of smelling like moldy cheese?
I'm just saying, that's the baseline, but maybe you smell... I don't think you smell that bad.
Great. Okay. That is the most back.
I'm going to bring you into pick and ban, ladies and gentlemen. Shifters versus Navi game 2. The fly attacked you, but not me. And I think it's really setting the precedence here. Obviously that Navi are a step away from getting into playoffs. We've had a pick and ban thingy. So the league client, I can see, it's just having a moment. So we're going to wait and see and tell you what happens next. It's going to be quickly remade, and then we're going to jump in.
Right, well, game 2.
Yep, take a seat.
The meta hasn't really changed that much since, well, yesterday.
Really?
So we're probably going to see the same sort of stuff.
The same patch, the same teams.
But next week, surely, next week is going to be the big one.
I mean, next week is 0.9.
Yeah, I'm hoping.
And we've had 3 small patches in a row. And we're going to a monster patch that is like going to change League of Legends, you know?
Well, I hope so. I would love to see a bit more of a shake-up in the meta.
True.
Would love to just see more mid laners in general. Right now, it does feel like Orianna, Ryze, just Mage.
But I will say, when you say shake-up in the meta, we did just have a Darius jungle game.
That was cool.
So, and we saw Aurelia yesterday from Shift. I don't think the meta is that bad, but also, I think in this second game, we're going to get a little bit more of a taste of it. Let's find out. Varus, Nautilus, and Jarvan on your left side here as Navi are on blue, and we'll have first pick. I see San, Orianna, as you said, those are the standards, right? Caitlyn also taken away for a strong bot lane pick. Ezreal's gone for people like Paddock, with Ashe from Sam D as well.
So, Lulu, Yunara, naturally rise in priority.
Punished, does it?
Yes. Nami Corki, naturally rise in priority.
Yeah.
Yes, the range supports with Nautilus gone is kind of the stock standard right now, and Pantheon, another really good, strong jungler in the meta right now. I mean, they're all completely viable. They all work just fine. It is very much down to preference, and it seems that Navi very much preferred the... Navi preferred the Nami.
Now, yesterday, though, Shifters did punish with a Lucian Milio bottom lane.
True.
That we're seeing a bit more in the LCK, and they're going to do it again, predicting it is going to be a Corki Nami, as you alluded to.
Nice, okay. Yeah, Lucian on a bit of a win streak right now, winning 2 games in a row.
Which is big for EU when it was 0-17 or something.
0-50.
We're still disgusting.
Yeah, it was. So clearly the buff doing wonders. Maybe this will be enough for Shifters to find a win here in this series. As a reminder, they cannot now qualify for playoffs. The reasons are more complicated than I have time to explain, but it is to do with win percentages, and I'll need...
I evo nas ljudi moji, nazad, draft game broj 2. Ekipa Shiftersa se manje više oprostila od LEC-a. S druge strane, Navi, bitan game za njih u smislu da ako uspiju da pobede ovu partiju, onda su u suštini završili ono što je najbitnije, kvalifikovali su se za playoff i onda od tog trenutka u suštini mogu da izgube svaki.
Is a very common combo. We often get Ambessa Vi is also an old school
really
combo.
Nice, yep.
I mean, I say old school, it's still played today.
But I know the meaning. Let's see what we get on the other side. In terms of jungle, for Bukata, he can play anything. That is a flex.
I think it is top.
But I think it is top too, yeah.
I think Rooster's Jace is definitely fearsome.
Oh, it's very Korean. That's a Korean.
That is absolutely, yes. Now they can just ban away counter picks. So things that Rooster doesn't want to have to deal with from Mainta, they can get rid of. Yorick is one. Wouldn't surprise me with Sion already banned. Trying to think of some others. I mean, Aurelia is very annoying. I doubt Mainta is an Aurelia player.
Yeah.
But possibly.
But it might also negate the fact that, you know, we've talked about it a lot. Taking Gnar into this, maybe off the board now for Mainta, as he didn't want to take that into the Jace. They're getting rid of mid lane bans anyway here for Na'Vi.
I'm surprised. They should pinch jungle, I feel.
Yeah.
I guess maybe they just don't care about the jungle matchup.
I mean, that Pantheon is still open, right?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be one ban? Or are they too worried about pairing?
I mean, I think like my instincts are also saying like Skarner it could also be good for shifters.
Nami Korki, Lucian Milio, sve klasika. Ja bi banovao Sylasa da sam Navi i onda bi Zoari. Mislim da je to samo najbolji.
Enabling them, wanting to fight, wanting to skirmish, in which case, yeah, Pantheon would offer a ton of value. But those are the other tank we were talking about. Ornn makes a ton of sense. They basically know that Mainta is usually a tank player, and so they're taking the tanks away from him, and they're basically saying, go on, pick Gnar, pick something like that, let Rooster just dominate.
He can also just play Cassante, no? I mean, that is an option we talked about in game 1 for game 2.
So they want Ahri. Na'Vi for sure want Ahri if they're banning Lissandra. But they could also be going LeBlanc.
I was going to say.
Both the Lissandra ban leads to both.
Now that you're out of playoffs, what have you got to lose?
Slažem se. Dajte nam nešto na badanje, gledamo se zabavimo. Realno gledano.
True. Well, you know how it goes, right? The moment that the stakes are off. Okay, well now where are we going? Is this Shen jungle or is this Shen top? Or is Melio mid and Shen is support?
Melio mid, I mean I would have just said Jace mid and Shen top, but that's okay. You
Also possibly that.
Melio mid is where Veti went.
Yeah. Is it weird that I thought that they were more likely to play Melio mid than they were Jace mid?
Yeah, I would say a little bit, historically speaking.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah.
Alright, Cassante is... Okay. Yeah, I mean, Cassante's fine. He's a role player, he does his job. So is it Ahri? Yes.
How simple is this from Na'Vi?
I mean, it's fine. It's got decent poke, it's got solid engage, you've got a front line to play around. It's very Na'Vi.
Yeah, it is.
The only way it could be more Na'Vi is if Reletra's playing
like Ambessa jungle or like Aatrox jungle,
yeah, something like that. That's the only way it could be more Na'Vi.
I sad ovi mogu da uzmu Sylas.
Slam Anivia.
Okay.
So
mislim da je Sylas samo bio pik ovdje, iskreno.
We know it's Shen jungle.
Do we know that?
We know that, yeah. Right?
Is that confirmed?
Well, I'll tell you in 25 seconds.
Is Bukata just giving Relech more ideas of what he can play for the rest of the splits?
I think he might be, yeah. Because he's cooking now. How does this comp work?
Which one?
What do you think? The basic one that every team plays, or this one with a bird and a ninja? Like, pick a side, Benny. I think I'm talking about shifters.
So, Shen's role here is to protect whatever target the Vi dives onto.
Yes.
So it's kind of like a protect the president style of comp, which you'd often see with like a Lulu, for example. But whereas Lulu can enable aggressors, the Shen plus the Melio are better at defending. And they have a long-range poke comp that you've got with Jace, to a degree with Lucian, and you've then also got an Anivia that likes champions that come into them. So I think that it's kind of a comp that wants Na'Vi to engage, and they've got a lot of peel and they've got a lot of zone control. So I think their skirmishing is pretty good. I think that there's easy ways to make ganks happen.
Mislim, pitanje koliko će uopšte ekipa Shifters mislim kao htjeti da igra, ali ne znam, čudi me što su draftovali ovako kako su draftovali uopšte.
It'll be close to being perfect series in the LEC spring. Our last Shen jungle in the LEC was Yankos in 2020 summer. But it did happen only yesterday with Fly's Griffin. Shout out production, thank you for that. In
I
LCS.
didn't check that game out. I didn't watch it.
And so we did get a River Shen yesterday, but we have one here today with Halo Blades. So looking forward to Bakata showing us why.
Daj se gledaj, samo upalimo kamericu da možete da se vidimo. I onda lagani chill. Da, Navi je dobio i Casey je dobio, da. I danas bi u teoriji trebao dobije Navi i Casey opet, ali Casey fanatik će biti iskreno giga fan, tako da vidjet ćemo.
I mean, I guess Shifters does have push in top. They should anyway.
Yes.
I think mid is pretty even. I wonder how bot's gonna go.
Well,
guess we'll find out.
I would assume Paddock and Trimby showed us yesterday that they were kind of setting it every trade, and even if they lost out, Sustain was still there from the million.
Okay, yeah, looks like they've still got the early push. So Shen's got a lot of lanes to play around, I guess. I guess mid is the only place where I don't expect Anivia to have much prio. Yeah, kind of going as I expected. The thing about Anivia, though, is Ari takes a while to get wave clear. She kind of needs the first item before she can start really melting through waves. Anivia just needs level 6. So Ari can't really contest the wave clear once that level 6 does come through, but early on, it should be relatively easy for the Ari to trade against the Anivia.
Petak dvojka, može se dešuje, dobar damage da uradi ovdje. Čim free barijera ako ništa. Što da ne? Petak igra baš dobro, iskreno. Juče je beš igrao Lucijana, također jako lep. Interesantno da rana egzoz, da to sam da kažem i ja. Dobar pobi.
Well, still, flash or flash? Hey, you take it.
You do.
So now,
if you can come back before level 6.
Yeah, we'll see if he looks for another play. In terms of clear speed, we can see that Relech is powering through his jungle. He did get pinged out on his red. So they're estimating that he is in that area. You can see the red pings right now. He is on Krugs. The alarm is coming down. They are warning the bot lane of Shifters that he is in the vicinity.
Also getting that first plate though, that's why they want to step up. Nuke, meanwhile, we go back, he gets electrocuted.
Za koga navijamo ovdje? Posad za Navi, iskreno. Navijam za Navi jer kao Navi već ide u playoff, pa je da budu što bolji kad već igraju u playoff. AORUS ima heal, on je fine ovdje, skroz.
Bakata and Relech are just staring at each other, ships in the night, well, ships in the day, really.
But there's a huge health advantage for the Shifters bot lane 2 versus 2. The problem is mid lane. That is where Na'Vi has prio, Bakata does not. So here's the consequences of going for that early gank. He has not cleared his wolves. He is still behind in XP. Mid lane prio still goes the way of Poby. The difference maker is going to be Rooster. Can Rooster help Bakata get this top grab? The pings are coming. Rooster does not care.
No, he does not. Rooster, please.
Pa dobro, dobio je četvorku, samo se bije malo. Oh, fine.
He does get it. That's a win. So Rooster's contribution was the enemy top isn't going to get involved, but it's on you, bro.
Yeah.
Gets the smite, does secure the trade. Nice.
Yeah, confidence, Paris. Levels pursuit forward, arcane shift, or rather, excuse me, Ziakko prison forward, Sam D.
Sanji nema barijeru.
Looking a match, but the ebb and flow heals him up.
Good heal.
Stops Paddock from pushing the flash.
Very, very good heal.
Nice salty, nice.
Winning out on the 2 versus 2. There's a big wave here that Samdi really doesn't want to lose. Paris, I don't think he has enough mana though to heal, even if he wanted to.
I want to dive this forward. I mean, they want to flash as well. Piercing line.
Vratila mu se barijera. Uf, clean. I on živ. Da je izvukla, sad će da umre. Joj, i Trimby će da umre. Neće da umre. U suštini uvek ranaš Ghost ili barijeru. Exhaust ne ranaš nikad. U kompetitivu ga ranuju ponekad. Zavisi u šta igraš, ali jako, jako retko.
Samdi saw that wave and said, please, I need to get it.
Ovaj basic gdje je otišao pedaka, gledajte basic. Da je uspio da klikne, samo pola sekunde više, ubio bi Parusa.
But as you said, Paddock got the wave in, so that's still a big deal. Half-bound axe picked up as Mainta not level 6, otherwise it would have been an all-out onto Rooster there. As he holds away for a little bit, level 6 will be encroached upon the next minion that he kills, which will be the Canon. And our camera might pop up there again to see if Mainta can do anything about it. Meanwhile, this 2v2 and bot continues to siphon some of our time, but really no problem with that.
Bije Paddock, baš lepo igra Luciana, iskreno. Baš lepo igra Luciana.
This is what I loved about Paddock on the Lucian, is that on mid-wave, he was always just ulting consistently. Kind of doing like the Jackie Love, the elk special of what we know about good Lucians. And I'm speaking from LPL experience, I've been cast the region for a long time.
Grasp Jace, Xante je fajn. Dobiješ free scale.
Catching out, pursued in, Sandy in trouble, fast responders, massive work.
Lepo, Paddock je živ. Mislim nije, ali... Da nije, okej, dobro. Da je preživeo to, bilo bi... Odradio ga. Grasp je fajn, mislim, ako igraš Xante, a perma ga prokuješ. Face ti nije optimalan, jer Xante jedino ima hard CC. Tako da klenzovanje slova ti ne znači puno u tom matchupu. Ne ti više odgovara da samo imaš više health, da kad te all-ina, da ne budeš... Da ne budeš shotovan skroz. To je fora.
To keep Samdi alive a little bit longer. He gets the phosphorus bomb out, landing onto both Trimby and Paddock. But then the Spirit's Refuge, keeping Paddock alive long enough to force the kill onto Paris once again. So I would argue that once more, an advantage gained for Shifters, even though it's a 1-for-1 because it's Lucian that gets the kill, and then Nami for the side of Na'Vi.
Well, Paddock, 600 gold up, you're right. I mean, it does feel like, again, Paris getting the kill is only going to amplify getting that first item quicker, but for Paddock, that trading is going to come super explosive. You see already as Sam D walks forward, he's in trouble, hits level 6, so now has the build up to the big one. Stepping into Paris is Paddock, but he has the culling now as well as the 2v2 continues to advance. There's the culling into Paris, heel burnt immediately, relentless pursuit out of the way, the phosphorus bomb. As bot just, the trading never ends there. Crystallize comes out, Poby dodges away from the Flash Frost. Orb Deception doesn't do much, and yeah, a bit of frostbite for Poby's little toes.
You can't stay.
Ovo bi malo dobija batine, iskreno, da. Te, on je mrtav. A ne znam što Nuk ne probi da crasha samo wave, mislim mu je bolje da to uradi.
Poby doesn't have TP either, so really nice advantage gained there from Nuke and the one.
Good Aqua Prison though, Valkyrie forward, Trimby in a bit of trouble. He's dodging away from the Gatling gun or rather the autos, but Sam D is down pretty deep.
Ali Shen ima 6, to ne može da umre. Ovo je samo win za Shifters. Shen ima 6, nikad ne treba padne.
Okay, Bukata has to commit his flash. He's using that thing off cooldown in this game. Trimby gonna act as bodyguard to keep Paris away, allowing for Paddock to go back to base. Remember that Bukata also has his ulti available, ready to join the fray at any moment. But hey, another kill going the way of Shifters is Samdi and Paris. They tried to go for a 2v2 skirmish. They tried to get a kill back for themselves, but they end up falling short. And it's Shifters that find themselves another advantage.
Meanwhile, on the top lane, Rooster doing pretty well as well. Gets knocked back, Mainta about to get ranged, but not to death you'd think. Shock blast combo. He's going to whiff, so Mainta can stand on his legs a little bit longer as his TP is up in about 20 to 30 seconds. Now he's going to time it until this next wave so that he can just TP back. Reledge coming up. Can they do anything? All out is available
they
with the flash.
They definitely can do something.
W just used that Pathmaker now down.
But Rooster, he's playing with so much respect. He knows that R is missing. Look at all those pings.
Yeah.
They're very, very aware.
Drakea traduju za grabove. Opet ako mene pitate, grabovi su useless. Uvek Drake pre grabova. I Shen igra Hob u džungli, što mislim da je jako interesantno, ali mislim da je također tačno.
So he's got that global pressure, and as you said in draft, the defensive capabilities that come from Shen jungle now that he's 6 have marginally improved as well.
Yeah, it very much feels like
Nuke is sidestepping. to buggery. Nice little, I believe that was frostbite. If particles serve me well. Glacier Storm going to get the push. Poby's going to have to TP back in. Culling in the bot lane. In the meanwhile, Sam D a little bit low. Piercing Light does connect. Double auto. Paddock has to step back for the turret. Meanwhile, Poby, I guess he's stuck around. Nuka's looking for him. There we go. The crystallize out, and Poby has to bring out the ulti. Fox now without the Spirit Rush as Poby clears the wave, and we'll have to back away.
Yeah, I mean, just continued. Nice trading from Nuke. He was down about 2 waves in the 1 versus 1, but he's been able to bring it back simply due to outperforming Poby in the lane. He's going to force the TP out from Poby. Not going to be too much of an issue for the Ari, though, in the 1 versus 1. As with no major objective on the map available, we return to a state of farming and trading and fighting and skirmishing. Bukada, though, going for an invade.
Oh, big news. He's got the
Kasteri trolaju, sviđa mi se.
Protoplasm.
That's the one.
Yeah, he's going to steal away those raptors. He might be fishing for more. It might be a little bit greedy.
Shifti su do mnogo bolje poziciji trenutno, a imaju i dalje Shen ulti i botlane im je bolji. Dosta. Korki do 2 itema samo ne radi ništa, nažalost.
Paris coming in. Fog of War. Hello. Okay, who's there? Wait. Bukada Stand United gets the flash. Charm does connect in the Aqua Prism as well. Or Perception on the way. Does Paris just gets chunked. Oh my god, Nuke's damage hurts. Here we go. Vault Breaker in. Trimby may be in trouble. Remember, he's got that Breath of Light. Is he going to be healed up? Stand United as he flashes away. Puts a fire down. And Nuke now looking for the chase. Let's get out over the wall with the Vault Breaker as Bukada's still on the chase. Wants to get that second Shadow Dash down, but there's a Blast Cone in the way. Shifters are going to back off and not overstay.
I mean, the Secret Service doing his job right there.
Oh,
perfect protection, right? Melio is the target, very squishy, but he's able to get away to safety thanks to the shielding that came through from Bukada, and also the utility that Nuke provided. And we're really seeing the value and creativeness of this draft when the Vi goes in. It's very difficult to just keep that fight going. And Nivea wall gets dropped. Oh,
Paddock jumping in, Vault Breaker flash, Breath of Light ain't gonna save his life. However, Paddock sets up the Culling in melee range. Really couldn't add any more damage.
Clean. Paddock je mnogo dobar na Lucianu. Baš mi se sviđa kako igra Luciana. Turbo agresivan, uvek walk upuje, baš lepo igra Luciana, iskreno. Dobar, baš je dobar Paddock.
Nuke's gonna get game, but there's a ward there, so Rilech, I mean, he flashed Vault Breaker for that, and Paddock just stood his ground. I thought that dude was dead.
Yeah, the ulti from Trimby.
Pogledaj, molim te.
Comes out, gets the heal, commits to the fight, commits the culling, wants Sam D Valkyries away.
Baš je kako igra, iskreno. I treći s Kraken basicom. Jako clean, iskreno. Baš clean igra.
Ardent Sensor, first item for Trimby here with the Kraken for Paddock on his Lucian, and they've now just picked up their role quest as well to boot.
I mean, such a massive injection of gold. I think another advantage that Lucian has, being able to go armor boots, it's just so good.
True.
It's just so good.
He hasn't even got them yet, but yeah, they are good.
No, for Paddock he does, yeah. He's got them upgraded in the AE carry slot.
Yeah, bro, I'm still living in 2025.
It's all good, bro. But yeah, he does have those upgraded armor boots, and it just means that the trading is that much more effective, right? So, yeah, I mean, Shifter's in a fantastic position here in the early game. Nuke is winning comfortably in the 1v1 in mid. They've got Rooster continually building a lead in the top lane. And in bot lane, Rilech is...
Do you think they can 2v3?
Paddock, he has exhaust.
That's my question. He does have exhaust indeed. Cease and desist, locks him down. Aqua Prism, beautiful. Breath of Light won't save.
Da, onda je samo troll, Onda je bukvalno samo troll.
To take out Paddock, a much needed pick that Na'Vi needed to find as they invest some gold back into Sam D, who gets his first kill of the game.
I guess the question was answered whether they could 2v3 with the
Jer kao shiftersima stvarno ništa ne znači sad ova pobjeda, oni su ispali sad, zvanično su ispali. Tako da ovaj game im je useless, ovaj serija im je sad useless.
I'm sure it's never been done before.
I know, but I don't have many good ones, you know. My humors are 1 out of 10 in most cases, and rarely do I ever hit, if I do say so, and did say so for myself. 25 seconds till the Drake. First one picked up by Shifters. Herald and top side might be set up after this. Rooster's quite deep. Mage is going to flash open.
Okay.
Catches out Rooster. The all-out waiting to be pulled. And it's Paris with the game.
Dorshan, ulti, flash. Samo treba da izvuku, jer vide TP isto od pobija. Nice.
Stops the play. Unfortunately, Navi didn't hit anything.
What a strange play from Navi.
It's a floating fish coming again.
Ja se nadam da neće, brate, pa tier 2 plated i Merc su broken. Ovo nam fali još da budu još jači plated i Merc.
The consequences shoved, there's an issue here.
Yeah, no, great awareness there, because Shifters just cross-mapped everywhere. You committed 3 people topside. That just opens up the rest of the map for Shifters to do whatever they want. They're now rotating back towards the Dragon. Right now, it seems that mid-pry was their focus, so they've got insight as to where Relech is. But he's pathing away from this Dragon.
Carter's pathing towards it. Relech is going up towards a Herald instead. He's been spotted on a ward, so he brings in that Twilight Assault. He will just start it off. Good little damage from Rooster, but he's on the weak side of the map. Relech looking for the gank instead. Spirit Rush going to be used. Seeks and desist. An easy charm here.
Nemoj damage.
Damage needs to come down now, but Relech is knocked into the turret.
Nemoj damage. Ne znam šta radi. Evo. Ovo je bilo očigledno od početka da nemaju damage, prvo zašto žele da izgube partiju, ljudi, molim vas. Uzbiljite se. Oni trolaju.
Shifters are just outplaying Na'Vi right now. It's consistently happened in the bot lane. Rooster gets an outplay of his own. Bukana flashes.
Dash as well. There's a Twilight Assault one more time. For the second time, Paris will lay dead. The Shifters are now opened up their windows towards the mid lane and towards this gold lead expanding to 3,000.
Wow, Shifters, they came to play here in game 2. Phenomenal early game lead, as they are just outplaying Na'Vi across the board. They're ahead in Dragons, they conceded the Grubs, but it really doesn't matter. Their next focus should be the Herald. As we look back at this play, it's super important for Rooster to get underneath the tower. He needs that extra bit of damage, and he's able to do it. The ulti comes through, the charm connects. Yes, the chain CC, but it's starting to stack up on Relech. And the charm dragged Rooster behind Relech, enabling him to get the knockback underneath the tower.
Dobro, dogodi se, to je okej, to je okej.
Comes off too late, meaning he can't actually get that kill.
Rouge is in a great position for a lane that consistently getting ganked. Here we go, Vault Breaker, and again he just jumps on.
Stiže.
Gets charmed again, but guess what?
Ne, nije switchovo.
Here's a ninja, but he's not in pajamas. As Vault Breaker away, Relech in a bad spot. They
Dobro.
turn the maker instead. He decided to
U redu.
for the play, but now he's caught out.
Flash od pobija.
Rooster's range is the problem.
Oni će izgubiti od Shifters. Ovo će biti 1-1.
Takes that turret shot again, but here's Padak. A
Ne,
free kill away
ne,
for him.
ne.
And Shifters, the pressure is on, and the game is on.
Shifters are winning everywhere. They get the bot tower, they win the skirmish top. Na'Vi, they're getting...
Pa i dalje imaš, mislim sad je Mad Lions koji, ali da. Ne, trolaju 100%, 100% trolaju. Ko legitimno samo 100% trolaju.
But if they can get a little bit more damage down, and this should be enough, they can use the Herald to secure that mid tower. They might not even need it.
I mean, they're just taking the kill under the tower, culling into Sam D. Valkyries, it's match. Padak is crazy. Paris almost dies to the ardent blaze. As this 7-3 Lucian is putting on a clean.
Ih stompaju Shifters, ja ne mogu da verujem.
Know how to play it.
Beautiful tower dive comes through from Shifters. Nuke tanks it up. A flash away from the bubble, and now a stun onto Mainta.
I mean, he's close to dying. Rooster wants to dive him. Mainta survives, but the turret does not.
18 minutes in, and it's a 6.6k gold lead for Shifters. What a phenomenal early game performance. You highlighted it, 7 kills for Padak. This Lucian has been fantastic for Shifters.
And he was great yesterday as well. We're getting remnants of the players. He's just diving Sam D.
Yeah, I mean, so Sam D's doing his best to clear the wave, but Nuke's control with this Anivia is simply flawless.
Yeah.
He tanks up the tower as well to allow for Padak to do whatever he wants to do. He doesn't die to the tower either. Just beautifully played.
Carter's waiting. Relech is walking into the brush. Here's the Twilight's Assault again. Shadow Dash down, and that Spirit's Refuge. When's the damage going to stop? On the blue buff, it's a steal. Bakata yoinks it. Vault Breaker out. Now Mainta's in trouble. Shadow Dash over the wall. And this Lucian comes in, ready to free fire. Padak will take him down.
Oni će izgubiti od Shifters, ja ne mogu da verujem.
Na'Vi don't stand a chance in this second game. Imagine if Shifters were like this every game. They'd be like one of the best teams in the league.
Yeah, I mean, I do wonder how much it's affected them now that the pressure's off. Paris, he's dead.
It's a pick. Padak and Nuke.
Wow, like, obviously Padak is the star of the show, but Nuke, what an Anivia game from him. His Anivia yesterday was fantastic as well, but really Nuke has really shined this weekend. His Anivia is spectacular. What a game. Shifters are accelerating this lead at dramatic fashion, and the conversation for this split has been, will Shifters throw the mid game? I have to say that from this position it feels...
Ja mislim da nema šanse da bace ovo. Mislim da je samo preveliki lead da bace. To je fora.
Curses are rubbish, they don't exist. This is a Shifters game. It's 8.5k. Dragon's coming up in 35, that looks free. Rooster's going to get the push in for the inner to bot lane, and I mean, the funny thing is, we've got a Shen jungle now with Dusk and Dawn, so the damage is going to be immense. But it really has been...
Hang on, let me do some quick math.
Do you think
3.6, 5, 8.6.
He's trying to count it for everyone.
13.6.
Has Paddock done more?
He does Cassante, Vi, Ari, Nami. If you combine all of those, Lucian's still done more damage.
Okay.
The Corki would push it over the edge.
But only just or what?
But only, no, yeah. So
I mean, it's really nice because like Paddock's Ezreal, similar vibes, always going forward. It's a basic analysis of something that's a little bit more complex, but it's enough for you all at home to understand that Paddock just sends it. And I don't think I've given Trimby any credit this game, but Trimby's been super clean. Positioning's been a lot better than I think it was yesterday on his Karma. But 0-0 and 10.
Da, oni nemaju kako testu, nemaju kako da igraju, bukvalno.
Bro, I mean, so EU Lucian is now good? Are we different now?
Mislim da Paddock samo igra Gija dobro, iskreno.
Okay, it doesn't matter. They're in EU. That's all that matters.
Sorry, I just had to bring it up. So it doesn't matter.
We should look at the win rate of EU Jace and EU...
Da. Baš je kritično.
Throw that out there. Okay.
Mislim, Korki je 1-5. Samdi koji je igrao dobro cijel split i ovaj game izgrifovao ko lud.
I mean, in spring, it's currently 2 out of 3 wins. If this is a win, it'll be 3 out of 4.
Okay, fair.
So that's just spring.
Perhaps we're changing the perception of EU and these specific champions.
Jace has got a lot of red. Hang on. Jace is 2 and 7.
Oh, okay. That's good. We can ignore that one.
But yeah, that's 9 games in total with jungle in there as well. Rooster is 1 and 4. This split.
Okay, so we'll forget the Jace.
Yep.
Focus on the Lucian.
Focus on the Lucian. Because he's 8 and 3 this game, and SamD runs for his life. I think Na'Vi being this river, it might be a bit of a mistake. Bukata's coming in, flash from the Shadow Dash is Relech. The Crystallize is zoning off everyone as Nuke with the egg up and ready. Is just running into the enemy team. Na'Vi on the defense here for the inner, as Baron is the next question mark, while Nuke has top push.
Ooh, I mean, Baron is how they throw the game.
Ja mislim da nema šanse, 8,5 soma gol da za 22 minute, mislim da se to ne baca. Legitimno mislim da se to ne baca.
I think that should be a tower secured.
Yeah, it's gone.
Another one locked down. So credit to Bukata. I was a little bit skeptical of the Shen, but it has worked beautifully. 1-0-5 the scoreline. And he's got that all poised and ready to go. Seems like he's going to a similar build that we've seen from Broken Blade when he played at top lane.
Yeah. We'll see what the third item is going to be. Because
this is... just got to say, like, you know I spoke about the meta at the beginning of this game.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were going to reference your podcast.
And I thought about how Relech did this interview where LEC teams are just afraid to try new things because he's sitting there talking about how, you know, I want to play Ezreal jungle.
Yep.
Right? And so I'm like, I think there's so many champions in the game. I do love it when pros bring that creativity to the stage. Standards connect.
Relech, that Vault Breaker goes nowhere. Paddock sends down the culling. Paris only gets a tickle of it, but Shifter's bottom lane ready to go in once again. Mate is here over the wall. Crystallize not going to connect, or rather the Flash Frost. Na'Vi still on their hind legs. Wondering if it's safe to go in.
Yeah, I mean,
from Rooster.
With all this control, Shifters can definitely consider a Baron start soon. They've got complete vision coverage. Na'Vi can't see anything on the top side. They've gone the flash out from Relech earlier on.
They're mega far away.
And they have to face check an Anivia, which I can tell you right now is not a fun thing.
Yeah, and it's got to be Mater to do it. He's going to go into Banana Brush first. Frost and running away with the Valkyrie. SamD. Rooster turns as Baron is just a four.
Paddock je na najgoru moguću osobu otvorio. Na 3 mi mora se paziti da ne umre pre nego što krene fight. Jesi, jel da ne?
He's like, come on, face check me, I dare you. You didn't even have Trimby next to him, but he's still thinking about it. Looks like they're just going to go back to base. So the idea behind that Baron was goad Na'Vi into a fight that may very well have just lost Na'Vi the game. They were able to not really burn anything. They tested the waters, Na'Vi did come and check, they were able to get away safely, and so now really it's just bought a little bit of time for the Dragon to spawn. That top wave, a lot of farm has been lost for Na'Vi as they have been overgrouped. Shifters now want to get pushed in the middle lane, they likely want to push another wave bots. Yeah, they're going to send Nuke down now to go and grab that wave, and then they can very much start thinking about this Dragon.
Paddock I'm going to keep an eye on because looks like we could have an Infinity Edge 4th here. As he just picked up the LDR about 5 or 10 minutes ago. Time is irrelevant to me because it doesn't feel like a 25-minute game with how dominating it's been from Shifters. But that Infinity Edge, if it is going to be that 4th item, is still very important and just means more one-shot capability from Paddock, who's already having a ripper of a game. 35 seconds to the Drake that Betty talked about being a prior. That would be an early soul. One of the earliest souls of this weekend, I feel. As Roulette just spotted out on a ward, and he's caught out, but Bukata is not going to commit anything. Try and find the kill. Got a locket, by the way, Bukata. 3rd item.
Poby's been given a small window where he can farm this. He needs to go back to base, spend what gold he can ahead of the Dragon spawning. With Shifters knowing that they have numbers, they're able to get very deep vision. Look at that on the minimap. You can see them pushing in very deep into that bot side jungle of Na'Vi.
Ke malo da redusuju gold, ali mislim da ovo svako soul. I to je dosta dobar soul, I guess. Za Milija, za Lucija neki ga jak. Zanimljiv u stvari fan, nije ima escape.
Yeah, Soul just gone. All right, Na'Vi basically saying we can't win a fight right now. We'll have to stall the game out as long as we can. Credit to them. Good control from Shifters throughout this game. 12 kills to 3, their advantage. 7k the gold lead. Soul now secured. A speedy Shifters.
So, after this weekend, are you going to say you're excited for Shifters? Like, are you going to go back to LEC, to Berlin, and be like, I'm really looking forward to seeing Shifters?
Well, they've only got 2 series left.
I know, but
and
even
they're basically
if they're
playing spoiler at this point.
But doesn't it make you excited? Like, I mean, thinking about the possibility?
I mean, I'm more sad about the wasted potential of the team, you know? I feel like that
you'll be both.
Bukvalno Solti, znači skemuju. Igraju protiv Valorant. Igraju protiv Valorant. Ja mislim dovoljno je da mogu je flipaju Barona, to totalno ne govorim zašto će baciti game na Baronu. Ma samo duet ljudi, ma šta Shifters, šta je mali Baron za vas, on je jedan crvić na vas 5, realno gledam. Tako je Nuk, klikni zonju, a šta te bole uva, realno. Šta je mala zonica na tebe tako jakog i moćnog. Iš. I sad moraju odmah na Barona dok je Nami u bazi. Nami u bazi, da. Nami. Oni su cave, oni neće ga rade, a poslali su porta kući Xante na bot. Ima TP, ali nema vision, nema gdje se porta.
Not an ideal play.
Na'Vi have gotten back almost 2,000 gold now, but Shifters are going to take the fight towards the mid lane. Paddock steps up again, even in 5v4. Roulette brings in the engagement.
Decent od Rilača, ali mislim da... O, možda? Možda? I dalje nije gotovo, Lucian je malo overextendovan, ovo je even fight u najboljem slučaju. Lep bubble jako. I dobar flash taunt. Dobar bubble. Za malo. U stvari za malo da Navi dobije fight, koliko su behind, ovo je huge. Lep fight od Navija, mislim, cool flash od 2 i transfer na Luciana, ulti. Ja ne znam li mogu završiti game ovdje. Ovo je najbolji slučaj inhib, ali vjerojatno će se vrate nazad na Barona. Ok, relativno čudno, ali to je u redu.
To the fight was a game changer, and now the TPs will come through, the respawns will happen, and the Baron will be kicked off by Shifters.
And surely taken as well. We go to the replay because this was an absolute cluster of a fight.
Yeah, so the dash gets used. Relech sees that. Oh, fantastic engage from Relech.
Lepo, jako lepo od Vaj.
Spectacular as the fight starts off. But then the arrival of Nuke, a big wall to cut up Na'Vi in the midst of the fight. Good damage comes down. Oh, we got to go back to live.
We are, because, yeah, Poby's too deep in the lane. Spirit Rush immediately gets there, but Culling is an execution. Now, Paddock brings the game back. And even though mid is now open, a bit more pressure on the top lane as Baron was taken to the replay.
My goodness.
Pedak malo šije.
Paduk shows you what happens if you don't kill him instantly. The damage is quite insane. Now with the Baron buff, they are pushing mid and bot. Paduk going for a quick reset. Rooster just, oh my goodness, the tower, it just simply melts. We're at that point in the game. I mean, it's only 30 minutes. And Shifters now looking to try and close this one out, equalize the series 1-1. Reminder that Na'Vi, the implications of this series is if they win, they lock a spot in playoffs. If they lose, there'll still be more opportunities for them.
Yeah, KC winning later would lock them in as well today, by the way.
Yeah, so Na'Vi's overall in a very good position, but they like to win the series if they can, but it doesn't look like they're winning this game.
Well, they're on their last legs. I mean, despite that fight going a little bit rich.
Ovo je u stvari bitna serija za Na'Vi, a ovaj game baš igraju loše.
Using Baron on these two waves to crush Na'Vi's spirit for this second game. And let's see, Paduk is front line.
Ne mogu završiti game, gledaj damage, pogledaj damage od Paduk. To je gotovo. Nakon ne šutaju Paduk u Y-engage-u, samo su izgubili. Da. I ladno ću uzeti game, ne mogu varam 0-6, Shifters uzime game od Na'Vija. Vatinda rig. Dobro, fuck it, it is what it is, 1-1. Ja nestajem za 10 minuta, vraćam se i imamo game broj 3, tako da prvo 10 minuta i tu sam za treću partiju.
And they'll look to bring us the game 3.
Again, we got Aurelia yesterday, we got River Shen today. The sky's the limit for Shifters drafts, as we're going to throw to the analyst desk to break down another banger Shifters game.
It was a banger game. It really was. And I think for Shifters, allowing Bukata to play something a little bit more inventive in the jungle is good. Having someone that can apply CC is good as well. And then also having Paduk just absolutely body people in
Paduk's Lucian's kind of sick.
Yeah, kind of good. He kind of makes the magic happen. And I also want to go back to the Bukata Shen, because if I have to go up, lock in Kisante against Rooster's Jace, knowing he has Bukata on speed dial at a moment's notice whenever I look for my all-in, that would be crazy. But let's talk about the man in the bot lane. I think he was more under Samdi's tower than he was himself. He was constantly looking for his dives, constantly looking for his big chunks, and it seems like every time he picks this champion into the Corki, he just makes magic happen.
Yeah, he's constantly taking the exhaust bit as well, and it just feels like it makes the matchup so unplayable. You can see here, like, the second you try to go aggressive with Sam D, the exhaust comes out, it makes it very difficult to try and trade back. So Paduk is confident in taking so many of these trades. And even then, just the hands on this man are absurd. He outplays his opponents so well with the dashes, making this champion look like it didn't have a 15-loss streak in the LEC. This is insane. That man looks incredible.
1k DPM? That's insane.
It's just a huge amount of damage coming out from Paduk. Credit to Trimby as well. His positioning in some of those fights to have the breath of life in the right position. Really nicely done all round from the Shifters bot lane. Unfortunately, too little too late for them as an organization here, at least making playoffs. So it's one of those weird ones where yesterday we saw when all of the pressure was on them against KC, they were able to step up. And now when all the pressure is off them, they're able to step up.
But we see that so often with teams. When it's just the pressure's off, you actually get a chance to have a bit of breathing room, and then you're no longer kind of shaking your head going, oh my God, why aren't we doing this? It's just lads, let's throw it at the wall and see what sticks.
I mean, I just want to go back to the little Trimby sound bit we heard yesterday, where they were losing horribly against KC. But we hear Trimby speak up, and he says, guys, I just want to fight. Can we please go out with honor? And I think this highlights exactly that mentality shift in Shifters. The fact that they are taking the fights, they don't care that the fight might be bad, and it's working for them. They're showing so much more aggression, they're showing so much more passion, and so much more vision.
Yeah, and for Na'Vi on the other side, they tried to do things in the early game. They realized they couldn't play through bot side, so they said, let's play through top. Let's try and get Rooster behind. He's already ahead on this chase, as you expect him to be, because of how good he is laning-wise. but Rooster was just unflappable in this top lane.
Yeah, and I think a large portion of that was what Finn already kind of alluded to. The fact you had this Shen in the back pocket made these a potential plays to the top side really, really difficult to happen. But even then, Rooster played these fights so well that even when Navi tried to make the plays happen, the knockbacks are there. He was making it look easy on getting these kills.
Yeah, I mean, even here it's just pure mechanical prowess. They're finding the E buffer to knock by into the tower. And here you see again, they're going in, but he's going forward. He knows the Shen is there, and he's just completely confident, not only in his own mechanics, but his champion that he's piloting so well. And I feel like it just comes to Rooster and Padak, but also Nukes and Nivea. It's all of these players stepping up. It's not one individual. It's finally we're seeing a Shifters that is united, and not just because Shen is standing united with them, but just because they have found this magic again.
And I think Rooster like embodies that shift that we're seeing in the top lane as well. Like, we're constantly getting the Jaces, we're constantly getting these ranged carries from, and he looks absolutely spectacular. And now if you can bring things like the Shen jungle, things that can protect him in the top side, he has been spectacular at getting early leads, turning them into massive wins for Shifters. And as you say, unfortunately it's too little too late, but I am all eyes on Rooster for the rest of his time that he's in the LEC. It looks fantastic right now.
I mean, turns out when we found Shifters struggling to end games because they're gold leads, they just had to get bigger gold leads. Like, I mean, it's really hard to throw an 11k gold lead. At that point, the game is pretty much in the bag. I will say there was one really cute attempt in the mid lane there by Relech. After Lucian flashed in really early, Relech actually finds the angle. I would love if we can bring that clip up so we can really highlight, because Navi still had some fight in them. There was still a lot of unity in them. And the fact, if you just look at this fight here, Padak walks up, and the moment he uses his dash here, Relech goes for the fight. Q, flash, ult, and if this game was anywhere closer in gold, this would be a wipe for Navi, in favor of Navi. But the fact that the goal is just so far behind means they don't end up winning.
Also, if Brewster wasn't as good as he is,
True.
he catches
Also
Poby
very valid,
as Poby
yeah.
goes in. He's like, oh, you're engaging on my AD carry. I'll just assassinate your mid laner, and then you don't have that extra damage at the end of the fight here. Rooster and Nuke have so much damage compared to the Navi members remaining, and at the end, Samdi and Paris just can't get away. It is really interesting to see how teams do step up when they are either put on the back foot or just totally out of the competition. For Navi, on the other hand, again, it's a failure state, really, for them in this series, right? The first game wasn't as successful as they'd like it to be. This weekend hasn't been as successful as they'd like it to be. Still, if they win this game, this next one coming up, they are qualified for playoffs. But what do we need to see out of them that is really going to give us a bit more confidence in this lineup there?
I mean, we heard from The Rock talking about it here on this very desk yesterday, that their drafts are a little bit iffy. And I would love to bring up the draft, because The Rock is cooking not that much right now, because if we bring up this draft, the fact that they had Vi, Ari, and Cassandra, these are all kind of facilitating champions. Sure, they have damage, but the fact that all your eggs is in this Corky basket, the fact that somebody kind of had to get ahead to be able to have enough damage to threaten this comp that Shifters had built, means that if he falls behind like it does in lane, the entire comp just falls apart. And I feel like they need to draft a little bit more threats, because right now it doesn't seem like they can rely on one person unless that man is Relech to carry the game.
Yeah, and I think it is interesting because we're seeing this shift away from what Relech has been renowned for. You know, we're not seeing the Zahens, we're not seeing the Aatroxes, we're not seeing this prowess in the early lanes that can then lend into early skirmishes, which is where Navi were finding their success to bleed into Dragons. Instead, we're trying to see them go for styles where it's much more of a Relech playing 4 lanes, and it just hasn't been working as well. And I think if this ends up being kind of a common thread, it then becomes a very big conversation when you get to playoffs. Because if it then just becomes, all right, we ban a bunch of champions that Relech is decent on, it doesn't seem like they can interact with the lanes, then I think that becomes a very big talking point. So I need to see more from Navi just to give me confidence that they aren't this 1-2 team.
I mean, not just banning Relech, just look at what they're banning every single game. They're banning the Sion. And the Sion is by far the best blind pick top tank if you want to play. Because you see, Cassandra was picked into Jace. But this is how the matchup goes. He will struggle heavily in this matchup. You're trying to pick Cassandra as a neutralizer for the Jace, but he's still losing.
What would you like to see into the Jace, though?
I mean, I would like to see Jace banned if I'm playing as Rooster. If I'm gonna be completely honest. But like, if you want to counterpick the Jace, the answers that you have is like the Varus. Because the Varus can go toe-to-toe with the Jace, but if you're not willing to take that heat, you kind of have to go for a Ornn, a Cassandra, a Malphite even. But in the end, it doesn't really work out in the same way, because when that sign is out, that means Roulette has to bring a little bit more to the pool, or you end up with this massive hole in the top side, which you can't really fill with anything.
Okay, so as we get into game 3, I want to get you guys' predictions. We haven't done this that much this weekend, but Na'Vi or Shifters? Are Na'Vi going to lock playoffs, or are we going to see Shifters deny them that for at least another week?
I mean, I'm trying to run through in my head what are the champions that are still left open available. I feel like the Magic champions for Shifters may be taken away. Now, God only knows, because it feels like they're pulling the Aurelies and the Viegas.
They haven't played
Maybe they're still there,
yet,
you know? But I think for Na'Vi, this may be just where we see them go back to what has been working. Like, a lot of those champions that are still there for Roulette are still there. Things like the Lulu Yunara could be high options. I think it should be Na'Vi taking it, but Shifters haven't pressed here.
I mean, I will say, I think Shifters laning today is immaculate. I think Nuke and Rooster, not only today but also yesterday, are really stepping up. I will actually give it to Shifters, just because considering the situation that Mainter is in. They're most likely going to go blue side. I'm not sure if we can get that confirmed, but I assume that Na'Vi is going to go blue side, and that means Mainter once again has to blind pick. And yeah, so Shifters red side and Na'Vi is blue side. I just got that confirmed in my little ear, and that means that Mainter's going to have to blind pick. And what are you blind picking? You don't have the Scion, you don't have the Rumble, and the Jace is out as well.
I mean, you might have the Scion if it's not banned.
Yeah, but I will assume the Scion will keep getting banned. So it's going to come down to a Nara blind pick, which I think Rooster has shown that he's really comfortable countering.
Yeah, we'll see if Rooster can get that counter, if they can get the lead. We have seen before Shifters getting a lead on Rooster and not being able to capitalize on it, but it seems to be that they have managed to find ways to get leads in other lanes as well. We'll be right back after this break for the final game of Na'Vi versus Shifters.
An easy charm here, and the damage needs to come down now, but Roulette is knocked into the turret, and Rooster takes him! He's out as well!
Rooster, you fuck, huh? Bye.
Roosty!
Oh my god. No flash. I don't even know what I think. Nice. Good gank. I help you, Rooster. Go on, Corky. I have ult, okay? Yeah, look. Oh,
okay. Nice.
Good job.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
When it comes to the preparation, I think most important for us is to glue more together as a team. I think that's something that we did well against G2 despite the loss, and I think that's something that gives us hope for the next games.
I think we're slowly getting our cruise form, even though it's a bit late, right? Because yeah, we lost many matches, but
Navi is a very interesting team, made out of rookies mostly, right? And players that were there from last year, right? They did quite a bit of rebuild and they look really promising, right? They're showing Europe that despite the fact they might not have the most experience, doesn't really matter, right? You can make it up with the first aggression and the way they play, right? Because they like to mechanically take the fights. As well as, I feel like with each split they're getting better, right? With the ways they want to play the map, the ways they want to just perform during the game, and that's something to be truly aware of, right? If we're not aware of it and we give them the timers they want, they'll definitely make it up for them.
You know, Trimby looks a little bit exhausted in the interview, and I'm going to be real. I talked to him last night after the games. It obviously ended 11:30, and Trimby was like, yeah, it was a long day. And I don't blame him. And they're playing up first as well. It's been a long weekend for Shifters in total. They have taken, I can't remember their first series, Vedi. Did they go to 3?
Their very first series was against
Fnatic.
Yeah,
they actually got 2-0 by Fnatic. Yes. It has been a long weekend for us as well, but yesterday against KC, now again, they find the win with an interesting draft. Shout out to Shifters, not only just keeping it interesting, but also just reminding us that they do have some strengths, and we're finally seeing more of it.
Please pick Lee Sin.
Showtime, I can smell them from here.
For KC though, Bukana can at least deliver.
Who are we smelling?
Well, I don't know how to answer that question, so I'm going to quickly move on. I'm going to talk about the draft instead.
That's nice. There is no draft yet, but go on.
What will we see?
Aurelia top, maybe.
I don't think blind, but possibly.
I mean, I don't think it'll be blind either, but
I think we're going to go back to Mengta's going to pick Scion, and I think that Roulette is going to pick Ambessa or Zahen.
Right.
And I think that Na'Vi is going to go back to what they know works. But I'm just mostly curious about what Bukada's got for us. Does he have something else? Has he cooked any more? Has he created this whole ecosystem of new junglers for us to explore and adapt and try?
His Viego is open, you know? We could go anywhere.
That's true.
There is a LeBlanc ban from Na'Vi. They're probably thinking, what the hell do we have to look out for this game as the final game of the series commences?
LeBlanc. They want Azir, I guess. Lulu, which means that Lulu Yunara becomes weaker. Yunara is still strong champion though. So, is it, well, Nautilus is still open actually. Could it be a Nautilus first pick potentially for Na'Vi? Maybe they want a little bit more of an aggressive bot lane 2 versus 2. Maybe are we done with the range supports? Have we moved back into melee?
You're gonna go Alistar Nautilus kind of game?
Caitlyn Bard is still a thing though.
Nautilus ban, final ban of Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's Caitlyn Bard. It's Caitlyn Bard.
Okay.
It's gonna be...
Watch Caitlyn be banned here.
Yeah, that's fine. They'll probably still pick Bard.
Okay.
Chime their way into our final game with Seraphine, Nami, Karma, Emilio. Yeah, it's kind of... Well, Nico is the other one. It's Nico plus... Trimi had a valiant effort. I think Sion is a good ban against Na'Vi. I think Na'Vi want Azir. I think Na'Vi's also thinking about Bard. I think Na'Vi's also thinking about playing a tank top.
Maybe, or a Gnar.
Blind picking Gnar into Rooster is risky.
No, I mean, you're right.
He has both Akali and Aurelia.
True.
I evo nas nazad, ljudi moji. Game broj 3. Iskreno je disappoint ono nek Shiftersi pobjede. Evo iskreno. Evo najiskrenije. Neka dobiju. Ja sam ok s tim.
Yeah, but then you have to play an AP top, and Rumble's already gone in the series.
But what are you worried about? It's Rooster.
I mean, I can tell you right now, of all the lanes I'd be worried about, Rooster is not that lane.
No, that's right. So.
Zašto flamaju Roostera, bro? Rooster gigatret. Rooster gigatret.
You could pick just the Caitlyn if you want, and even if they pick Bard, you can then play Caitlyn Lux, like T1 have done. You can play Caitlyn Nico. You can play Caitlyn Morgana. You can play Caitlyn I'm annoying support. Like, it doesn't really matter.
And there's one.
But it looks like they're going to go for the Bard. I think that's just fine. Varus is also banned, which means that Jhin is kind of your best you could maybe play Jinx, but
I will say, you know, one thing that's been crested upon, we're in a game 3, Pantheon's up.
That's true.
Like, as a jungler, is there no greater jungle right now?
But with Azir, I don't love it.
It's not amazing. Sejuani would be another option as well. That is a Jhin Nico auto lock.
Yeah, well, I mean, as I was saying, like, I feel like Jhin is kind of your only option with the bans that we've seen come through. Xerath is a cool counter into Azir.
Yeah.
Akali was also mentioned earlier.
And it is a flex if it's the Akali.
Mel is a bit surprising. Oh, go on, dude. Give it to us.
Just do it, bro.
Just give us
Just
the
do
Xerath.
it. Do it.
Oh. No!
Oh, my God. That sucks so much more.
Talija.
Oh, yeah. Boo. I'm sorry. Boo.
Tako je, bu Talija.
We were really excited for that.
How dare you.
Alright, well, we're getting Taliyah. Now it's probably Shifter's Pantheon. Navi, you should ban Pantheon.
There's no way Shifter's last game of this weekend is Taliyah Pantheon.
It's going to be, yeah. It will be. Now, they're banning Nocturne, the usual answer to Pantheon.
What about Taliyah Viego?
I mean,
an option.
You can play it, but I'm telling you,
Against
it's
the Jhin,
Taliyah
it seems kind of...
Oh, okay. They're banning Vayne. Navi 1. Navi 1, nah.
Navi... sorry, I thought you said Navi 1. No, Navi
they want. They want nah.
Yes.
Yes. So now, Shifters will ban Zehen or Aatrox, probably.
What if they ban Pantheon?
Then I'd be confused, if I'm completely honest with you. Wait. I'm confused.
Damn.
I'm confused.
Viego angle?
It might be Viego.
It might actually be a Viego angle.
Perhaps you're right.
Vayne ban je za roostera.
Viego angle. I was very much anticipating that Taliyah Pantheon. Well, well, well. Color me surprised.
I mean, I'm surprised too. What we can see, you guys can't see it at home, they're hovering a Gangplank ban. That's obviously not real, right?
It might be.
It might be because what? They're thinking...
They ban Nah. Well, now... Well, all my predictions have gone out the window.
What if?
Okay, you're on a roll right now. Don't mess this up.
No Viego here, right? Because you're not worried about what Relech is going to pick. But then also, you're blinding top instead. So maybe blind jungler.
So it has to be blind jungler.
It could be Viego. If it's Sejuani, I'll be upset.
Okay. Sejuani would make 0 sense. Java makes a ton of sense.
Oh my god. There's no way. What's it going to be? Jarvan. There's no way it's Jarvan. Okay, on the other side.
Lokovani Jarvan, ne mogu verovati, mislim... Ne znam, nevjerovatno mi je, jer sad kao kad su izgubili najbitniju partiju, za Shifterse pričam, ne vidite mi miš, kad su izgubili najbitniju partiju, jako mi je nevjerovatno da sada draftuju Vanilla. Udri ga, brate, po LeBlanc, po Varusu na topu, podra Varus je banala kao ono...
They've banned Vayne, they've banned Varus, they've banned Nah. What could he play?
Sedge.
I'm only thinking about Rooster right now.
I mean, it could be Sejuani. You got another melee jungler? I don't know. Oh, okay.
Ooh, okay. This is
special.
more like it. Now we're getting a carry jungler coming through from Relech. It might be a little bit tricky into the Taliyah, though. But... a lot of kill threat. It's a very scary top lane 2 versus 2. Rooster just hovering through all the top lane options that he has.
It'd be such a good way to end. Quinn, what
Majok.
counts Renekton?
Canon je fajn do duše.
Oh my god, it's that.
Okay.
Yes. So top lane is going to be hard for main to play.
As we expected.
Yeah.
Very much as we expected. So the Cannon's going to come through. A decent wombo combo comes through from Shifters. They've got a decent amount of lockdown as well. Every time the Jhin tries to ulti, the Bard ult is there ready to go.
Yep.
Na'Vi playing a lot more of a front to back with Relech being the biggest volatility amongst everything. And so, yeah, I mean, I think I quite like what both teams have drafted. I think there's solid options. I think that the biggest advantage Shifters have is their ability to get push in mid and top early. In theory, ooh. No, they probably don't have 3 winning lanes, but they're close to it. it's going to come down to how impactful Bukata can be in the early game. I think he's got a lot of lanes to play through. He's got a lot of options as well. And so I think that they're in a very interesting spot. I like the fact that, well, kind of as we expected, Na'Vi have gone back to their winning ways, I would say. Put Relech on a carry, put Mainter on more of a tank. He's more of a bruiser than a tank, but yeah, they're going to be looking to play a little bit more front to back, leverage the range that they do have. And Relech is going to be the big question mark in this game. What can he do? What picks can he find? How much chaos can he create?
He's got a lot of terrain to deal with Bukata and Nuke as well, as a side note. Plus Tempered Fate. It might just negate the Kiana. Relech with a hard game, but Shifters rounding out the draft in a more interesting way. We go to our final game, see if Na'Vi can lock in.
Kiana s jedne, Canon s druge su nam dva najinteresantnija pika.
Or if they'll have to wait for the KC series after this.
Hysterics.
What?
I think the Canon is AD on hit.
Again, I mean,
Woo.
0-1 on his Canon, by the way.
I was really hoping that would be AP Canon.
No, AD on hit je bolji. Mislim bolji, zanimljivije za nas.
Is AD Canon really it?
Is it good against?
Je, vi take it. Gdje Srki? Šta kažeš Srki, kakav juče bio Smile Cats?
Like, Canon's pretty short range.
Yep.
And so I'm sitting here thinking to myself, like, do you feel that you can just sit there and hit an Azia, like hit an Jin? I just feel like
they've got some range on them. And if your
Java
focus
Canon though
like,
is such a, you know, it's like the combo, you know what I mean?
Plus you have strong AD in the team.
I mean, listen.
There's only one AP.
I've been wrong many times in my career. Perhaps I'm wrong today. Let's see how the AD on hit Canon goes. I'm a little bit skeptical right now.
It is Rooster, you know.
That's true.
We're starting to give him the benefit of the doubt.
We certainly have been. He's a very good top laner. He knows how to win lane, and I can tell you right now, this is going to help him win his lane.
Yeah, attack speed's going to feel real nice. Remember, again, lethal tempo, so longer these trades go, as Mainter tries to run away after the slice and dice, he will be in trouble on the run out. Whereas the level 2 first, and as you expect, top lane already going pretty well, regardless of the Canon build. 2v2 in bot lane, pretty neutral for now, but I'm kind of expecting Paddock and Trimby to do well. Deadly Virus not connecting. Shrines are set up as well, so some of these bigger trades, well, Shifters won't really care. They've got Sustain, and Trimby's already set up a couple.
So, Relech is a little bit slower on the clear, but not that far behind Bukata. Both have cleared their top side and are making their way towards bot. Now that Relech has got level 3, his clear should be much faster than what it was. Both eyeing up bot side. Right now it's the Prio secured by Na'Vi, which should allow Relech to get that bot crab, forcing Bukata.
Jedva čekam dvojku da vidim. Mislim, ja sam gledao Keca davno, ali se sećam svega. Eto svaku subotu bilo dok sam ja radio LEC, jer ja sam ono kao, baš se sećam, od početka do kraja se sećam Keca. I realno nije loš. Jedina stvar kod Keca, ono, blagi spoileri, ko nije gledao, kraj mi se baš nije toliko svideo, kao sam kraj, ali sve ostalo mi je bilo baš dobro. Ono, creepy je film i čak i kad očekuješ šta će se dogodi i dalje onako ima creepy vibe. Tako da ja sam bio u fazonu, ono, Kec je cool, a svi kažu da je dvojka bolje od Keca, tako da ono, ne znam. Radujem se to. Samo želim da se ostane zapisano u vremenu da je Kraba dodžovala Flag and Drag od LEC Jarvana, hvala. I mi ne veruju kad kažem da Kraba dodžuje bolje od prosječnog plati igrača. Kraba smurfuje. Ovo će vjerojatno biti dosta sporo. Mislim da je strašno. Pa nije, mislim. U suštini oni idu na ono creepy vibe i da te jumpscaruju. Nije to sad neki ono kao... Dobro, doduše ja iskreno mislim da nema puno strašnih horora. Sad razmišljam šta je meni bilo kao cool sa horror strane. Ako si gledao Sinister, recimo, Sinister mi je jako dobar horror. Nije ni on strašan, ali onako je psihološki strašan, znaš što ću ti kažem? Znaš, kao baš ono zapitaš se malo. Ima neke baš onako creepy scene, bez toga da te jumpscaruju i šta god. Jedno pitanje, da li se za Grandmaster Challenge resetuju samo rankovi ili i MMR? I MMR. Znači resetuje se i rank, resetuje se i MMR.
I'ma get ya. The second I put this bullet back in this gun, you're dead. And Trimby is able to walk away to safety. So pops the heal, but it's a trade between the two supports. Nothing too much comes off the back of it.
Really the power of the Nico in lane, one of the strongest laning supports, going to impact that as well. if Bukata's looking for an invade. He had a ward here, wants to steal, flag out first, and there we go. Smite does come down, but what is the cost of it? Relech looking for the engage, gets a bit of damage down on Bukata as he runs out. But now all eyes are towards his bottom lane. He's going to go back towards his clear. Bukata just going to continue his pathing. Well, the same can be said Relech, who goes to his Krugs.
Bot crab is where the spawn is going to be. Oh, hang on a second.
Yeah, there's no slicing match until now. Yeah, because the ulti just came up.
Ne znam što je flash bio, ali nema veze. Andrej, tamo posle, to sam. Uvijek sam tu da pomognem.
I guess he just wanted to quickly push the wave. I think it's fine. Yeah. It looked odd.
Gledam šta su ovi solovi na zemlji kad ono trapovi od džina na ovom skinu.
The correct reason for the flash. Main to new. Oh, I still need a couple more minions for 6. Rooster just gets it. I'm flashing.
Dobro. Relech nije imao... Bez. Ok. I sljedeći play kad to urade, oni mrtav jer ovaj ima ulti. A Relech će imati level 6. Što je popričao, dobro. Ne znam što će Rooster da builda iskreno, mislim, made Canon. Jes Botter Crash? Kapiram da je Botter Crash play pa ćemo poslije vidjeti šta će raditi. Nemam pojma.
Especially given you've just burnt your ulti on Poby in mid lane, I think it's a smart choice. So Dragon going to be conceded, but Relech continuing to power farm. He is actually behind in farm against Bukata. The fact that Bukata stole away those Raptors and also just secured the Drake for himself is a large reason for that. But the gold, very much going the way of Relech. Nuke spawning out that top side, wanting to protect the red buff, and he's going to successfully do that. So good guy Nuke helping his jungler out. Unfortunately for him, Relech says, guess what, I can go over walls. Decides not to do it though.
No, okay. There's a control board there. Not going to get spotted out, and he's...
what? Relech?
Now?
He will be spotted.
And he's thinking where? And...
Šta sad? Desno. Na Vard. Pravo gore. Ništa. Fine.
A little bit.
Yeah, because Bukata, unbeknownst to him, a Predator was lying in wait, but he was quite happily just clearing through his jungle.
Sad kad je Trimby, ja znam da nije napravio grešku što ga nije flipovo s gornje strane. 3 Azira. Dobar stan. Ali Rotalija nije heroj. CDR boots, tier jedini itemi sa D-ringom nije baš toliko bitno. Znači ako nikad niste igrali u Canon AD, a kapiram da dosta vas verovatno nije, Canon kada završi sa E, kad završi Lightning Charge, dobijate XP. Tako da nekad se vidi recimo kao ovdje Rooster je upalio E da uleti u Maintera i da je Mainter ostao se bio, ovi bi ga išivo s basic attackovima. I recimo nekad se dogodi kada Canon dođe do kule i hoće DPS-uje kulu, upalit će E, isključit će ga odmah i onda će iskoristiti taj XP buff da išiba kulu. Ne kažem da to uvek trebate da radite, ali point je da znate da vam daje te XP.
With the chase up with lethal tempo, I'm curious to see the extended uptime that Rooster gets in this laning phase. As you said, only getting worse. We come back to top. There's a stun every time Slice and Dice comes through. You have stacks of Mark at the Storm. I mean, Rooster can Q, he can press W. And with that auto, because he has that auto passive uptime as well, it just means more stunning for the Renegade. So, yeah.
Lepo igra Rooster top.
Slowly growing to...
Ima skoro 100 creepova, ima 60 Mainter.
Isolation, that could just end up being a 1k gold lead in the next 5 minutes.
I dalje više volim Gnara kao blind pick na topu, ali ajde.
But it is a little risky.
In middle top, Relech.
I was thinking top for Relech, yeah, if he wants to try and alleviate the pressure.
All in Poby.
Dobro. Jako dobro. Prelepo. Možda ga, se misli će baci ulti, proba ga skuca u zid. Lepo. Isto kolega Caster.
Relech in such a powerful position. This wildcard pick in the sense of when you look at the rest of the comp, it all kind of makes sense with this Kiana being that variable that can either be a huge hit or a huge miss.
Jako clean. Jako clean. Pa dobra, jezit će samo biti 2-1 za Navi. Ne znam, mislim, ne verujem da on hit Canon ima toliko potencijala da nosi.
Means that Shifters get on the board. 3 kills to 1. Na'Vi with the gold lead. Oh my goodness, Relech even looking to invade. He doesn't care about mid. Nuka's going to happily secure that. Relech wants to steal camps away. I mean, it looks like his own camps are being stolen away, so it makes a ton of sense.
Maybe
wow.
do something top.
He's kicking off here. Ooh, maybe there's an angle.
There's no supreme display of talent, but he can just walk it in. Rooster, if he gets Ruthless Predators, he's just used his E. He's just used his E. Ice element there for Relech. There's the flash. Ruthless Predator after the dominance as well. Rooster doesn't have the slicing Maelstrom. This is the mistake as he gets hit. He gets tagged by Relech. The accuracy of this Kiana is amazing.
So the EQ combo basically...
Baš igra clean, iskreno.
Unless you time the flash correctly...
Baš igra clean.
So Relech knew this. So all he had to do was get in range, EQ into a follow-up Q. The chain CC means that Relech gets himself another kill. And finally, Mainta gets a relief from this onslaught of the top lane matchup.
He gets to breathe, and as you said, I mean, look, Yeti's great when you get it as a cannon, but he doesn't have it yet. So he's got to walk to lane. Next wave has been dealt with, so really nice timing here for Mainta.
But here's the thing, man, like, I know that Na'Vi want to try different styles, they want to try different approaches, but the reality is the best version of Na'Vi is when Relech is the carry.
Yeah.
When he is the superstar of this team, is when this team looks the scariest. They play to support him, they play to enable him, and here we go.
He's been found out though, Cosmic Binding's quite nice. The wall in the way, Supreme Display only in the river. Relech goes into Fog of War, but in the river he'll be found by a threat of volley. Meanwhile, the Poby wall, fantastic on a Picard, another couple of these Pop Blossom is a 2-man.
Clean. Pobi pada, Parus ima damage. Ali umire od padaka. Probaj da ga ishituje Kassandiju, da ga Sandi ubija, ali Pedak sa izvinim Little Tempom. Nema Little Tempo. Svakako sa Caitlyn će uvek u sustain fightu dobiti.
It felt as though Relech was done and dusted. They shut down this Kiana so quickly. Bukada with a great engage. The follow-up is there from Trimby. The ulti from Nuke as well. Gives him no room to...
Ko je pobedio prvu? Navi je dobio prvu i onda Shifters dobili drugu.
And then it's the ulti from the backline. Paris connects a 2-man ulti. Sam D doing really good damage, even though he's not really involved in the fight, was one of the biggest difference makers to equalize this play. Paris tries to get clever with it. Things don't quite pan out the way that he would like, and it ends up being a 3-for-3.
Well, 3-for-3 that Relech got caught off on the back foot of it, but Nuke picked a bit of gold up of it as well. Paddock on the board, Sam D on the board. Both Eddie carries quite strong. Hextech, Optics, their first item each. As Na'Vi hold the gold lead here, but it's anyone's game. Dragon still in contention, and Shifters pick up the first. Bukada trying to secure a second back-to-back here. Is Relech is hovering in the area waiting to see.
Brief pause as both teams set up around the Dragon. See Mainta getting a little bit more confidence in that 1v1 in the top lane as he tries to fight back for control over the wave. Meanwhile, first items being completed across the board. Might be confused as to why Mainta has built Merc Treads against an AD on hit Canon. It's because Canon still has a lot of CC. He has so much CC.
I mean, in fact, if there's no mini wave, you can just walk up and CC more.
So that's the main reason. Still a decent amount of magic damage that comes through from the Canon. Rooster though realizes he's on the weak side, so he has to play safe as Relech abandons the Dragon and focuses on trying to steal away some camps on the top lane.
The award spotted out Relech as well. There was a ward just here in the brush, seeing on the screen now. So Kiana doing Krugs, I believe, walked past.
Shifters je u duše zaboli 2 Drake-a, pored toga da je god 2 Soma Golda. Nope. Samo treba protobal da baci onda da ulta i to je to. Ima ga. No. Kroz barijeru previše je lopao.
So two plays are happening on the map at the same time. Na'Vi try to make an engage happen onto Nuke once more. Meanwhile, the bot lane 2 versus 2. Paris camouflages as a minion, gets ulted, has to flash.
Paris is going to get out of there. Trimby's ulti now down as Bukada shows on a ward. And this way, Poby can just free hit towards the mid lane turret.
Absolutely can. Roulette just runs down the lane.
He's got flash.
Yeah, they just want the tower.
Yeah.
Rooster seems that he can't do anything about this.
It's going to be a dive. Trimby face checking. Deadly fire is
Nice.
Trimby, a step
Oh.
too far. He takes a magical journey, but not away from
Ezintovo je. Teo je da prediktuje, ali Trimby nije mogu dođu u tunel kad je ovaj opalio prvi shot, tako da je Malkice Ezintovo s ultom. Ako Fanatik izgubi noćas, mogu da ti potvrdim, sad samo ja da izračunam, brate. Čekaj da stanem s trakom, pa ću da ti kažem. Kaj da vidim. Moram da računam jer je nezgodno, računaju i win-lose.
Good job, Roulette, basically just cross-mapping and saying, you know what, there's not much for us to fight for on the bot side of the Rift. Instead, let me focus top. I'm going to get the Herald as well. We can then use this to try and break open that mid lane tower, with which, as you mentioned earlier, Poby got a decent amount of time to just free hit on. So Na'Vi putting themselves in a fantastic position. 3.2k the gold lead for them.
Every single lane.
Fanatik ima Vitality Heretic.
A lot of it on Paris, a lot of it on Roulette, but not surprised.
Ne, mislim da postoji šansa ako Fanatik izgubi i dalje da prođu. Ako sam dobro ja ovo sad iščitao. Doduše, mislim da ako izgube večeras, da im mnogo zavisi od toga šta radi Koji. Znači onda Koji mora da izgubi fazom svaki meč. Mada i Koji igraju KC u G2, tako da nije nerealno. Ali da, najrealnije će Fanatik ispasti, ali mislim da ako izgubi imaju šanse i dalje. Petak je zaronio. Ovdje ideš na tier 2 odmah, free je, bukvalno. Mislim ne cijela kula, ali ovo i sad beži odatle. Jako flash ove mogu se završiti loše. Mogu se flash u Italija zid, bukvalno. Neoptimalno, dobro što da se radi.
And they end up trading 1-for-1 in the bot lane play. Paduk loses his life in exchange for Poby's, and I think that Na'Vi are more than happy with how things are playing out right now. Bukata's desperate.
Flash Cataclysm in on the top of Paris. He's not dead just yet. Here comes Slicing Maelstrom from Rooster, and his autos are going to do the rest of the work. He gets a shutdown on an enemy support, Nico. Now Rooster's back in gold.
But they had to commit so much. Flash from Bukata, flash from Rooster. Yes, they get a kill. Poby shadowing in the bottom lane, though.
Trimby's also here as well. Rooster the gank, Ruthless Predator, stops him in his track. He gets the stun up. Poby needs a bit more range. Trimby, Magical Journey to show that he's here. His Tempered Fate almost off a cooldown, so Na'Vi can think about what they can do. That is Rilech taking a Hexgate. He is confident. He's got ulti and Profane Hydra, and why not? The steal, the yoink, the ulti.
Nešto radi Rilech. Nema damage on ovdje još. Mislim imaće sada još jednom rotacijom. Nema damage-a boš u shotu da ga izbriše, ali dalje je giga ahead. Canon sa Kraken startom, brate mili, ne znam. Mislim da je Botrk samo mnogo bolji, zar ne?
Nuke trying to match on the side lane, looking for a pick on a Poby.
Buzzing shove needs to connect, Unraveled Earth waiting. Poby sidesteps, there's the Earth. Trimby looking for the magical Brother Cosmic binding up against the turret, he flashes away. Nuke still gets the threat of volley down as Trimby tanks up the turret shots. And they get Poby and Shifters are still trying to match blow for blow.
So it's a nice pick found by Shifters. They'll get a little bit of gold back for Nuke, but really it's a drop in the ocean compared to the advantage that Na'Vi have been able to build here in this early game.
Ako dobiju, mislim vidi, i dalje imaju loš skor, i dalje su 3-4, ali nezgodno im je zato što ti imaš sad 3 ekipe, Heretike, Shifters i SK, koji su na sigurno na dnu. I onda imaš Fanatic, Koi i G2 koji su na sredini. Znaš, tako da Koi i G2 moraju da zagrifaju ako će jedan od te dve ekipe mora zagrifa da bi Fanatic prošao dalje. Što iskreno je pitanje. Mislim će biti teško. Ali vidjet ćemo, ko zna, mislim čudan je LEC i nikad kad ono misliš da je sve očigledno, ekipa koja ništa ne radi jednom poče da igra. Tako da, ja mislim da ono, ništa me u lecu ne čudi, najiskrenije. Iz Niko ulta flashu Niko ult. Koliko je Nuk preživeo ovdje od duše.
After his mid laner falls. Double kill secured by Sam D. First dragon secured for Na'Vi as well.
6,000 gold in the lead. Shifters in this game haven't been able to do too much, and I mean top looked great. That got shut down.
Redlič je baš jak. 4-1-3 gotova itema, Jarvan ima 1,5 item. Znači baš je onaj ovi ima buc malo skuplje, ali ovi ima buc i glow emote.
This was their highlight. Relech came into the league, debuted, and we're like, oh my god, this dude just plays top lane as jungle. And then he plays champions like Kiana as well. I think he debuted in the league. His first ever game was Kiana jungle.
Ooh, something like that, yeah.
It was crazy. And we're getting it again. 3 items now. As Edge of Night has been picked up, so he's got a bit of a spell shield to deal with a very spell-reliant composition of shifters. As Baron is now up, that's going to be the next woe here if shifters make one more mistake, and their weekend will end in 0-7.
Yeah, I mean, 198 CS at 21 minutes as well for a jungler.
Not bad.
He's power farming at every opportunity, stealing away camps, just speed running through the jungle.
Sam din Infinity isto spajkuje, jako stiče do Infinity pre pedak. Ne bi smeli izgube ovaj game, iskreno. I Navi u jednom gameu, u jednoj seriji, istovremeno eliminisao Shifterse i sebe su plasirali u playoff, što je dosta big.
I have more questions about this AD Canon, like I don't really understand what the point of it is. Like they wanted to try and win lane top, sure, but then they didn't really play through top.
Ne znam, nije knock-upovalo Trimby, ali ga je stanovalo, jako interesantno. Navi je mnogo jači ovdje, mnogo jači. Pogledajte iteme Sandija. Infinity na crit cloak.
So now Padak has to be very, very careful.
AORUS does as well. He's taking the long way around, but look how deep this is from Paris. Tanglebarbs again. Finds him.
Ne, ništa. Samo na range ga ubiješ ako možeš. Bravo. I probaju kulu i to je to.
Na'Vi setting up traps in Shifter's jungle. Even when they try to rotate to defend one side of the map, they're getting caught out. 13 kills to 7. Now an 8k gold lead as another tower falls. Na'Vi having a flawless game 3 to round out this series and look to secure a spot in playoffs.
And Paris is having another crazy one. And Paris on this Nico has been clean. It's just like he's Seraphine in game number 1. And this support is really showing colors as well. As Na'Vi crest towards their security in playoffs. Okay. 7.7k gold lead. Dragon in a minute 10. And that's surely Na'Vi's. It's just about how they close it out. Again, showing us that they can kind of crest over this mid game and rotate into a clean ending is what Na'Vi have to show more and more, as we continuously have questions as to how their mid games have gone. This weekend we've got more of an answer, but I'm not 100% on that, Betty, because we have had some anticipating games from Na'Vi so far.
Anticipating games?
Not the right word, but let's pretend it was, okay?
Well, I feel like I know what Na'Vi is good at. That's kind of my take.
Early game?
No, they're just good when they have Relech on a carry and they know how to enable him as a carry.
Yeah.
I feel like that he's the type, like, I feel like I've heard this comparison before, but he does remind me a lot of Inspired, where basically he has a very clear vision of what he wants in the game.
Didn't he say in an interview he wants to be like the second Inspired or something? Or?
Well, perhaps. I don't remember any exact quotes.
We've had a few junglers who have said that, by the way.
Yeah. But what I mean more so in that he reminds me of Inspired, and that he kind of, the team seems to be very much centered around him. I feel like that they have a lot of players that fill roles, and they're all very good at filling that role, right? They all do what they need to do. But I don't
7k od 24. Ja, mislim su okej.
Certain specific players do, right? Like if we think about Nako, he's the type of player that kind of steals the show in his role.
Daleko najbolji solo u igrici. Mislim da neće biti sola najiskreniji ovdje, ali ne znam, mislim, kažem opet, ova partija je nekako, ova partija lično meni je nekako neizbježna. Kao činjenica će shifteri ispasti, shifteri su loši činjenica. Ali kao, šalo na stranu, shifteri svako će ispasti i Navi će svako se plasira dalje. Tako da ova serija mi je kao, dobijamo ono što već znamo da će se dogodi, što mi je šta god. Sljedeća serija Casey Fanatic mi je, baš jedva čekam da gledam taj meč. Jer prvo što će Casey da bude navijačima, da vrište ko ludi. Drugo što će da budu jako protiv Vladija, bit će baš ga hejtaju. I drugo, mislim treće, četvrto, peto, što god. Što mislim da je Casey jako dobar, a Fanatiku jako treba svaka pobjeda. Canon build, bro, nemam pojma, evo svega mi gledam i nije ni meni jasno. Ja sam mislio da AD Canon rushuje botrk na topu. To je mislim, kada god sam video AD Canon uvek je bio botrk rush. I onda posle botrka šta god, ali Kraken u terminu su botrk ili rage, ne znam šta je ovo. To još video nisam. Jer ti nemaš taj pressure one shota od full AP-a, a nekako kao right clicker nije... Ne znam, nije mi ništa turbo spec, iskreno. Baš mi nije ništa turbo spec, tako da stvarno nemam pojma.
In that game one, they were very calm to end, I feel. You know, we were looking at them and it was like, oh, they can end now, They weren't in any rush.
I think they've got some trauma about throwing games.
I mean, that's probably what it is, isn't it? So, they're not racing here. They're still 7,000 gold up. They're waiting for a pick. They're not going to start Baron without one. And shifters are not willing to walk anywhere near this jungle where it is completely dark.
Yeah, they've got to be very, very careful. So now we're just kind of waiting. RV, with a win here, they will qualify to playoffs. They'll be the second team alongside Vitality, moving up to 6 wins.
Yeah.
And they will still have 2 series left to play in the rest of the season as Trimby takes a chunk of damage.
Might be dead here. 4th shot incoming. The range was there. Curtain call. Yeah, it's going to run out.
That's the second time Trimby snuck away on barely any HP.
He also drew an ulti out again.
Yeah, they get the ulti out from Sam B, exactly. The thing is, Jin, not the fastest Baron taker. Azir relatively fast. Okay, they're just going to start this one off.
Hope we can do it over the wall. Here's Relech. He's not even near the Baron. Supreme Pledge Talon interrupts the flag. Relech does flash away from Rooster. Worried about the slicing Maelstrom. His flash may be down, but there is no...
Sad je samo Baron, ne može da bude flip. Sad je full AP Canon pa da se flasha pa da kažeš da ima neki threat. Ovako i da se flasha i da 4-man ulta, 5-man ulta, opet nije ništa spec. Riddler samo uđe unutra sa smajtom i ne fela dugme i to je to. Canon ne radi ništa i to je GG's.
But Relech choosing to forego the Baron in favor of looking for a pick. He one-shots Bukada with the help of Poby. And they secure the Baron largely uncontested. Trimby tries to buy a bit of time by throwing out the Tempered Fate, but it was not enough. Now
baš ništa ne mogu da rade, nemam pojma.
I mean, yeah, they are terrifying right now. We look back at this and yeah, Relech. Q into alt, into Q, into Q.
Koliko lepo igra Relech. Mislim, da ja sam rekao da je Relech verovatno najbolji jungler u LEC-u. Mnogo je dobar lik. Znači, stvarno, kogod hoće nauči džunglu gledati Relecha, stvarno jako clean igra. I mislim da je Relech jedan od razloga, ako nije najveći razlog što je Navi ovoliko dobar, koliko je dobar. Relech baš smurfuje. Dobro, čekam da gledam šta je Kernov treći item, već 15 minuta, brat, na istim itemima.
Carry Cannon top, he also disappointed me with it. The difference was he built rapid fire cannon from memory. And yeah, it was not good. He wins 0-9. You all know, I don't need to say the name, you know who I'm talking about. You know, Roach is going to have to try and defend with the rest of shifters because this onslaught is happening through mid, happening through bot.
Ja samo čekaju.
Hard to deal with. Here comes the curtain call and Trimby's in the...
Ovdje je pogodio sva 4 na Trimby, je Trimby mrtav ovdje bez heala. Gledaj damage. Sa Infinityjem baš eskalira taj damage. Klasična talija splita dok gubi pola baze, jer kako drugačije. Mislim da je samo Nuk bacio FF. Mislim, vratit će se nazad, uzeo je tier 2, ali to je baš ništa. Le Bardov ulti. Mislim da ovo klon i... Ne, nije. Ništa, nazad na Drakea. Recall u top. I onda end cross top, ja bih rekao da je play.
Instead use this opportunity to get their third dragon of the game, reset, move back out onto the map, push out top. I imagine look to do this tutorial style. Ideally they don't spend too long, because if their Baron wears off, they're likely going to have to wait for another one, but they've only got 30 seconds left on it. Resets come through. Oh, Relech actually choosing not to go back to base. Instead, with Poby pushing in that top wave, I wonder if they'll just make a beeline towards that top tower.
SamD is doing mega damage right now. He and Relech are the main gold leaders. Funny that Paris also contributes. We've crested over 10,000 gold. The French crowd is getting a bit antsy. I think they're ready to see this one close out. They're ready to see Na'Vi complete their way into playoffs. And watch our very last
Idu gore.
of KC versus Fnatic.
Pula eventualno ako nešto završi loše. Što sad nemaju Barona, pa će teže ući, moraju čekaju bot i mid, ove velike tačkice što volim da zovem. I onda polako. Sole za 4, Barone za 2,5, nema šta da radiš, sad bukvalno samo siđaš. Malo su im off-sync wave-ovi kako dolaze u bazu. AORUS lepo baca klona, ali mislim da ovdje samo mogu 3-1-1 da pušaju. Kad se završi prvi split ako su Emeraldu, ne, nije ništa relevantno. Samo je reset za mastere. I masteri neće moći duo da igraju, to će isto biti dosta big. Ovo je malo rib za Niko. Flash ult, eventualno zonja, prelepo. Mrtav je, ali je uradio dovoljno, ja mislim. Canon leti ulta i nikom nije smetalo. I sad ovi moraju defuju mid i bot i ti uzmeš top kulu i top inhib. E onda možda reculaš, radiš Barona ako ne možeš završiš game tako, to je okej.
Shifters to really answer back. The third inhibitor will finally fall. Now Na'Vi want to continue the siege as the super minions make their way into the base of Shifters.
But they can't land anything. Poby, Hex Protobelt out of it. SamD walked out of the Tempered Fate from Trimby. And now that ulti's down, 2 left remaining. I mean, Bukata needs to be alive to use his, but now they have 3 waves. Shifters 0-7 after the weekend. It's sad, but they won't find anything here as the seismic shove back is nice. At least getting SamD down for a shutdown delays the game a bit. Na'Vi is scared. The crowd is not happy. They are not
A što je način, inače, zašto publika buje ovdje, samo zašto hoće da bude sljedeća serija. Publika samo želi da gleda K-Corp, što je fair. Igraš u K-Corp areni, K-Corp igra sljedeći, vidi, publika je u fazonu, ono, molim vas, završite, hoćemo gledamo našu ekipu. I sad Na'Vi radi Barona i onda probaju da endaju, ako ne mogu da idu na sol, pa onda probaju opet da endaju. Malo je mučenje iskreno, ali dobro, nema veze.
Well, they have to be when they lose their AD carry. And then they do this, you know? Yeah, when the AD carry dies, what other options they have? He's the guy hitting the towers. Yeah, so they have to go back to base. GA now finished for Relech. He is now full build on the Kiana.
He is getting close. I mean, I talked about this yesterday with Yike, who currently has the record in LEC. I think it's 8.5k. He's getting there. There is a world where Relech can get towards 7,000 and be on the list.
No, I don't think he will.
You sure? You don't know how long this game will go.
I feel like it'll be Baron into end. That's my gut.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. See, it only went up to 6.4. Like, the Baron doesn't even give that much.
But if he gets a big ulti and kills everyone...
Yeah?
Yeah, that's 7,000. And look at it, the crowd's loving it. They're like, oh...
Publika u fazonu, dobijemo kraj. Bot je ispušen bar do kraja, to je super posao radio Nuk.
Steps away from locking in playoffs for themselves. They have to close this game out. They're getting poked out though. Ace in the hole. That's on to Paris. Relech gets the inhibitor. Mid respawns. I mean, tutorial style would have ended by now, but they're going to find something. Curtain call or what? What's going to be used?
Shifters continuing with the wave clear.
No, ne mogu završiti.
Oh my god, the crowd hates it. Hexscape, Manta might be dead by the way.
Menta će da umre, mislim da on legitimno umire.
There's dominance, he's dead. Seismic shove. I mean, Navi is scared.
Nebitno je, nisu mogli, ne. Nisu mogli završiti kroz mid.
So they just went to the enemy base.
They want soul.
Well, yeah, they have to get soul now because they lost Manta. I feel like Navi's playing a little too scared at this point.
Like, bro, they've launched up TFT or something, you know, they're playing a different game.
It's just flash. Oh,
Pack up.
You don't need to necessarily win. You don't need to win the fight. You just need minions to come into the base.
Yeah.
Stop shifters from hitting the minions, and then the minions can kind of do the work for you.
Do you think Relech really wants to get to 7K?
I don't think he's thinking about that right now.
What are they thinking about?
Trying to end the game without throwing, but now they're stressed that they're going to throw. And now I think they're getting in their own head. And the problem is the longer this game goes, the more gold shifters get, and the likelihood of them throwing does in fact increase.
If shifters win this
Mislim imaju, ne znam.
what a way to get your first
That would be
series
the
win.
biggest throw ever.
It would, but you know, it would.
Jer oni sad moraju završiti game s ovim.
As the crowd's getting happy again. Every time Navi get close to the shifter's base, they start cheering. And every time the toes get in and they start stepping on enemy turf, they get even more excited.
Useless skate ult.
He's going to absorb Ace and he's got GA. And I think someone just has to send it, Betty.
Yes, I agree. Someone's just got to send it.
Poby, come on. Greatest of some time. Let's make that now. Relech, ulti, tempered fate.
Loš.
Shivers have got Poby.
Caitlyn overextendala za trap. Padak je izintalo. Ja, padak je izintalo. Reverse netovo je da postavi trap ispod Bobija, fail, ovo je trap i flash outova i sad je samo izintalo. Ja. Dobro, penta. Penta, penta, neće da udara. Bravo. Dobro, malo je previše trebalo da ovo potraje, ali na kraju što jes, ekipa Navija se kvalifikovala u playoff. Mi sada čekamo seriju broj 2, gledamo KC i Fnatic nakon pauze od 15 minuta. Ću da ne stanem, ću se vratim za 15 minuta, vidimo se za sljedeću seriju. Gledamo KC i Fnatic.
Should get it after that last game.
Maybe.
Game 1 he was good as well. Shifters 0-7. Commiserations, they're already out of playoffs, but it just sinks a little bit deeper for them. As Na'Vi, your second team to be locked in. Are they the second best in the region? I don't think so, but
I mean, there's still a lot of games left to be played.
They've got one more series.
We'll see if Na'Vi can get further than what they were able to achieve last split, falling short to GX. But as you can see, we're getting ready for an interview on stage. Na'Vi going to close out their weekend with a 2-on-1 performance.
And we'll see, as you said, they've got one more series to play. We'll see how they develop towards playoffs. I said I don't think they're the second best team, but I don't know where they are. They could surprise us.
2 series left. They have 2 series left.
Sorry, 2 series. The sky is the limit.
Oh, maybe you're right, actually. I'm wrong.
Okay, Betty. I'm trying to compliment them.
Honestly, they deserve it.
What, the compliment?
Yes, they do. They've had overall a very solid split. I think they've got a very defined style that they're good at. They're still trying to figure out. But you've heard enough from us. Let's go down to Law standing on stage.
C'est ça, tout à fait. Le duo mid-jungle, Poby et Relech qui ont eu du mal à finir cette game. Mais finalement, on y est arrivé. Première réaction, évidemment, sur le pentakill de Poby. Poby, any reactions on your pentakill?
To be honest, I just focus game end and I just quadra kill after my teammate giving penta. Really, thank you for my teammate.
Yeah, we take it. Thank you to the teammates, obviously here. Il avait envie de finir la game, mais forcément, il a demandé à ses teammates de lui donner le penta et ils sont contents de finir là-dessus. Une game qu'ils ont eu du mal à finir au final, peut-être un petit peu à l'image de leur week-end, un peu moins convaincant que ce qu'on aurait pu espérer. J'aimerais savoir pourquoi ils ont eu autant de mal à finir leur game. I feel like it was hard for you guys to finish the game. And given the way the weekend was overall, do you feel like you were lacking confidence in pressing buttons?
I don't think it's about confidence. It's about we are just cannot finish. It was like on stage, maybe we are getting a bit nervous to like pull the trigger on sieges when we get Nash or like on midways. We are kind of a bit hesitating because of like there's a lot of like crowd here and it's also affecting. Yeah.
Il est affecté par le fait que justement, vous êtes impressionnant au final avec tout le bruit que vous faites. Et malgré des situations de siège qui étaient à leur avantage, c'était assez compliqué de finir les games. Navi sont en play-off et j'aimerais bien savoir justement s'ils pensent qu'ils ont assez progressé en tant qu'équipe. You guys made playoffs now, but I know that you wanted to go away from being this one-dimensional team. It still feels like when you're in the driver's seats, the team feels more confident. Do you feel like there's something more you guys should progress on? Or how do you reflect on Navi so far?
I think when we get lead, we are doing more proactive stuff on map. That's all like kind of strange, I would say. But when we are going behind, we are still trying to do it, and we are going more behind. That's what happened second game as well. I think we will work on this more, and we will be fixing this like kind of issue for playoffs, and we will be so much better for playoffs.
Des difficultés à jouer de derrière, encore une fois pour l'instant, c'est des choses qui veulent fixer sur les playoffs. Dernière question, je sais que vous attendez votre équipe, mais Poby avait très hâte de jouer en France, il l'a dit en interview la semaine dernière, donc j'aimerais savoir ce qu'il a pensé justement de l'accueil que vous lui avez fait et que vous avez fait à Navi pendant tout le week-end. Poby, I saw in an interview that you were looking forward to playing in France. What did you enjoy the most from playing here in this arena with the fans?
I'm really surprised for you guys cheering really hard. I just thank you for giving me a good experience here.
On peut les applaudir. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much guys. Et c'est tout ici sur la scène et après on revient pour le plat de résistance, la dernière fois, le dernier match entre Cassé et Fnatic. À tout de suite.
Thank you so much, Laura. It's great to hear from you down on the stage. We are joined by Paris. Thank you for joining us, Paris. We're having a little chat about how your weekend's been going. Do you want to repeat what you said to us?
Yeah, the weekend is going far, except the games we played. In games we didn't show good performance. Like, I think, to be honest, for me, we played the best game against KC, even though we lost 2-0. We played a good early game, we played better macro than them until mid-game. Until mid-late game, it was good. After, we played how many games? 8 games. There was no mid-macro game, like there was 0. So, a bit unhappy with the mid-late game. But still we got 2-0, 2 win, right? So, a bit happier.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because we've been commenting on like the mid-game woes that you guys have had over the last couple of days. Is it because you're changing things in the draft? You seem to be taking less pressure off Lech and adding it into other roles, or is it just you've been here for 3 days, it's 3 best of 3s in 3 days, it's kind of exhausting?
I think it's a bit exhausting, but I think it's mostly on us that we are not being decisive enough in mid-late game. We don't have one call or we don't execute the call. That was the biggest problem this weekend. But I think like, we need to work a lot on it. I think we will do better next week.
How do you feel then? Because obviously you've just lost playoffs.
Yeah.
Do you think that this is something now that you can kind of pick together before you hit playoffs, or is it kind of like, because your next opponent is G2, which is definitely going to be a tough one. So how are you feeling leading into G2, then into playoffs now?
To be honest, I'm not scared of G2 right now. I don't think they are playing good. They should play way better, in my expectation, when you sit them against them or play official or watch their official. They need to step it up, but we still have a long time until playoff. We can work a lot, we can scrim a lot. We just like try to do our best and improve on it.
That makes sense. Have you seen any of the patch changes that are happening? I don't know if you've looked at them at all yet.
No, because it was not affecting us.
Yeah.
If you think about it, maybe like you can lose your focus on the draft.
Yeah, that's what we usually do as well.
Yeah.
If the patch hasn't happened, it doesn't exist in my brain. But some big changes coming out this week, so we'll see how things change around. When you are looking at like having better calls in late game, having better like singular decision makers, is that something that usually falls on you, or do you have a specific in-game leader that would call for those sorts of plays?
In-game, we don't have one leader. In early game, usually jungle calls, so in-game Lech calls. Mid-late game, I think me and Poby involves a lot, us 3, and main tier gives us like TP situation when he can move. Somebody is like AD carry, no? You just don't talk. You just
I mean, he
hit
called
enemy.
himself an NPC last week, so yeah. How has it been though, laning with Sam D? Because obviously you've come together this year. How have you been finding that relationship, and how are you finding the bot lane?
I think right now we were on fire until today. Today we got a bit gap in lane. I think we failed a lot, even though we killed like 2 in first game. They played better first level 3 than us. But other than that, I think we are winning a lot of 2v2s, even though when we shouldn't. I'm happy and I'm like confident.
Yeah, because it feels like you've got a lot of that confidence back, and it feels like even in this game today on the Nico, like you had some great engages. Like it feels like you've really kind of found a home now on Navi for yourself.
Like in Navi, I like really happy with my teammates, with my coaches, with like people around me. So I'm happy and I perform better.
Do you have a lot of expectations going into playoffs? We had a quick chat about your previous playoff runs. This is the 4th time you made it. You made it twice with BDS, once with Navi, obviously. Twice you've been stopped by GX, which is something that I didn't realize until now. What are your expectations going into playoffs?
I have good expectations from us. I think we are a really good team. It's just if we show this performance, it might be tough. But if we fix our mid-late game, I think we will be really strong team to go first place.
First place?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking forward to it, Paris.
We need to like beat KC, and it's like kind of easy afterwards.
Okay. We'll see if you can do it. Thank you so much for joining us. Anything you want to say to the Navi fans out there before we close up?
Thank you for watching us. I'm a bit sad. I think team is a bit sad as well with our performance, but we will do way better. We will work hard for it, so don't worry.
Amazing. Appreciate you so much, Paris, for joining us. We'll be tossing to a quick break, and afterwards we'll be back for KC versus Fnatic.
Goes in the fog of war, but in the river he'll be found by a threat of volley. Meanwhile, the Poby wall. Fantastic on Ricardo. Another couple of ollies. Pop Blossom is a 2-man. And the curtain call from downstairs with a deadly flash. On the nuke. Paris only one left. The nuke drops into the dirt as well.
I'm trying to bait. Look! Kill, and run now. I need the base. Oh, try to get away, push out. Penta, don't steal. Penta kill.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can call this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody you feed. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant to every request. Thank you.
Hey everyone, Laure here on the road again. I'm in the fan section right now between games, and I think you remember that in the LEC studio we have something called the Fan Alley. Well, we have it here as well, and I just wanted to show you what they have been cooking for this event. The really cool thing is that you see this line here? That's for the artworks, that's for all the freebies that all the fans have been making and cooking the whole weekend. I believe we have a familiar face here. Hi, Lina. Hi. How are you doing? I'm great, and you? I'm good, thank you. So, I saw you at the studio last time. This time around, it's in Evry. Same thing, same mood. Please talk me through what we have here this weekend at the Fan Alley.
Well, we have a lot of things because there are lots of fans here. We have bracelets, lots of stickers, postcards, and lots of photo cards.
All right. And I see this. You were telling me that people took most of it. Did you expect so much attention and so much support from the fans?
Honestly, no. The queue is absolutely huge, and we're really happy that everybody is liking it so much.
Yeah.
We had quite a bit of stock, expecting a lot of fans this weekend, but we didn't expect this much support.
What have people enjoyed the most? Like, what do they go for usually? I think KC is an obvious one. But
yeah, they go for KC, but they really like player prints, you know, the postcards, they love it. The bracelets, obviously, everybody goes for them. And a couple of the stickers, if they're fun, people love them as well.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Pleasure seeing you as always. I'll see you at the studio next time, hopefully.
Hopefully, yes.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Love seeing the support from the fans here at the Fan Alley and in the arena as well, as we're gearing up for the very last match of this weekend at Evry-Cocoron. It is going to be Carmine Corp versus Fnatic here, and we see the players celebrating outside. I love the fact that KC players have been joining their fans every day ahead of the games to chant and celebrate with them. You can only feel the energy that the fans are giving them, the players are giving it.
I mean, the highlight for me was seeing Kana with the drum. The fact that he's just standing there hitting the drum a little bit awkwardly was just so endearing.
Yeah, and they were dancing with him and everything. I actually feel like they had an amazing time. And while they're having time, Fnatic is still battling to stay in competition for playoffs. So far, it's not looking good at all.
No, it hasn't been looking so hot. They didn't look so hot yesterday either, and I think that's where a lot of the focus now is going to be, is how can Fnatic bring it back from the brink. But against a team like Carmine Corp, that's incredibly difficult to try, but it has to start here for Fnatic.
And where does it have to start in-game? What do we want them to fix first, Finn?
Jesus Christ. Everywhere, I think.
Throwing you a curveball
I mean, just look at these goal drafts across this weekend. It's very up and down, but it's around the 25-minute mark where something happens.
Right.
Whether that is for better or for worse, we are not quite sure. I will say, if we just go off KC's from yesterday against Shifters, they did look quite beatable. I don't think KC showed the cleanest gameplay yesterday, and I feel like if Fnatic can kind of find similar avenues like Shifters in the early game with his funky picks, I do see them being able to contest them, but obviously beating KC is gonna be a huge task to accomplish.
And I think they have shown that Fnatic can have those moments, right? I think Vladdy's had a decent weekend. I think Upset has had good times. I think Razork has been stepping up at moments as well. So I think like the pieces are there for Fnatic. You just have to try and find that moment against KC here to make it work.
I think they're not making it easy for themselves in draft, guys. I feel like they don't have the tools sometimes to do what they can do best. So maybe a different approach here, especially in this last match. It is a battle of the X's once again. KC took down Mainter, Bukala, Striker even in the coaching staff. Today they're coming for upsets and for Vladdy.
I mean,
this is the final pentakill, actually.
It is the pentakill. They're screaming it in comms right now. For sure, you can feel the energy whenever Vladdy walks onto that stage. He's not very well liked in this arena.
Yeah, it's the real 2x KO in this one. Seeing if they can knock out both of them in one punch. But I think I do think if you're a KC, like, it's not exactly just a walkover, right? I do think Fnatic have shown some life, and again, I think Vladdy has been someone who has stepped up quite a bit this weekend. Like, I really liked his performance on the Victor, and it was the focal point of Fnatic to see if he could carry. Even the Ari charms were clutch in some of these moments, so I think that's where I'm looking, and especially because Upset has been consistently performing, consistently getting these leads. It's just about getting everything to click for them at once.
I mean, all my eyes are towards the bot lane today. The fact that we have Upset versus Kalist. Upset knew he joined KC knowing Kalist was downstairs. He's waiting to take the elevator up to replace him.
Warming up the seat for him.
Absolutely, and I feel like when we see Fnatic win, it is usually because Upset and Lospa is looking quite good in the 2v2. And I think yesterday, with the Ash Seraphine, couldn't quite find leads where they needed to in lane. I want to see them draft for Upset because I think they need him to win on this stage.
And Vladdy on the other side, one of the big questions we had, as you said, like that he's been performing much better. I was wondering how much the pressure was going to get to him. Turns out he doesn't care. He blocked that noise and he made the best of it.
And I think that's the reason why he's been looking so good. I do think it's lit a fire underneath him. And again, I think he's also been looking at finding good positions where he can support the team, right? He is willing to put himself in harm's way to make that big play happen. And that's something that I think has been missing from Vladdy's gameplay for a little bit of time now. It feels like nearly the hate has fueled the confidence to then step up and be that big carry.
See, I see this, and I also see a very angry KC after what happened yesterday. Sure, they won the series, but they wanted to win convincingly against Shifters. We can hear the fans gearing up and chanting, waiting for them to step on stage. I feel like it is going to be a complicated game for Fnatic today, especially seeing them in a dire situation. I expect KC to fight back.
I mean, there's a lot of avenues where I favor KC. My eyes are on top lane as well. Empiros, you need to hold on, buddy, because Khan is coming for you.
On the side of KC, which player are we looking at? They've been shining at different points, different time. Not specifically yesterday, but if there's one player you want to see shine today on the side of KC, who would that be?
Look, I'm not going to lie, I'm the biggest Busio fan right now. I think this man has been absolutely insane. The Lulu performance yesterday was clutch in some of those team fights. And when the focus seems to be on the bot lane between Upset and Kalist, I think it might be the secret sauce a little bit for KC in that bottom lane.
I mean, for me, it's got to be the Swede. I know I'm biased, but I love Yike succeed. I love seeing him play. I love seeing him evolve. And to me, he is one of the stars on this KC lineup.
It has been a weekend about KC, and for KC fans, they entered that roadshow knowing that they were in their house, they were in their arena, and they were going to have an easy road. They went for the first kill with the first team, the second kill yesterday against Shifters, and today they're looking at taking down Fnatic here in their home, in front of their home crowd. Every has been absolutely electric, and the fans have delivered so far. Like they always do with the Blue Wall, you always know that you're gonna have a blast. It is time for us to finally send it over the stage for the final best of 3 of this every road trip, KC versus Fnatic.
Accueille la LEC pour un segment. Montrer encore une fois la foule. 3 jours d'affilée, 3 publics différents, 3 ambiances similaires. On est si fiers de vous montrer le Blue Wall, s'il vous plaît. C'est ce qu'on veut voir chaque semaine. Peu importe là où la LEC s'arrête, c'est ce genre d'ambiance qu'on a envie. Et encore une fois, la France va inspirer l'Europe. La France va inspirer le monde. Et on est parti pour le 2e match. Ils ont attendu ce match tout le week-end. Ils savaient dans quelle ambiance ils allaient être accueillis. Gagner face à l'équipe qui reçoit. Gagner face à ceux qui ont perdu aucun BO. Le voilà leur objectif. Il faut être prêt à tout quand on porte ce maillot. Fnatic avec sur la top lane Ambiance dans la jungle Radar au rôle de mid laner Vladdy en carry Upset et le support Mousepad. Fnatic accompagné de Grabs et Gaz au coaching staff. Mais eux, ils sont chez eux et je veux qu'ils le ressentent. Pour l'an dernier, ici, en France, aux arènes. qui s'imprègne de cette énergie pour le reste de la saison. Avec en vue une victoire du split et une qualification à MSI. La Carmine il a peur de rien. Full aura, votre top laner, Canon. Toujours avoir des coups d'avance, être au bon moment, au bon endroit. Votre jungler, il agit tel un chef de meute, prêt à prendre tous les risques. Votre mid laner, toujours à la limite, toujours sous contrôle. Carmine, votre prodige. C'est les yeux et aussi le cœur de cette équipe. Il donne sans chercher à recevoir votre support. Ils ont été discrets, focus sur les résultats. Le coaching staff avec Reaper et Zef. Tous les protagonistes sont sur scène. Il ne reste plus qu'à écrire l'histoire. Que le match commence.
C'est impressionnant. Oh. Je vais vous demander un peu de calme dans la salle parce que c'est un moment important. On avait envie de rendre hommage à un de nos plus fidèles supporters qui est décédé. Il s'appelle Jonathan Hamadi. On va donc avoir
faithful fans for the coming up. We're joining them in a memory of a lifelong KC fans who attended every KC event and was involved with the Red Wall Association, which organized this tournament for the KC community. Jonathan Hamadi, you see his jersey. He passed away at 29 years old, and he grew up here in Ergo. Please join us in the arena for a moment of silence.
Merci, merci à tous.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. He was cheering for KC for the very beginning. He was involved in every event, was involved in the Carmine Cup Association as well. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. We'll now head to the stage for KC versus Fnatic. Casters, take it away.
We have our final series of the weekend. KC versus Fnatic, as we're about to head into pick and ban. In what is a beautiful display, a touching display, to get us into this final series.
Yeah, I mean, the passion from these fans is nothing but a joy to be a part of. But now we get ahead of what will be, hopefully, a very exciting way to end our weekend.
Hopefully.
KC versus Fnatic. KC, I mean, the desk covered it. It's been touched on. You heard it from the crowd. The former KC players in Upset and Vladdy. Part of this series is about proving how they were right. The changes that they made. But for Fnatic, the situations, yeah, there's a bit of pride on the line, but right now they need wins.
Yep. With
a spot in playoffs on the line. They find themselves with only 3 series left to play, this being one of them. They need every win that they can get.
Oh, yeah. Fnatic being in a tough spot. KC with a win will lock in playoffs. And, I mean, for the positive for them, wouldn't it be such a great way to finish off the weekend? They go flawless, tested by shifters yesterday, but locking in playoffs and being the only undefeated team will put a statement on KC's back saying they are the team to beat. They are the best of the LEC spring.
And I mean, it would set us up nicely for a final intense weekend against a lot of the top teams that we have in the LEC over in Madrid. But let's find out. We're getting ready for this final best of 3. We're going to be jumping into draft. What will the focus be? We heard the desk talking a lot about the bot lane.
Yeah.
We see the bans already coming through thick and fast. Vine, Nautilus already taken off the board. Orianna and Azir also removed. We're expecting things like Karma, Rise. I mean, there's the Karma looking to be banned away by KC. And so, will the Rise be left up? Right now, 2 mid lane bans very much centered towards Yehu. Are they going to leave the Rise open? Remember Ashe Seraphine as well. That's a direction that KC absolutely love to go for as well.
Oh, yeah. Final ban going to be, it's a toss-up of Rise, Seraphine. Seraphine goes. So, Rise is too good to leave. But also, we have a couple of junglers up. Zin's out, Pantheon. Hovering Pantheon right now for KC.
But it's Kana, it's Rumble. I feel like has to be the direction, right?
Well put.
So that means that, well, KC have a ton of options now. They can go Jarvan, they can go Pantheon, they can be very flexible with what they want to do in the jungle role, given that so many are open, I should say.
But if you take Pantheon as well, you've also got the Rise pairing. So you've got these semi-globals.
Absolutely.
To really rotate around the map.
And that's the debate right now for Fnatic. Do they just, it looks like they want to take the Jarvan away, so the global potential not going to be available to them. I'm now wondering, Corki Nami is available. Do they want to grab that for themselves? I wonder what Lucian's done to these teams as well. We've seen how strong now the Lucian-Melio combo is. Will teams be prioritizing it? For now, it looks like the Fnatic is thinking about going towards upsets Caitlyn, which he's been very effective at.
So if Caitlyn gets locked in here, note on the other side, there is a AORUS available. Okay, weak side king for Empress once again. But the Ornn, it's not like it's a big priority pick. Sion was still up.
Ok, evo nas nazad. Govorim na pitanje pre nego što krenemo diskutujem draft. Kako će funkcionisati Master plus Reset? Svaki igrač koji je Master ili iznad, znači od Master 0 LP-a pa sve na gore, će biti spušteno na na Master 0 LP-a u LP-u i u MMR-u. Čuli ste publiku, ovako će biti do kraja serije.
With Nautilus banned, I'm wondering, like, do they lock in their support here? Do they grab themselves the Rise?
Ovo će sigurno biti najglasnija publika.
Get in their top side. No, they want to get the AD carry. They want to take the Ezreal away. And they can pair this up with the Nami. They have to feel confident that if the Nami gets banned away, they've got other options to pair alongside it.
I mean, with the Ezreal, they're not going to, you know, as you said, the Karma's already gone. Nami's probably going to be banned away.
Leona's worth thinking about as well.
For a bit more long range, I guess.
But also just Ezreal, Leona. Often when I think about ADs, I think about supports that they like to play with. Ezreal Nami works, Ezreal Karma is good. Ezreal Leona is a combo that has a little bit more kill threat and great combo potential, but also
Ne znam baš da li ideš na Leonu ovdje.
giving you a lot of long range engage. Whether or not they'll go that direction very much depends on what gets banned away. So the Nami then gets removed, Karma is already gone. So I'm now thinking to myself, what else could they pair with it? Maybe a Nico is a possibility. It very much depends on what Fnatic's feeling and how aggressive they want to be in that bot lane 2v2.
Maybe it's going to be a double support ban and that Nico would be taken off the board. For now, Fnatic are focusing on AD carries. As we said, Kalist doesn't have that available. Caitlyn was the obvious answer. Maybe Varus goes next. Kalist, I mean, he plays any AD carry. Siva is one he's played a hell of a lot as well. So scaling options kind of taken off the board. But again, that Varus is there if he's going to prioritize how he performs in lane.
The only problem with Varus, it's a Jarvan Ornn.
In the range?
It's not fun.
You're probably going on hit Varus if you do it.
It's definitely not something you really want. You want something with a dash. Corki is something that's very high prio. Yeah, see, now this is interesting. So they banned away the Anivia, almost taunting out the Rise. I feel like it's the kind of the guaranteed pick now for Fnatic. And yeah, they're going to secure it for themselves.
Yeah, who doesn't have the Azir? What matchup's he going to take? Victor for
Annie is what he's been bringing out a lot.
Yeah. Annie, another one.
He could play Cassio if he feels like he's confident in the matchup. Again, though, not a lot of mobility, because right now, Fnatic have a lot of long-range engage with both Jarvan and Ornn at your side. It's very easy for Fnatic to start fights whenever they want.
And he does get locked in. Yes. But, biggest question is AD carry here. What does Kalist have for game one? A lot has been taken off the board.
MF.
It could be a Vayne angle.
Really? Do you think so?
I mean, it just has a lot of self-peel. It's
Corki.
the Ezreal matchup.
Is it good into Ornn? Ornn Jarvan?
Well, in theory, she's good at killing.
Okay. Sure. Može.
Yeah, I mean, she has a dash. That's the thing that they care about, right? That's what they want.
Ovo je okej, ovo je okej.
So the Inara is going to be locked in. Okay, Casey's got, like, truthfully, I do like what Fnatic have gone for. I feel like it's going to be Leona, but we'll see which direction they end up going.
Fetty and I see things sometimes a little bit early, and my eyes just shuddered because I saw this.
Soraka.
Wow. Are you worried, though, about the long-range engage and burst?
I really like Fnatic's comp.
Okay.
They've got really good. They've got good team fighting. They've got good front to back.
Yep.
They have side lane pressure, and Soraka scales insanely well.
He does.
Like, it's one of those things that often gets underestimated, but Rumble ultimate drops. Oh, we've just taken a bunch of damage.
Yeah.
It gets removed immediately.
Yeah.
Right, anti-heal obviously becomes very important, but yeah, I think that KC, they're relatively short-ranged. They don't have the easiest engage tools. Their side lane isn't as strong compared to the Rise. I feel like that, sure, they've got a lot of individual playmaking, I would argue, but on paper, I do prefer Fnatic's comp. I think, I'm pleasantly surprised by the Soraka. I think it's a great fifth pick.
All right, Benny. I'm with you.
I'm cautiously optimistic for Fnatic.
Cautious is the word. But for Fnatic, I mean, throwing a haymaker in for game one draft, let's see if it's strong enough. Because Flighty is on something that control the game, move around. Empress on weak side. I'm curious about the lane here and how Lospit goes against.
Ok, ajmo da ima. Znaš što će ovo da liči, ali slušajte samo publiku, koja je lepota, vrete. Ovo je e-sport, bukvalno. Ne bih rekao da easy za KC. KC imao malo choke game-ova, pogotovo juče. Fanatic. Ne znam, izgleda poprilično okej. Ne bih rekao da su nešto sad wow jaki, ali boga mi nisu ni loši.
wins will put them in playoffs. And yeah, they're looking a lock by winning this series. Whereas for Fnatic, as you can see in the top right of your screen, 2 wins, 4 losses. They've only got 3 series left to play. And so they need every win that they can get, because it's not an easy journey to secure that top 6 spot.
No, it is not. But getting it out of the way early, I mean, the pressure comes off, and even though KC haven't been playing that badly with pressure on their...
Kako lepo igra Kehu. Pogledaj šta radi s basic attackovima.
Using that range of the Annie to get in Vladdy's face, he's already kind of sent back.
I zato igra Terry. Jer samo tradate basic uvek. Ali će bude dobar meč generalno. Soraka bi trebala da ima neki prio na botu. Kalist ima sve kripove. Kehu je na sebe basic attack na Ryza. Trade. Škan overhitova neće da bije Empiros, interesantno.
Last played in 2023 LCK Challenger Series, and the last Soraka we saw in the LEC was 3 years ago, back in 2023.
Yep.
So it's been a while.
Ooh, Starcall hits again.
But look at the sustain. It's yeah, I mean, in a meta of ranged support, I felt like it was an inevitability that we'd start digging deeper into the pool. When would we see the return of the Yuumi? When would we see the arrival of the Soraka? And it feels like that we're getting deeper in there with now the arrival of, I mean, Milio this weekend.
Nema nijedan spell da overhituje.
I'm loving the meta right now. It feels like the meta is so versatile.
Unless you look at mid lane.
Okay, well look, mid lane's a different beast, but I think the meta everywhere else is kind of exciting. As Yike, this is not an invade, this is his own blue buff. He now goes to the Scuttlecrab, and really nice transition here. As Razork is up for the time being, trying to make something at the bottom lane. He's already picked up bottom Scuttle, but he will be seen on a Warden now.
Okay, can Razork pull off the dive? He has to catch this wave if he wants to go for it. Here we go.
Equinox needs to be put down. There's the silence, the all in, the flash.
Dobar. Fajn, dobar, mislim, dobro preživljavanje daje, ništa drugo. Kad pogledate, bacili su 2 summonera, ovi su bacili 3 summonera, tako da... Ovo je faktički relativno velika pobjeda za ekipu... Za ekipu KC-a. Ok, lepo. Mislim, u samom startu mnogo zanimljiviji game nego prethodni, dosta dinamičniji. Ono, jungleri ne rade full clear, već traže dive-ove, traže play-eve, Xi ne traži, ali ajde. Jajke verovatno računam da mu je botlane safe, pa nije teo ništa forsira. Upsetira Boots, longsword. Kehu je izgubio jednog kripa XP-a za 2 heala, što je fajn. Kana Swifties opener. A Busio, brat moj, naselio se na midu, ono. A mislim da nije gledao Razorku uopšte.
Slow down damage, and Busio is going to walk out while control wall is taken by Razork. Level 5 here on the Jarvan as he gets rid of the Shine. On the way out, has a Grom to take, and bottom Scuttle is going to be the 3rd one spawning here in this game.
I mean, the other thing we kind of glazed over in draft was the fact that Busio did get his Bard.
Yeah, and he got it yesterday as well, which was a mistake from Shifters.
It's a champion that he's become very synonymous with, especially over on his time in FlyQuest with North America. It was a champion that teams were scared to give him because of how impactful he was on it. So far in this early game, he hasn't had a lot of pressure in the 2 versus 2, but already landing good binding. Now we get the fight over the crowd.
Sidestep beautiful from Razork. He flag and drags on the Scuttle. He wants to get a first mic, comes down. So Razork gets level 6, Cataclysm advantage. Yike hasn't been able to do anything, and Yahoo even moving down will just end there.
Razork, it looks like that he was overstaying his welcome, but he had the smite upgrade. So he did 900 compared to the 600 from Yike. I say 900 to 600. Yes, he basically had an upgraded smite, is my point. I'm still in a different universe. That you can tell how old I am. I'm over it.
Don't worry, bro. You know, smite apparently had 2 upgrades once upon a time.
My point is that Razork's smite was upgraded, and because he had that upgrade, he was able to kill it instantly, and he had that advantage over Yike. So well played by him.
Potential gang for the bottom lane, Busio. It's good damage coming through his
Ne bi me čulo Fnatic ovo uzme, nemam pojma. Ne znam samo u late game-u na što će da liči. Realno Ryze Zorn bi trebali da outskillaju sve, zar ne? Ali će sad ovdje Kehu da mu sruči Tiberza u glavu. I što najjače bit će even trade.
I mean, I saw some people online complaining about it, guys. This energy is electric. It's fantastic. Get me ready yourself. Flash forward. And the flag and drag.
Clean. Kehu mrtav, nema Tiberza, nema... Pao je stan.
Yeah, nice gank there from Razork. Nice setup from Vladdy. Yeah, who has been perma-pushing in this mid-wave 1v1. And finally, Razork sees an opportunity to find an early gank. Gold still relatively even. Largely because of the gold advantage Kana's building up in the 1v1 in top lane. But Vladdy, getting that first blood for himself, going to accelerate the rise and put him in a great spot.
I will say though, Empross is doing pretty good. Like, keeping CS in this lane is good. Busio has some heal. Good poke away from Fnatic. Yikes coming in though. Look at the angle. Magical journey. Lothra in trouble. Tries to drop down a Q and Upset gets tagged regardless. Transcendence, Arclight of Ruin, but not enough damage yet. TP flank as KC have to get out of there. Razork's also in. Cataclysm on Busio. He gets silenced. Lospa picks up the killer's Yike. Flashes away, but with a rune prison. Flash Q from Lospa brings out the Crescent Guard. Yike's still in a trouble. Flag and drag. True shot execution from Upset. 3 kills for Fnatic, the early game graders. That's a realm warp. Lothra comes in with Vladdy, cliffs up against the wall. They're going to Equinox him, silence him. Razork gets the kill, and Fnatic's bottom lane helps set over.
Boga mi Fnatic, ljudi. Boga mi, kažem, ne bi me čudilo da da vinaju.
Available, but he's able to get away to safety. Then Razork uses Busio's own portal to gank the lane. Lospa gets the initial kill. Vladdy sets up for the root. A flash in, applies the slow from the Starfall from Lospa, and the ulti just at the right time from Upset to allow him to get the kill. And then Vladdy creates the flank with the round warp. Vladdy is locked in, looking to get revenge against his former team.
He wants revenge, he wants to shut up the fans. Like, he knows it's banter, but it's got to feel good when you wipe that smile off their faces. And Vladdy small bounty on his head. Gold all through lanes right now. As I said before, it's not like Kana has a giant lead over Empross. So, great news. Early game Fnatic now leading to the Dragon here. As Razork starts it on Vision. Calypso and Busio, though, don't have too much to contribute as they try and roam to mid.
The mid jungle right now. Looking very strong from Fnatic as Busio's just being a pest, hovering around. Razork going to be able to smite that one away. Gets the first dragon of the game. Grubs on the top side, not currently being contested. As Lospa and Upset, very nice trading against Kalist. Overall, Fnatic looking comfortable with this early game. Again, I want to come back to this Soraka pick.
Ecco, ne vratima pa lui se javlja.
We've seen how much value it's provided. Like in these skirmishes especially, just that extra HP, and you highlighted it, as long as she's landing those Qs, she gets her HP back, she can heal you even more. And this is what I mean when, like, once the further healing items come through for Soraka, things get very, very scary. You need that anti-heal ASAP on the side of KC. And yeah, I really like the approach that Fnatic have brought. Let's see if they can maintain this momentum, though. Of course, when it comes to a team like Fnatic, so far the conversation for them this weekend has been they have no early game. The way in which they've won games has been through late game punishes, late game team fights, finding ways to come back into the game later on. But so far, Fnatic have found an early game lead. They've got the first dragon. They're also going to get the grubs. And the Fnatic fans right now at home are getting cautiously excited.
Yes, they are. But they know there's going to be more of this. I mean, the eye Losper finds out, yike, there's the engage, audacious charge. Remember, the Witch is available for Losper, but will he get to use it? No, he just dies instead. Tempered Fate from Busio catches upset out, who flushes away. But KC make the play on bot and finally get their first kill.
A nice response from Yike. Finds his way into the alcove, but there's a lot more.
Connor in trouble, you're right, it brings in two. It's
Over cross map. Clean. Clean, clean.
Fnatic making the cross map happen. They see 3 members bot. They turn their attention up towards top. Emperos ends up picking up the kill, which in an ideal world is not the way they want it to go, but hey, they'll take that kill regardless. We look back at the play down towards the bottom side. He actually gets spotted on vision, so they know he's on the bot side of the map. They know he's moved into the alcove. I didn't realize that they actually had information. Oh, but Yike chooses to stay. So I guess they think at this point, like you can see, Losper's a little bit cautious, he's a little bit wary.
Going to check this.
And he goes to check, but he goes a little bit too close. The silence doesn't really connect. He ends up getting locked down. Losper's got no way to escape. And then Upset has to flash away. Casey, the patience pays off, but then again, the cross map gank happens. Good round warp comes through from Vladi, brings in Razork.
Kako mi je vibe uz ovu publiku, ne mogu vam opišem. Bukvalno, pola što slušaju me kasteri, pola što slušaju me publika. Braća moja vibe na najjače. Ali ovi ročovi su gas. Baš se nadam da će Španija isto biti dobra. Španija je zadnju nedelju. Znači sljedeći vikend će biti u Berlinu i onda posle posle će biti u Španiji.
Question marks against him. Hopefully today he fixes that as Sundered Sky already picked up. Yike, yes, is also there, but the role quest also just completed.
So a lot of swapping happening already, but of course Upset has the advantage of having completed his role quest. Oh, underneath the tower. Ooh, that's 2 tower shots.
That is a mistake. If Call the Forge God was up, I'd be scared. Maybe Khan has to scrap shield and run away regardless. He's okay for now. Meanwhile, Yike's coming in for the game. Flag and Dragon bottom lane. Tibbers interrupts. Tempered Fate, Busio. Legendary's Cataclysm brings back the play, but the wish! The wish! The wish! The knock up there. Bloody gets stunned. Tibbers is getting pissed off as he needs to get out. He kites his way out. Yike re-engages, get the flash out of the mid laner of Fnatic. Room prison up. Lost but still alive. He puts down the Equinox and lives. Upset got the kill on the back line.
Ne znam, ja se iskreno baš radujem. Jako mi je fan. S tim da mislim sad očigledno publika je manje pod hypom jer Fnatic bije KC, ali. Mene sad ću ubrzan traku samo zato što su me nahypovali Francuzi. Ovo su me nahypovali francuski navijači. Te Lospa realno radi posao, brate, Soraka kliče dugmiće, nije da nije, brate.
Everything simply perfect from Razork, from Lospa, the damage from Vladi. Fnatic with a 4.5k gold lead against KC.
It's a great early game, you know, Fnatic fans, I think you'd be happier than you were about 5 minutes ago. We're 14 in, and I swear this is the biggest gold lead I've seen in Fnatic in quite a while. In the first 15 minutes.
Fnatic nikad bolji, a nije im loš draft. Ryze i Ornn su samo mnogo bolje poziciji u kasnim fazama partije od Eni i od svih, mislim, KC samo ima Junaru da kaže da Giga dobro skijelo. Ajde, Rumble je okej, ali nije opet ni on free win kasnije.
He's granting the wish to the Fnatic fans right now.
And he's got a Dream Bubble upgrade. He's also got Moonstone Renewer. So those heals, those Astral Infusions are going to be big. It's Realm from Vladi coming in. Call the Forge God layers and flashes out Kana. He's now going to run away from Vladi, but Vladi's not going to commit any further. Kana now down a flash, and again, they're starting to bullying this top lane while Yike makes an appearance.
Now, this is a good start from KC because they know that the Forge God doesn't have his ultimate available. So that advantage, but he's going to be TPing back in. He's just spent some of his gold. Herald's getting now down to about 5k.
Razork has a Cataclysm available. That's an engage tool. Looking for the Flag and Drag. Jumps onto Yike immediately. Flag and Drag's out. Meanwhile, the knock up into the air while Herald, it's not going down. Instead, ordered by Kaliz. The Wish comes in. Upset Arcane Shift.
Dobar.
Getting out. They wanted the objective, the Eye not claim, but as Emperor
Empiros chill. Empiros no chill. Kalis lepo blokira za Kano. Ne. O! On je ušetao u to. On je bukvalno ušetao u taj ulti. Video ga je i ušetao je u njega.
Get themselves another kill. The Herald did go the way of KC, but I don't think they picked it up. I'm looking at those bars, they weren't able to grab it, so it's a win for the fight for Fnatic. They get themselves 2 kills, 10-1, 16 minutes in. What a phenomenal start. We look back at the fight. Vladdy on the flank has to be cautious because he knows he gets engaged on. Razork ulti's in, Yike gets one shot. An ulti from Kana that doesn't really do much. The wish comes through, and the HP from Fnatic. This could have been much worse if it weren't for the fact that Busio connects that cosmic binding. But as KC retreat, as they look to escape, Upset drawing attention top. Little did Busio know that he had his target as we back to life.
We are fighting again, but remember there is a striker here. Equinox down, sending down that call once more. Every time a star call hits, Losper gets sustained. Didn't hit that one, but it doesn't matter because KC can't be in a choke like that.
They do get the flash out from Upset though, so small win gained for KC. Ulti thrown out towards top. Gets a chipper damage down. But okay, just testing the waters. KC were interested in contesting.
Jesi Vanja? Ja vajbujem jako. Meni je, ne znam ikad bio više vibe da hodam na ovoj traci zbog ovih bubnjeva u publici.
Hysterics, 17 minutes in. That's bounties on the side of Fnatic.
And they've been there for like 4 minutes.
So KC, they are that far behind this early on in the game. The game is saying, hey KC, you need a little bit of help to come back into this game, which is not what we expected from KC here in game 1 of this best of 3.
Not since game 1 yesterday was this dominant hit against Shifters.
Čak i ne navijam za KC, samo mi je gas. Ja bih volao bi da svaki put ovako kad se radi e-sport imamo publiku koja je ovako stala da neka ekipa pobedi. Mislim da je KC najbolja ekipa, ali sad kao, okej, znaš, pobede, ne pobede, što god da navijem i za Fnatic. Ali...
Yike will back away while pings are going down in the bottom lane. They want to kill Kana again. Call the Forge God, that'll at least started. He has overheated, gets knocked up, he has no flash flag, and drag Cataclysm, Searing Charge. This guy's gone sky high. 3 times he got sent westward. As Razor gets a kill, knock up there onto Yike, who joins in once more, but Fnatic get another kill.
I mean, it's the easiest play for Fnatic to make right now. They don't really lose anything off the back of it. In fact, they only gain. Razor goes 3-0.
Bro, treba mi crowdcam, šta je ovo, brate? Gde mi je crowdcam ovdje, brate? Hoću publiku da gledam. Mislim, vidim kao nešto malo iz igrača, ali mislim su ovo coachevi fazon i malo nešto publike iz Upseta. Kako je publika iz... A da, oni su na stage-u, tehnički su okrenuti leđima, ono... Istoku i zapadu.
I wanted to make the joke about call the ambulance, but not for me. But the ambulance is right there behind them, and it is there for Fnatic. In fact, KC would really appreciate that ambulance. Well, my goodness, lost, but what a game from him. I mean, the Soraka pick, we talked about it in draft. I could see the idea behind it, and it's just working fantastically. I wonder how much of an impact now have, because so many see the Bard as a very safe blind pick. But now we've introduced a new pick into that whole range support equation, which just adds a little bit more magic into the meta.
And now it's just like, oh, we start playing more hook champions, and we're going to bring in like some blitzcranks again, you know, and like...
It's like back, do you remember the T1, well, SKT back then, rocks with the MF support as the response to, I want to say it was Desira.
Oh, Calist. Doesn't get hit with a mystic shot. Yeah, flash from Kana. Turns into a gauge. Hang on, Equinox again. Silence. Arclight of Ruin. And the Equalizer gets the shutdown. KC with a big kill, but now the Bloody's here.
Umjesto Rambler je Alan pick Gangplank. Ne smiju oni da igraju Gangplank. Ne smiju da igraju Gangplanka, pogotovo ne Kana u Empirosa koji je Gangplank OTP. Tu 2 poni. Desi Simo, štima. Znaš da je Empirosovo ime bilo Jaxplank pre nego što je ovaj... Pre nego što se rename-ovo Empirosa... Ovaj...
he's able to get something in the mid lane with this turret, but if we look at the replay, started with upset and Kalist.
And so Kalist loses this trade, forces him back, but it's Kana. He walks up, flashes in, applies the slow. The healing
Eni je koristi se u Ari dosta često.
and then Razork says, hey, we can still win this fight. They turn their attention onto Yike. He throws the ultimate out to buy himself a little bit of time so he doesn't take any damage from the Ornn. A good ulti from Boostio as well.
Jaki, ali Empiros je baš GPO, mislim bio je, bukvalno se ovo Jaxplank, tako da on igra ta dva heroja najbolje.
I do wonder the same thing.
You would have at least gotten maybe a double flash out from Kalist and Yahoo, but or Boostio rather.
But that 4K Goldie now shrinks to 2.
Yeah, it's down. The biggest thing you have to ask yourself is how confident do you feel of Fnatic going into this mid game when KC have a lot of buttons they can press.
Well, here's the thing. In terms of comp, I do just favor Fnatic's comp.
Yeah.
But that's assuming that they get the fights that they're looking for.
Yes.
The problem that we just identified was that Fnatic was attacked during the setup. They kind of lost focus, and KC took advantage of that. And that's where KC is looking to attack them. They've got Xin, they've got Annie, they've got Bard. Easy champions that are very good at catching you out. I will say, I was personally surprised that it was the Rumble to initiate that pick. But that's my point, is that when you miss position, KC is the type of team to punish you for it. So Fnatic, they can't assume that the job is already done with a lead like
Razork
this.
just flagged and dragged here. He gets Cosmic Binding, Tibbers. Razork, get the hell out of there. Tempered Fate's going to be dodged, but now Kalista's here. Arclight of Ruin in the Transcendence is called the Forge God from Empross. Has to disengage the whole team. He finds one, but Razork flashes. Empross flashes. Fnatic burns Summoners because Razork decided to be Chip Cheerio over the wall.
And now things are starting to fall apart for Fnatic. A silly misplay from Razork. He EQs over a wall, tries to clear out a ward, and not
Razork 100% KP-a. Ima 100% KP-a.
loses his ultimate. And right now that shouldn't be that much of an impact, but Fnatic, after such a fantastic early game, they can't afford to be making silly mistakes like this.
Not especially when that Baron is up. Upset going to find Kalist in the mid lane. Good damage. One more coming from Bloody as well. There's the Cataclysm. Flag and Dragon doesn't connect Kalist. This is a big commit with a turret up and available. Equinox won't do a damn thing as Kalist survives. Now the problem is Yike looks for an engage with Bloody at half HP. Razork back in. 3 Talon strike. The equalizer down. Okay. There's a lot of blinking health bars, but no one dies in the exchange.
Fnatic do get the flash and barrier out from Kalist, but both Vladdy and Razork have to commit their flash as well. Oh no, Razork already burned his flash earlier, my apologies. Vladdy committed his flash to try and chase down Kalist in that fight, but he wasn't quite able to find anything. Fnatic looking for picks themselves, trying to focus on staying as a group. The TP still available across the board. Oh, Kana actually invested his to try and assist his team in the middle lane. Did drop that ultimate, of course.
Yep.
We're getting closer to the 4th dragon of the game. 1:30. Big item discrepancy between the two mid laners.
True.
Both the Rod of Ages and Seraph's now fully stacked for Vladdy.
Top side, I would say Kana's in pretty good.
Ko ovo feels bad, vrate, kad uzmeš Eni, baciš W i ne ubiješ range creepa. Padneš u depru. Isto kad igraš Ari i onda baciš Q i pogodiš Q-om, ono napred-nazad i ne ubiješ creepove. Samo je feels bad, bukvalno.
Regardless, there are also pings going up as this Chemtech Dragon is up in a minute, but Kana going to stay on the wave. And it doesn't look like KC are preparing for it at all. Instead, Yike's looking for the invade to find Empross up in top. Searing charge for the disengage, and 4 members now showing that maybe not dragging it, maybe they don't care about the 3rd dragon at all.
Well, I mean, they should have enough time to take this tower, reset, and go contest. Because if you look at the bot side vision, Fnatic don't really have any. There was nothing for them to cross map.
Što znači, 3:11 je, a 1600 golda prednosti je samo za ekipu KC-a.
Very little that Fnatic was able to get off the back of that. They're looking to interrupt the base from Kalist, but now Fnatic have invested their reset. They have that gold advantage spent. The Spear of Shojin now finished in the middle lane. Ryze is the only one that hasn't gone back to base. He does have his TP. He'd love to be level 16 ahead of this fight, but I don't think he's going to have the chance to get it. So, top lane pushed out, mid wave pushed out, Dragon now spawning. Here's KC to respond.
And as you said, yeah, they did indeed have time. The teleport comes in, Fnatic is 5. Empross has the mighty shield, he's even going to send it on.
Vidjet ćemo. Sve, ja sam rekao sve je moguće. Malo bi publika bila razočarana da ekipa Fanatika pobedi ovdje, ali ajde. Ok. Actually. Ok. Ma Warren sa 200 helta, šta? Žu. Kill za Kalista, on imao flash da prenese flag and drag preko, ovo je bilo jako close. Sorakino healovanje ovdje klačovalo dosta. I Lospa možda, mislim bi ovo Lospa trebao da uzme, da ostave Lospi i onda da Lospa samo spamuje healove. Zašto Khan ima toliko više golda? Kula i First Strike. First Strike je mnogo jak. Obično se rana u War matchupu, ranuješ First Strike, jer najčešće ti kao Rumble si prvi koji njega bocka. I onda što više damage radiš, što više brsta otvoriš, više dobiješ golda. Tako da, kad igraš First Strike, to ti je obično gold scaling gold scaling setup. Simoki damage radi Kalista, ali džabe.
He only just got Vladdy, by the way, because of, again, these astral infusions from Lospa. This Soraka pick was genius. This Soraka pick has been so good. It's enabling upset to front line, and now with Spirit Shojin and Corporal's Warhammer for a bit of extra HP. Upset feels very safe. 6-1 and 4 on the Ezreal, but he's not even the star of the show. It does feel like, again, it is that supporters. Here's the dive. Vladdy finding a Tibbet's on the head, but the wish from Vladdy.
Znači, ako mene pitaš, Hexoptic, Speedy, Infinity. Ako pitaš nekog drugog, reći će ti Kraken, PD, šta god. Ja lično obožavam Hexoptic u PD. Čak ima još jedan Ash build koji su ljudi rekli, ali iskreno nisam stigao da ga probam. A to je Hubris start. Što je dosta interesantno. Ali nisam probao. Tako da ja lično nisam probao taj Hubris build na Ashe, ali u teoriji mi zvuči okej. Realno W baš... W dash baš bije kad imaš malo letalitija, tako da to je... ono, poprilično cool.
They still have a minute left on this Baron, but they need a wave to use. And look at Kalista again, moving to bot, going to catch the one wave that Fnatic could have played off of. They waited too long to potentially TP to that side of the map. Now they're turning their attention towards top. 10 seconds left on Yahoo. Can Fnatic secure this top tower? It looks like they're going to be able to grab it.
But it should end there, right? That should be the only thing.
I think that's it, yeah. I mean, KC do the best that they can in this situation, where they get two towers top lane, and they kind of waste a lot of time from Fnatic. A nice engage comes through from Razuk and Emperos. They're just waiting. And then the engage comes through. Huge damage from Razor. One-shots Yahoo with the assistance of Emperos. They then take out Yike, who has nowhere really to go. But they're kind of running circles around Fnatic, and they're forcing them to constantly respond to KC just being annoying. The gold gap hasn't really ballooned that much more after securing the Baron. They obviously, Fnatic are still a huge gold injection, but KC still have ways to fight back in this game. They're 2-2 in Dragons. They're likely looking to contest the third in Kalist, while all this has been happening is working towards his Infinity Edge.
Fourth item will be, we've got an Eternal Hunger now given up for upset, or rather acquired. And with 4 and a bit items for upset, I mean, he's still looks like one of the strongest on the roof right now. But I will say,
Će legitimno? Ne znam. Meni i dalje zvuči nevjerovatno da će Fnatic dobiti KC. Ja mislim da i dalje postoji ugode KC obrće. Ja mislim da i dalje postoji ugode KC ovo obrće. Nemam pojma. Nije da ne verujem u Fnatic, ali mislim da ova ide u 3 gema sigurno. Sigurno. Znači kao ono, nema šanse da Fnatic dobiti 2-0. Znači bit će 3 gema sigurno, ali treći gem ko zna. Treći gem možda bilo da je. Clean, jako clean. Dobar. Jako dobar, veoma dobar, mnogo dobar. Ja mislim da oni završavaju game ovdje, da? Fanatik u stvari dobija. Nice, cool. Iskreno VP nema šta razorka. Pazi, biti 10-1-12. Brat moj, u 31 minut ima 100% kill participacije. Nijedan kill se nije dogodio na mapi, a da razork nije bio tu. Ovo je baš smurfovanje od razorka, iskreno. Baš smurfovanje. Tako da, GG's. Ja idem na mali AFK, poznajem se s mojima i tu sam. Tako da, ljudi moji, 10 minuta pauze, BRB sam i onda se vidimo u sljedećem gameu. Tada imamo intervju.
Of a game number 1, 15 out of 22 KP as we hand it over to stage.
Grosse surprise évidemment sur cette première game, mais j'aimerais demander à l'OSPA à quel point la Soraka était clutch ici. Amazing performance from you guys. How important and clutch was Soraka here?
Especially since we have J4 in jungle. I think J4 and Soraka combo is very good, and we prepared this combo for 1 month, so I think it was a pretty good timer to show our new strategy. Yeah.
Fantastic, let's see what else you have more. I'm gonna let you join your team. Ce qu'il explique, c'est qu'ils ont travaillé ce combo Soraka avec Jarvan depuis longtemps. C'est deux champions qui marchent très bien ensemble et ils pensaient que c'était le meilleur angle pour la sortir cette fois-ci. Kamel, je te rends la parole.
Amazing stuff all round for Fnatic. Like the crowd was in loud voice at the start and some points in the game, and then at the end when they realized they were going to lose. But there were some moments here where Les Rahina turned into a bit of a library.
Yeah, Uwe La Bibliothèque felt very accurate in this one because holy moly, that was sick from Fnatic. The early game looked so impressive, like it had remnants of what we saw from them against G2, and just the control that came through to deny KC so much action was absolutely insane.
I mean, as you say, and it started in the mid lane, and it's actually the man who is the most hated man in this arena right now, Vladi, who steps up together with Razork and completes the snowball. It starts with a beautiful flash room prison by him for the setup together with Razork. And usually this is just one kill, but the way he snowballed this into the game lead was with this teleport. He recalls, and suddenly KC finds themselves overextended, and he just comes in here, cleans up, and as you say, turns the arena into a complete library. And I bet that felt so good for him.
And I think this was the most impressive part for me, for Fnatic, was just how good they were at reading what KC wanted to do. Consistently, it was KC trying to make plays around this bottom side. We know how good Busio is on this bar. We know what Kalis can do when he gets his hands on the Unara. But Fnatic denied them any opportunity to do that. Consistently making sure they were covering, finding ganks that were working, and they just ended up ballooning this lead into, I mean, it's such an incredible spot.
And such a difference from what we've seen from them earlier in this weekend, right? Against Na'Vi, they were just, against Shifters, in fact, on day one, they were just like, we'll fall behind. It's fine. Upset can get ahead. We can win through upset. But as you say, Vladdy has had an absolutely stellar performance across the entire weekend.
Yeah, I mean, you say it's about foresight. To me, it's about hands. Fnatic completely hand-checked KC in their own arena, and there's one fight especially that really caught my eye that I would love to do a brief little breakdown on. And it started in the bot lane with Jarvan looking for Yehu, but look at this flag that he places, because it's gonna come back to us later. Busio lands a fantastic prison here, but look at the flag. He lands a 3-man knock-up on all of KC, and now suddenly the arena goes from shouting Yehu, Yehu, to Lospa shouting wee woo, as he just heals up everyone in this fight. He tries to find the final kills, but the healing from the Soraka is just crucial here.
Also, right before that stasis hit, Lospa got that silence field down, which stopped any of the follow-up after that Bard ultimate had come down. Really clutch play from Lospa in that, as you say, to heal up, but also just managing to CC people so the hands could be the difference.
It's a pick we just don't see that often. The Soraka in the support role, and a lot of that is because she dies pretty quickly if you're on top of her. But we saw from KC, they didn't really have great tools to actually get that far onto the backline. Busio's Tempered Fate had to be used so often to start to disengage and engage out of the Jarvan rather than being able to get onto that backline.
I mean, to be Soraka is the perfect win-more champion, because Soraka, you kind of need to kill her early in the fight. But if you do everything to kill the Soraka, if you are behind, suddenly there's an AD carry, a mid laner, a potential top laner who's all super strong as well. So you just used everything you had to kill their support, and you'll just end up dying at the back end of that fight. So just a fantastic snowball champion, but it requires to win that early game, which Fnatic did flawlessly this game.
They really did, and I do want to talk a little bit about the KC side of things. They managed to get back into the game a little bit, but we have seen more failures from them here in Every than we saw across the rest of the split. Apart from the Vitality Series week 1, I think we gave everyone a little bit of grace, but the rest of the time they were just dominant. You can argue it's quality of opposition, you can argue it's being in your own house, having the fans behind you, but it does feel like they've regressed a tad compared to where we expected them to be going into this weekend.
I do think for certain games you can say that. I think this one for me was more about how well Fnatic played, like with using the TP to that bottom side, like covering with the Rise, playing towards the strengths of their mid jungle. Like I think, but I do agree. I think from the KC over the last couple of games hasn't been that same story, right? Where I think KC just haven't been able to find that same level of, hey, we want to try and get our strong lanes that can then lead in towards like playing around Yike for skirmishes, looking for invades, and trying to snowball through that. And it does feel like they've kind of lost a little bit of that. I'm not entirely sure why, but it definitely feels like at least teams have identified that Ashe Seraphine is a big pick for this bottom side. We've started to see it crop up way more as a ban for them, and it feels like that kind of has taken at least one of the legs out of the chairs that KC kind of sit on right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's as you say, and not just Ashe Seraphine, Medic. The point you brought up to me backstage was they got Bard. They got Rumble, they got all their comfort champions, but it didn't matter. I love this play by Fnatic, the way they just cover for their pushing members. And KC, they tried to make the aggressive play. They tried to punish this potential overextension. But it's once again Vladdy with the Rune Prison, who's just always there when needed. The fact that Fnatic was so cohesive in this game is just something we haven't seen from them all split long.
And a big shout out to Razork as well. I think he did a fantastic job throughout this game, not only in the early skirmishes, but also then as we got to those later fights. Like, he was consistently finding those key targets. In the fight you just saw, he found Kalist, and look at that damage. That's a Jarvan that was slapping people in the face.
This is the most damage in the game on Jarvan, a Black Cleaver, Sundered Sky, and then GA. It wasn't like he went Profane Hydra build or something. He wasn't going for this one-shot build. Incredibly impressive. A lot of it as well off the back of the fact he knew he could go in and be healed up immediately by Losper.
I mean, it was an absolute statement game by Razork. We have doubted him as the main engager for Fnatic for quite some time.
Understandably.
Seems to be the direction Fnatic is going with. Yesterday we saw a lot of first pick, early pick junglers that just wants to engage. Now again on the Jarvan, and it looked completely different. This is a reminder, Carmine Corp has never lost a series in their own arena, and Fnatic is now on the brink of destroying that stat by themselves. And I think we once again see Jarvan, not Jarvan, Razork, play like he does now, and his cohesiveness by Fnatic, I think they're on par to do it.
But that's the thing, like when you think back to that G2 series for that Fnatic 1, it was Razork again on the Pantheon who was having an absolute stormer in the early game. It feels like when this lad is switched on, Fnatic can just take on the world, and we got to see now if he can do it for game number 2.
Okay, let's talk about ideal situations for both teams. Do either of you have a preference? Do you want to take KC or Fnatic, Rob?
As in, like, who
what is the ideal draft? How do they have to play to win? Pick one team. Finn, do you have yours?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm going to go with Fnatic, and I'm going to say keep Kana off Jace. Do not let that pick go through, because with the Ornn out, and I assume a potential Sion ban if they want to set that up, you cannot give Kana these strong range lane bullies. He looks so dominant on him. I think the fact that he was on Rumble gave Emperors a lot of grace, because sure, Rumble will get ahead in lane naturally due to the first strike and just the push, but it doesn't demolish the position in the same way that a Jace, a Vayne, a potential Narc could do. So I for sure want to see them help Emperors take out those lane bullies and make sure Upset can keep pushing his lane, and just whatever Vladdy wants to do, he gets to do.
I mean, on the opposite side, I think Finn hit the nail on the head. It's about getting those lane bullies like Ashe Seraphine. Yeah, who has looked, I think, best on things like the Azir when he's able to get his hands on it, like Banner, the Orianna, trying to solidify that, because then you can play towards those team fights where KC have been spectacular, and if you can try and find something that Kana can bully on the top side, I think that's where you open up. And if Busio, Yike can get onto the same page, I think that is when KC look at their most devastating, and I just haven't quite seen it this weekend, so that's what I'd be keeping my eyes out for the next game.
Yeah, Yike really thrives when he can get into the enemy jungle, get in their face, getting pushing lanes for KC. Totally agree with you both. Thank you so much for your insight, as we're going to go to a short break, but afterwards we'll be back with the second game of this series. We'll see if KC can keep their undefeated streak alive, or whether it will be the old guard of Fnatic to take them down for the first time.
Stops the play. Casey stick around, but upset again. Arcane chips over the wall. The chase continues. Remember, no eye is... Oh!
I'm tipping. We should fight them, okay? On SP. Yeah. Is that nice? I combo here. I'm gonna ult. I'm multi Yunara. Yeah, I think I hit here. Wait. We can... Nice. Win. Still, okay? Yeah. Beautiful game, guys. Very nice part. Insane game. Nice, bloody. Nice, guys. Nice. Let's go. One more game, okay?
What's wrong with me today? I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Baby, cause I'm it crushing.
Red Bull gives you wings.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
It's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna...
It's very hard. There we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Let's go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. Break it down. I promise I am the hottest, determined and never modest. The star of flying rocket, the stage. I always rock it, lock it in tight. Do it every night. Big dividends, big love, big hype. Pretty lights, fat base, nice body, pretty face. Can't keep up with the
time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day, boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to call about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fight. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Natana shook reality.
The biggest issue is that how we're playing on stage, not necessarily the lack of knowledge. We just can't really translate what we need to do into the stage games, and it's incredibly frustrating right now for us, and especially for the fans, I imagine seeing us play like that. So we have to work on how to actually perform on stage and do the things we do in practice, and yeah, just be a good team.
I see some improvement and progress, but we're for sure struggling right now to find our ground in stage. I feel like we are not playing that well, and it's clearly showing in our results. So yeah, we're for sure struggling. Hopefully we can change that pretty fast.
There's just way too much hesitation, and then random things happen, and the random things usually turn out really bad for us. So I think we need to really realize now that it's yeah, our last chance, and just try to play with less regrets and really work on the things we are doing wrong.
When we play good, we can win against anyone in the league, and when we play bad, we can lose against anyone in the league.
Beating KC would feel amazing because they are definitely a very, very good team right now, and 3 out of 5 players are my ex-teammates, so it will feel really nice beating them for sure. I think I will just try to minimize the crowd noise because, yeah, obviously I think it's gonna be, there will be a lot of noise playing against KC, and as I said, they were my previous team, so I will just try to minimize the noise and play my own game.
Vladdy's got a lot to prove. Minimize the crowd noise, good idea, especially when the booing has been going on. But, I mean, being real, Razork said they can win against anyone, they can lose against anyone. It would be the most fanatic thing to do, Vetty, to beat G2
yeah,
and then
KC.
beat KC.
Yeah. So, sorry, who have you beaten this split? Oh, yeah, we've got a G2 win, yeah, and we've also got a KC win.
And the split with Vitality win. It'd be like,
that would be the most
Fnatic
fanatic thing anyway. Yeah. All right, well.
Yep.
Yeah, Fnatic, right now, they only need one more game. They've got 2 opportunities to do it. I'm sure they'd love to round out the weekend with a 2-0.
Yep.
Just completely silence the crowd.
Would be
change
funny.
the atmosphere. The KC on the verge of going 6-0 in the split. Everyone's riding the high of their potentially undefeated run throughout spring split. And then Fnatic go, yeah, no.
And then KC don't make playoffs at the end of their weekend. It's like heartbreaking for the fans.
Of course, because if KC do win this series, they will be qualified into playoffs. So that's what KC's looking for. They're trying to look for 6 wins. And for Fnatic, well, they're 2-5. So they need every single win that they can get. That's just the position that they're put in. And they've just got to beat whoever's in front of them, which right now is KC. They've already done it once. They need to do it one more time. And then they'll their odds of qualifying for playoffs do, in fact, increase.
Yes, they do. They do a lot. In fact, actually, I would say that Fnatic are probably going to, if they can win this series here, I don't know.
It means absolutely nothing, because they also beat G2 and then they lost the week immediately after.
But maybe they are getting better. I don't know. I would have no clue how to rate Fnatic after this series.
Let's not try. Let's just live in the moment and see what happens.
We're going to live in the moment as we're about to get in pick and ban because KC, hang on, they're doing it again. Ladies and gentlemen, every time it goes to 6-7, they do it in the crowd. They literally, on the countdown, they do it and then they go 6-7. Like, bro, what generation are we in?
You sound like an old man yelling at his TV right now.
I mean, every break they do it.
Yeah, let them have fun, Hysterics.
Okay, sorry.
Let people enjoy things.
I do.
Who am I to say? Again, I gave you this example earlier. We're millennials. We thought Charlie bit my finger was hilarious.
It was pretty funny.
Do you see what I mean? We've all got our thing.
I mean, we also thought Fred was funny, and then I look back on that and go, that was pretty lame, actually. No offense to Fred. Old days of YouTube aside, let's see what KC pull out of the hat, because Fnatic showed up with a last pick Soraka. And to be honest, it did a lot of the heavy lifting, so shout out to Lospa. We now have to find out if it's going to be a more normal draft or if KC, as I said, has something to pull out of the hat. Vi's gone, Caitlin's gone, Nautilus is gone. On the other side, Panther, the priority jungler. We've already had the rise, so with Orianna gone, that means ST mid lane is kind of off the board. Unless we see an Azir let through. Which for Yahoo, his best champion, I don't know.
I ljudi moji, ljudi moji.
Yeah, that's the big debate they seem to be having right now. They're taking their time with this final ban.
Ide, Gameroy 2.
So, Azir is open. Vladdy, would he have a good answer for it? I mean, he's going to have to, because Yahoo is very likely to head.
Ajmo Dimo šta će draftovati, šta će raditi. Koji će biti play.
It's not often that we see kind of struggle on the rumble, but maybe even bot lane looks like it's going to be the Nami, so they want to pair this along.
Do Fnatic want to do Lucian Milio is my question to interrupt.
Ooh, they could. I'd love to see it. I don't remember the last time we saw an upset play. Oh my god, they're doing it.
They're going to do it, aren't they?
Dobro.
It's clear that, like, this is a
I ovo je šta Nami Korki.
We've seen it too many times now against the Nami plus Corki. And why not? I mean, upset and lost, but they're riding the high. They want to get themselves a winning bot lane 2 versus 2, and it looks like that they're going to get it. So the Azir will come through from Yahoo, kind of as we expected. Now the question is, what does Laddie do? Do they even bother locking mid in here now, or do they instead wait till later, maybe grab themselves a jungle with Vi gone, Pantheon gone?
Da, Korki moraju da uzmu Korkija. I sad ovi idu na junglera i mislim da je Wukong skroz legitiman pick. Mislim da je Wukong baš dobar. Piko bi Wukonga i banovo bi 2 junglera, da sam fanatik. Ok, pikaš Nocturna, banuješ Wukonga, to je druga opcija.
So could the streak continue, and is EU Lucian now a thing? In the good sense?
Maybe.
Oh god, it's Nocturne.
Okay, Vetty. How do you complement the Nocturne? You need Aurora, right?
Well, you need...
Šta mislim o timovima? Pa ne znam da li je javno ko igra i sve to. Tako da nemam neko mišljenje. Jedino što znam je da Milica i Velja ne igraju za Srbiju.
If you want dive, you just need more dive, that's all. You need stuff like Ari, I think, can be fine. I think, well, Ornn is already gone, but Ambessa can completely work. Just something to complement so that when Nocturne goes in, he's not going in alone.
Right. Well,
I ne znam, još jedan jungler, Ambessa je fine, I guess.
He needs a partner in crime. Ambessa might be the next port of call. Unless KC want to leave it open and then pick Renekton for themselves. Na's gone, so maybe it will be like a Renekton or a tank angle. For Empros, remember he played weak side.
Probably thinking about locking in mid here and then countering whatever Kana does top.
Don't you think they'll get blind top instead? Because Empros played weak side, and then I guess you're right.
I don't think you can just blind like a Scion here.
I guess when Azir's already up, you just want to pick up against mid because you know you're right.
Exactly.
You're right.
Gwen ban suggests that KC might be thinking about the Scion. Oh, now this is interesting. So I did want... Okay, now, so Akali is a champion that I think complements Nocturne. Mainly because...
Gdje vidiš da je javno? Pošto znam da Velja i Milica ide u Koreju kada bude taj... Osim ako nisu otkazali put u Koreju, nemam pojma. To je...
But often, if she dives into the backline alone, then she becomes a point of focus, right? However, Nocturne adds an extra layer to the Shroud. So I really like the... Oh
my god,
it's yikes, Kha'Zix. It's yikes, Kha'Zix. One of the few champions that can just out-skirmish champions like Nocturne in the early game, thanks to the isolation damage on the Q. Yike has said this last split. He said, give me Kha'Zix, I will carry. That has to be the comm once again. He wants to put Casey on his back. He brings out his signature pick.
Now, with Kha'Zix, I feel like there's already enough in the machine, right? Maybe a tank top laner, make it a front to back. Renekton a bit more bruiserish to add in with the Kha'Zix.
Scion. I feel like Scion doesn't really make that much sense.
Kedrila reago, pa možemo. Da vidim, mislim... Ajde, ne znam. Kedril reacts to national teams. Potential. To je potential. O? Možda?
I don't think it complements the composition perfectly, but it's fine. Like, Scion generally fits kind of whatever.
Sad ću pogledam.
KC, I think, have a little bit more of a well-orchestrated draft this time round. I would have preferred the Scion more on KC side, simply because when you have Corki Azir, you are playing more front to back. But by going for the Renekton, you are going for a little bit more skirmishing power on the top side.
A to su glasovi, to i dalje nije...
It's annoying for a Kali.
Da, to su glasovi na Sheep esportsu, to nema veze sa... Ja pogledao sam, ali to nije...
So I do think that KC's comp is pretty much, it's very well rounded, has a lot of options, has good scaling, has side lane pressure. Ultimately this is going to come down to can they get the Akali.
Sad ću da nađem i taj link, ali mislim da je to...
Because we've seen it absolutely snowball and accelerate. With the Nocturne, do they really have the tools to help get this Lucian Melio ahead?
Will it be enough for Fnatic to 2-0?
Ako odeš na Real NC rosters, samo su 5 potvrđenih. Turska jedina. Nako, Rileč, Seri, Nightnot i Flashy. Poljska, Tracing, Inspire, Chai, Harpoon, Trimby. Portugal, Papitero, Time, Baka, Flicker i Attila. Nisam znao da je Attila support. To su jedini rosteri, evo sad sam našao.
We should put screens the other way, you know, just for when they turn around and do the wall. We should have screens the other side, so they don't have to turn back.
The only thing that's stressing me out is the bobbing isn't coordinated.
Oh, yeah. We have had a client bug, by the way. We need to quickly redo drafts, so we're going to sit here and do a bit more conga while we wait.
Kind of looks like a river as it bobs up and down.
I mean, it's been great. You know, shout out to the French crowd. It's been so much fun. The energy's been great, regardless if this series ends here or goes to 3. It's been such an awesome weekend. Remind you all why we look forward to the road trips. Why, again, we're so grateful to our organizations for hosting us.
Ne, Francuzi su stvarno iskidali. Svaka čast Francuzima. Svaka čast Francuzima, iskreno.
It's only in their finals, it's only in their playoffs that they get to experience something like this. As Busio was saying, that's what he's used to in NA. But getting to do it in the regular season is such a special treat. And getting energy like this.
Busio getting to experience the passion of the French community as well.
Yeah, he doesn't need to go back.
I stand by the fact that I think the French fans are just some of the best in the world. Like the energy that they bring. I'll never forget 2019 World Finals in Paris.
Yeah.
Like, even though the result didn't go the way that we wanted it to, the crowd was unbelievable. The atmosphere and the energy that they always bring to these events is largely unparalleled. And I would say that the Spaniards are a close second, right? And we got a lot of...
Glasanje za roster. U kom smislu je bilo glasanje? Kao neki link ili te neko pitao kao ko da bude... ko da bude u rosteru? To je pitanje. Nami, Korki, Azir je bio opener na Blue Side-u. Sad pokušatim šta im je bio Red Side. Oni su Nocta uzeli da bi banovali Wukonga, što je skroz fine. Milio Lucian je njihov botlane. Lucian se pokazao jako dobro u lecu. Mislim mi trebali svaku da mogu da vratim, da vidim. Realno mogu da vratim nazad, da vidim pick order. Moram da ga vratim na dobar pick order. To je ovde. Možemo pauziramo dok ne uđu u draft. Ne vidite moj miš, ali nema veze, nije ni toliko bitno. Da, uglavnom, Prio, ban Wukong, da uklone njima džanglere, ban Gnar da im uklone safe topa, realno Renekton je mnogo više flip safe top nego bilo što drugo, i onda ja i Kvadi Kaziksa, on je poznat po Kaziksu, I onda ovi odgovaraju sa Sionom ko zadnji pik što je jako čudno u Renegtona. Mi su im mogli malo bolje da prođu, ali dobro. Ajmo se vratimo nazad na live, to je skroz okej. Au, ne ovako, ne ovako, ne ovako.
Some lighting and get back in the game.
All right. Well, as a reminder to the viewers at home, Fnatic find themselves at 2 and 4 right now.
Yep.
They have, let me quickly do some mental math. They played 6 games. They got to 9, so they've got 3 games left. The best possible score Fnatic can get is 5 wins, 4 losses. But they do have to go through Heretics, KC, and Vitality. Now, beating Vitality and KC is the hard part. But guess what? In theory, they're already 1-0 up against KC.
Yeah.
So if they can close this series out, they put themselves at 3 and 4, and they increase their chances significantly. Meanwhile, for KC, they're looking to get the undefeated split.
Oh, man. Great trading.
Ja mislim da idu 3. Ja mislim da idu 3. Da.
But I do think the lane already starting great for Kana is a job well done.
Absolutely. Let's see how Vladdy performs here on the Akali. This is often considered a counter matchup. Normally, the Azir, well, can't harass the Akali too much. Usually go things like Door and Shield and second win, you just sustain through it. The fight in the bot lane skirmish between the two AD carries and supports as they fight to get control, go for that early level 2. Junglers both starting on the top side. I do expect Nocturne's going to be ever so slightly faster.
Yep.
He is starting on the Raptors, into the top side Krugs, into then Red. The reason why you take this pathing is so that you can get to 6 faster. Because what will happen is that by delaying the Red start, your Raptors will respawn faster. So in theory, you can immediately, once you've done your full clear, head back straight up towards your Raptors and start clearing again.
After jumping all in, we've seen this already today from Paddock and Trimby. See if Upset and Losper can do a job well done as well. Kalist and Buzio hold their ground.
Health pot advantage though to Kalist still.
Yeah.
As Upset's already been forced to use his.
I feel like this lane, the Lucian is always like, just commit. Commit, see what you can get. Maybe the trades don't work out. There's exhaust. Kalist is nice and healthy. This 2v2 is going exceptionally well for KC.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Very well played. The quick barrier from Kalist really doing him wonders as the Lucian dived in. And even though the exhaust gets dropped, the damage is already done, so Upset just straight up loses the trade.
Get a recall. Kalist is just going to go back, use the timing to get a tier. As he makes his recall, there it is. Okay. So he gets his tier nice and early. Always feels good when you can kind of sneak out of the lane and get that tier stacking up before the 3-minute mark, as Yak is also on the bottom side of the map alongside Razor. Both junglers down here will be the contest for the scuttle. But Yike says no, he's actually pinging towards...
Ne, treći, sigurno treći.
Bypass pod, while Casey get pushed in and Buzio gets hit hard.
Very early tier, now secured for Kalist, wants to get that stacking as soon as possible. Yike gonna path towards top, knowing that his AD carry has just reset. Quick base coming in from Razor, and you can see on the minimap, his Raptors already starting to respawn fairly soon. I wonder if Yike is even considering contesting those Raptors. Gonna move over, we'll have that ward.
Doesn't do it super quick, but he needs those vorpal spikes, void spikes rather, to connect in. Pulls out with a leap, and ward just gonna be placed down. Razor does spot it with his spidey senses, and he'll start off Raptors while Vladdy we come back.
Mogu bi da kliknem I ovo ovdje. Excellent, excellent.
So stock standard start, nothing too chaotic, nothing too crazy, pretty even across the board. Akali slightly behind as you'd expect in the range versus melee matchup.
Buzio roam, Vladdy goes into the shroud. At half HP is Yehu, good ebb and flow, looking for the Aqua Prison, but Buzio just autos and sets. Gets a bit of pressure back considering that TP has been burned by Vladdy, but not by Yehu. Bit of range used again. Shuriken Flip gonna land on the Buzio, but Vladdy ain't no way he's taking that.
That would be a surefire way to lose a lot of your
Koji vibes s publikom?
and you don't have your TP available.
Dođi mi da trčim na ovoj traci koliko me hajpuje što su prehypovani navijači. Inače, jako bitna stvar ljudi, mislim ovo sam napomenuo, ali napomenut ću opet. Gleda se Smile 2 posle leca, tako da vidit ću sad tačno u koje vrijeme, napisat ćemo na Discordu. pošto iskreno ne znam i da li ću ništa jesti, tako da eventualno ću izaći proštam Luja. Tako da gledamo Smile 2 posle Leca. Tako da na Disu Smile 2 i onda posle ćemo možda da igramo na Discordu možda neki Valo ili nešto malo kliktati, možda neke arame, ne koliko nas bude bilo pa ćemo da vidimo. Bacimo neki chill. Tako da posle Leca vidjet ću, ne znam da li da jedem nešto ili da ne jedem, baš malo sam u diskusiji sam sa sobom sad. I onda ćemo da pustimo filmić. Pa vidjet ćemo, vidi, postoji šansa da Fanatik ovo dobije isto. Nikad nisam pitao za onima što šetaš toliko samo zbog trošenja kalorija. Pa Grul, mislim, delimično ono vidi. Znaš šta je fora, Grul, iskreno? Alternativa tome da šetam je da sedim za kompom. Znaš, i realno gledano ja sedeo, stajao, ono, vama isto dođe. Meni je bolje jer kad stojim, sad šetam, stojim, ali kao kada, razumeš, kad ne sedim, više sam onako, mozak mi je aktivniji, budniji sam, lakše mi je da pratim sve i plus kao zdravije, znaš. Ne krivim kičmu, samo je kao, ne znam što ću ti kažem, samo je zdravije, kao, bolje mi da hodam nego da sedim, bukvalno. I naravno, mislim, ok, sa gore ću kalorije, mogu malo više da jedem u toku dana, tako da. Ali da. Yahoo ima little tempo. On i dalje bije. Yahoo je mrtav sad. Ajde, dropova little tempo. I Korki nema damage. Tako da da, nije baš samo zbog kalorija, već kao generalno zdravlje. Ono. Naravno, ja 12.000 trebam da pređem u danu, ali ja sam prešao 10.000 kad sam upalio ovaj stream. Znaš, meni je 12.000 cilj zarad mojih, ono, ali evo, sad sam već na 18.000, tako da prošao sam ja odavno šta sam trebao da prođem. Ali sad sam u fazonu kao, pa rađe bih hodao nego da sedim, tako da što da ne. Ja sam koji se spremaš za nešto, maraton ili tako nešto. Pa ne, možda jednog dana, mislim, nemam pojma. Nije mi sad neka kao želja da trčim maraton. Iskreno. Nisam ono kao sad bi mnogo volao trči maraton ili nešto, ali... Mislim ono... Realno... Žive. Znaš, neću da kažem da sam kao nikad ni pod kojim uslovima ne bi istrčao maraton, možda. Mislim, meni je kardio generalno ne toliko dobar. Za nekoga ko trenira nije mi dobar kardio. Ali... Možda je bilo interesantno. Jednom kad budem imao malo više slobodnog vremena, eto, snimim klip, spremam se za maraton i idem trči maraton i... Ha, pojma. Možda bi bilo zanimljivo. Možda je bilo zanimljivo. Fanatika Kovina. Koji i G2 moraju se zabrinu malo. Mislim, Kisi se ne brine, ali Kisi će proći i dalje svejedno. A međusobni skor između Kisi i Fanatika nije bitan jer Fanatik nikad neće biti u tiebreakeru s Kisijom. U teoriji mogu da budu da sad Fanatik pobedi 3 gema za redom, a Kisi izgubi 4. Ali to se neće dogoditi. Mislim, razumete, to je mala šansa da se dogodi. Milio Lucijan je samo giga busted. Baš busted. Da, on čeka. Lep culling, mislim. Promašio je pola samo zašto je znao da će nami da ga cancela, pa bolje da promašeš ulti da ti ne cancela nego da stojiš u title wave da ti cancela ulti i da primiš damage za džabe. Lepo. Postaje popular, to posljednje vreme ima godine ljudi koji lično poznaje se više kreću s polumaratonima i neki kao challenge. Pa i ja sam video, znaš. I ja sam video dosta ljudi koji ono kao poznajem, koje pratim recimo na Instagramu iz bilo kog razloga da vidim svi se spremaju kao idu na maraton, trče maraton svi. Tako da slažem se, da, postaje baš popularno da ljudi trčete maratone. Kažem, mislim, nisam neko ko će da kaže kao nikad ne bi trčao maraton, mislim, što da ne bi. Ali da sad kažem da mi neki gaz da kao od uvek sam želeo, nisam. Generalno ne volim da trčim, iskreno. Okej sam da hodam. Tako da, otišli bi Klara i ja u neki šampionat u brzom hodanju možda. Ali trčanje, čak i ako je ono light jogging, nisam ljubitelj, iskreno. Livestream maratona, to bi u stvari bilo zabavno, ne znam ali to smije da se radi, što ne bi smjelo. Staviš onaj chest mount i brate i trči. Znate vi što nije loša ideja? Ko je jači u late-u? U late-u je jači Sion od Renegtona, pa ćemo mi sad idemo ono redom. Ako mene pitate Kha'Zix od Nocturna, Azir od Akali i iskreno Korki od Lucijana, verovali ili ne, kao... Ojoj! Boga mi ovaj heal je bio dobar, što je ovo bilo? Gde si, Peđa? Kaže, ko se povredi na maratonu, nek me ne zove. Ne ovako. Znajući mene, ja da trčim 2 sata, meni bi prvo rame ispalo. Ne znam kako, ali našlo bi način. Našlo bi nekako način da zaškripi rame. Ne znam što je bio ovaj heal u zadnjem trenutku do duše od Milija. Summoner heal ult, I guess. Ko da je bacio mi heal s Crucible, a nema Crucible. A nije imao ni Echoes of Heli u tom trenutku. Tako da je baš čudno. Pa dobro. Mada gledajte, Kha'Zix je 0-2, Nocturne je 4-1. A Razork je imao game života prošli game. Znači, brat je bio 10-1-2... 13? 13 ili 12, znam da imao 100% kill participaciju, čovjek je vidio svaki kill game. Jarvan je cheat code, ako hoćete dobar skor, Jarvan je najbolji u tome, jer bacite flag i svima ste dali attack speed i svako ko dobije attack speed od flaga dobijete assist. Tako da malo je broken sa Jarvanom farmovati asistove. Ali opet je igrao jako, jako lepo. I dalje mora da bude tu negde, tako da... Ajmo da vidimo. Šta će se izdogađati?
He can make sure that any play has numbers advantage first, as long as Yike is spotted out.
The ebb and flow, though, doing great work. We're still going to heal Kalist pretty much back up to full at this point. His mana not really going to be affected that much as Razork ticks over to level 10. Level 11 is where you get that extra cooldown on the ulti. Nice trade back there from Kalist. Oh, careful now, upset. Will take a...
Ne znam, krenuli su Lucijana spamuju opet. Što ne od svega ja nisam, ja ne volim kad je Lucijan meta. Iskreno baš ne volim kad je Lucijan meta. Jer Lucijan toliko zavisi od toga da imaš sinergiju sa supportom i onda očigledno u lecu kao svi, brate, ok, igraš Lucijana, pričaš sa supportom i oni skrimujete svaki dan u redu. A kad igraš sa randomom i ti se dešaš, a tvoj support ti ništa nije bacio, čovjek otišao AFK na sekund. I ti si se dešao kao da je carry protivnik je bez ikakvog supporta. I samo ti u trenutku deša znaš da si već izgubio trade. To je najgora stvar ikada s Lucijanom.
I think KC want to get a quick base off and head towards that dragon as quickly as possible. I'm keeping my eyes on...
But I don't think it'll be there, baby.
Yeah, they're too late. Really good interrupt. I think that just denied all possibility for Yike to really contest the dragon. He recognized it too. He starts pathing up towards top. He's thinking about a cross mat. You can see a small ping onto the Raptors. Fnatic saying, hey, whoa, careful now. He's probably going to move into my topside jungle. So now the swaps are starting to come through. With role quests being completed,
Da dodaju mehaniku da kupiš item dropa što sa igrači pokupe. Bilo bi... Promenilo bi igricu bukvalno skroz. U Doti davno imao si bukvalno meni gdje ti možda šalješ gold sa igraču. Znači ti si bukvalno imao gore da klikneš i ti to više ne može iz očiglednih razloga. Gdje si Derelko? Više to ne radi, ali prije si mogao da klikneš jedan meni i onda imaš svoje saigrače i strelice, ovako sve 0 golda i strelice. I ti bukvalno pošalješ svoj gold kom god doćeš saigraču. I to je bilo to je bilo jako game breaking. Jer onda supportovi odu samo da nekako dobijaju gold i šta god generišu samo funeluju sve u carry-a. I onda ti carry ima 6 itema dok support ima 1. I to ima 6 itema u 10 minuta partije.
Don't have to commit much. It was KC that committed much. They don't find a kill. They do get summoners and they do get the herald. There was a big opportunity for Emperos to push in bot, forcing Yehu to also TP. So now Fnatic have a TP advantage. So in a world that you could argue this is an advantage for Fnatic, but it only depends if they actually use that Fnatic to then take advantage of the fact that KC have no TPs, right? So we'll see if Fnatic do end up doing that. And speaking of the devil,
Dobro. Sad kažem, ne znam da li ima damage da gubi, ali ako ga šutnu kulu možda ima. Odi, lepo. Fnatic će dobiti ovu seriju. Da. Da.
They send all 5 members towards the bot play, allowing for Kalist to hit onto this mid tier 1 and the top wave to be pushed as well. Kana's going to rotate down to mid to offer some protection for Kalist, who did get a big injection of plates, but overall Fnatic find themselves with 2 kills. They get the bot tower and they extend their gold lead.
And you got your answer immediately, Betty. 1 out of the 2 TP advantages have been used from Vladdy to net that kill. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Fnatic use the advantage well. 3,000 is the lead as we look at the replay.
And this is the thing, given that KC had committed all those...
Znaš što je fora, zato je Azir toliko dobar. Ti si 2 levela ispod 2 levela je ispod Siona i opet mu radi damage.
So those kills go over to Vladdy and to Upset as Fnatic now on the aggression.
Yike did get the blue buff though, given over to Buzio. Upset jumps into Kalist again. Cozy can't fire down. He went forward. Ballful spikes. Evolve do some work. Tidal wave as well. Emperor.
Ne, samo zatvaram Discord. Hvala puno.
Jumping into the mid lane, but Yehu gets out of dodge. Tries to wait for the lights to turn back on. Upset jumps into him though.
Da. Casey mora da izgrifa malo. Ali teška priča. Igraju i dalje.
Too aggressive from Fnatic. They overforce that fight, and it ends up being a 2-for-2, but KC get the shutdowns. So look at the goal that gets injected here. Fnatic, sure, they don't actually steal away the blue buff. Upset goes all in on a play against Kalist, loses the trade in HP. Emperos is now in a very awkward spot, so Fnatic have to try and turn the play around. They commit. One dives onto Yehu, Vladdy dives onto the backline.
Ne, pročitao sam što je Klara napisala i samo sam u fazonu, okej, ne, gledam game. Tu se završava, nakon Klarine poruke se završava moje čitanje tog četa do daljnjeg. Neka hvala. Ne, sve u redu, samo ću gledam kako Fnatic pobeđuje da gledamo Smile 2 u pravom trenutku. A što je najčešće od svega, u stvari sam jako uzbuđen za film. Jer kažem, Kids mi je dobar, jedina stvar koja se meni nije puno svidjela je kraj, kao sam kraj mi se nije svidao. Ali Kids je generalno meni super film. A ljudi kažu da je 2 mnogo bolje od Kids. Tako da to je cool. I ima onaj film, to treba da izađe, mislim, ove godine. A to se sigurno sećate. One dve ribe što su se zaglavile u onom tornju gore, onom telekomunikacijom tornju ili šta god. Zaboravio sam kako se zove, Fall ili Drop ili nemam pojma kako se zove. Izlazi drugi deo tog filma. I baš me zanima šta će biti. Šta će sad, ovi put će biti na 2 tornja zaglavljene. Vratit će se na isti tornje. Ne znam šta je poenta tog drugog filma, ali baš me zanima šta će bude. Drugi tim. Da, Fanatics se, ne znam, preporodio se. Razorg se naljutio. Tako da, mislim, ne znam, ovo izgleda giga dobro. Jer sa Fanatic faktički ne mora ništa radi, mogu čekati od Drake-a. A Mountain Soul im je jako high value ovde. Nocturna, Kali, mislim oni imaju 4 jako squishi i memera. Vladi je ultao do duše za to, ali dobro, nema tako veliki cooldown, pa je fajn. Nije tako strašno sad. Četvrtina ulta mu se već vratila nazad i to je level 2 ulti, level 3 ulti bi imaš manji cooldown. Oni dropaju Barona, Casey. Casey, what you doing? Casey, what you doing? Bro, šta rade? Jajk! Slušajte publiku. Kanon ih je preparirao ovdje. Oni će... Ja ne mogu. A pa ne možda daš... Aj vidi. Mislim, VP za jajka. Iskreno, VP za jajka, lep stil. Ali bro, ne možda daš Kazik što ti leti u pit tako. Bro, 0-3 Kazik si ubi ga, ono... Hakče. Ja sam rekao sam zatvorio Discord, ali totalno nisam zatvorio Discord, zanimljivo ste mi način. Jajk ušao, uzeo i eto, i ti eto sad oni, eto, Fanatik. Eto. Ma vidi, ja sam kolovo 1-1. Ja sam kolovo 1-1 čim je Fanatik krenuo pobeđuje prvu partiju. Sam bio u fazonu ili će ekipa KC-a prestompati 2 gema po 20 minuta ili će Fanatik da uzme, da ih odvede u treći. Fanatik sigurno ne dobija 2-0 ovo. Tako da, ne znam. Sad su dropovali ceo lead. Kehu baš bije. Kehu baš bije. Rekao ti je Nikola da jesu, a ako je Nikola tražio, rekao ti je da su svi Emerald plus, Andrej, gore, da znaš. Možda ti je top 4 upaljen. A znam, Derilko trola mi ja, ali... Ali opet mi smiješno što Jajko u KC areni, ono, krade Barona Fanatiku. Jer fora je što KC, navijači, očigledno obožavaju KC, ali mrze Fanatik, zbog Vladija. I to kao pomislili bi, to je samo zašto je Vladi igrao za KC pa igra sad za Fanatik, ali nije. Nego je Vladi nešto izjavio u Twitch chatu, kao nešto je bio u fazonu, jel mogu ovi brainless majmuni fanovi KC-a da ono učute već jednom, tako je nešto ukucao. I od tog trenutka vidi. Znači, ono, mrze Vladija ko da im je sarmu pojeo. Znači, ko da im je sve palačinke smazao sam. Znači, baš ga jako ne vole. Kao Vladija specifično jako ne vole. Ono, bifuje sa Casey fanovima. Da, ima i screenshot i sve ono. I onda su od tog trenutka vidi. Single digit IQ Casey fan. Da, to, znam da je bilo to nešto, da je baš ono opleo po njima. I od tog trenutka ga baš hejtuju jako. Gdje si Straka, štima? Ovo je sad njihove, ne znam mogu se bio uopšte oni. Empiros je već na pola healtha, decent calling, ali će biti cancelovan ovdje. I razlog će samo da bude shot, ono što je Korki naskillovo sad. Da, i ovo je sad Drake za njih. Ko ne, da, ali vidiš. On ih je otvoreno pecnuo i to ti je automatski poziv da te flameuju do kraja života. I plus je malo grifova na kraju kad je igrao za KC, pa ni to baš nije pomoglo njegovoj situaciji, iskreno. Kuda hodam tako brzo, pa nigde očigledno. Ne znam, a danas sam baš malo ubrzo, zašto mi je... Mnogo mi je hype ova energija KC fanova. Nije da ih nešto volim preterano, ali stvarno su napravili lepu atmosferu, mislim, što jezbeno. Ono, voleo, ne voleo KC, činjenica stvarno u Parizu su baš napravili, vrate... Ono, nahypovali su mene, vrate. I onda sam malo ubrzo jer su me hypovali. Ej. To ću prvog maja, torta. Torta. Mogli si mi donesemo neku tortu, a? Realno može svako da donese po jednu tortu. Ja mislim da je to dobar play. Realno. I onda, onda kao kad smo bili mali pa onom sličicama smo se menjali, tako ćemo svi po tortu malo, svako po tortu uzme. To je play ako mene pitaš. Ja mislim da je to odlična aktivnost za drugare. Ili na primjer da vidimo ko prvi uradi Milky Challenge. Na primjer. To bi bilo skroz okej, mislim, ne znam ja. Meni to zvuči kao super bonding experience. Hvala puno. Mislim da se Darilko slaže, sa mnom realno Darilko slažemo se, ali tako. To ima smisla. Pa da, smo tapkali. Smo tapkali sličice. Što znači imam i dalje neke prastare, ono, ne znam ni šta imam više. Isto su sve bile, ono, fake stvari, očigledno, ali... Vidi. Ne, a mislio sam, nema vezi. Ali ja stvarno, ne, vidi. A što ja stvarno pričam o torti? What do you mean? Ja sam samo gladan. Ali dobro, to je druga, nema vezi. A ne, skapirao sam na pola i onda je Klara kad je napisala skapirao sam šta se događa ovdje i onda bolje da nisam skapirao, ako ćemo iskreno. Vidio sam kad je Klara napisala. Ne. Ne mogu da verujem, ništa. Ja već, sve je lagano ljudi, ja idem ja tamo u onaj podrum i uzem onaj sto za stoni tenis, ja ću igrati od ziću da udaram ono i to je to. Strašno. Tako je, Straka, to... A nemaš, prete, gotovo, nemam, gasi program, ide kući. Mislim, već sam kući, ali... Ne ovako. Gasi, flipao si, Klaro, ženo, držao si kurač, spusti ga na dole. Ne osigurač, mi ispuštaj. Fanatik, ajmo molim vas dobiti game, ono. Stvarno ne moramo idemo u game 3. Znači, baš je bilo super da ne odemo u game 3. Još ja ne vidim kako Fanatik sad ovo dobije, ali... Osim ako sad ne ostave razorku da ukrade Barona. Ne ovako. Ajmo Fanatik, imati ih. Okej. Nije okej. Nocturne just, oni će izgubiti. Hoću sutra, znam. Realno, maraton 2 i rešena priča. Šta sad? Apsi vi kako dobija, može samo batine dobiju ovde. Nocturne je bio 4-1 i toliko je useless. 4-1 je bio, ljudi moji. Ma, gotovo, ni njegov KD neće biti spašan ovde. He's got hugs. I Korki je preskelovo, Jazir je preskelovo i šta sad? Je li Jajko prvo završio 4. item dok je Nocturne i dalje na 2,5 itema?
Beautifully danced around by Casey. Fnatic fall. Casey are triumphant. And with the Baron, with the Dragon as well. We're going all the way in this best of 3.
Što je način u prvoj seriji dana Pedak je igrao jako lepo. Jako lepo Lucijana. Baš ga lepo igrao. Mislim, nije EU Lucijan, tehnički on je iz Koreje, tako da... Ali Padak igra baš dobrog Lucijana, baš me iznenadio kako ga igra. Znači, baš ga ono full na limite, full agresivno. Ono, nije elk, ali se trudi. Znaš, nije elk, ali se trudi. U stvari jako lepo igrao. Da pogledaš taj game kad igra Lucijana, mislim... Pa to ti kažem, nije Evropa. Ali baš je lepo igrao, baš je lepo igrao. Duše igrao je Kraken Lucijana, što mi je malo čudno. Ti pogledaj, vrate, Kalis level 17, Upset level 14. 3 levela razlike između 2 AD carry-a. Koliko je nezgodno za ekipu Fnatica. Pogledaj early game, baš kako je dešavo, kako se pozicionirao. Laning fazu pogotovo, jako lepo igrao. S tim da kažem, Kraken mi je malo čudan na Lucijanu, ja lično ne volim Kraken. Pre je bio dobar, sad mi je nekako šta god. Ali baš ga je iskidao. Ja bi se igrao dobro. Pa dobro da, mislim, ne igrao ga loše, ali Pedak mislim da igrao bolje. Mislim da igrao dosta bolje. Duše kažem, pao je dosta, jer Kalist je level 17, Upset evo sad je level 15 i dalje je mnogo behind. To pull a rabbit out of their hat to turn the momentum in their favor.
Now remember, reset for Yike. He will leap. He's got the upgraded leap and he's got the range on it. As turret goes down on the top side, 8,000 gold just about. Casey still at Baron for another 10 seconds. It was only 1,000 Red Bull Baron power play, but it took it off the map. They found a winning fight from it. They're still very much in the driver's seat. As Fnatic try to hold on, it will come down to this Dragon. It feels all that next Baron.
Dobio si support carry game 1 point Sol? Na Sol? Support carry game Sol. Zbunio sam se. Moguće, Lukenzi, je fully moguće, mislim. Ne znam, specifično mi njegova agresija bila baš, ono, jako dobra u lane-u. Kasnije većina oni znaju kako se pozicioniraju, znaju kod igraju, ali laning fazama je bilo možda... A Sona, okej, ja rip onda, brate moj srećeno, ne znam šta ti kaže. Ja rekao Aurelion Sola, rekao, brate mili, Sol support, malo čudno, ali okej. Ne znam šta mu je plan, da stakuje starove, ali no. Vlad je mrtav. Ma da, Kalis ga tankuje, gledao. U Shroudu su ga ubili.
Really struggled to have impact with the Akali. And now Casey, knowing that they have more players, are looking to siege in top lane.
They find an all in, this game will be done. Kalist stepping up again, culling is quite good damage though at half HP. Busio, now his work cut out for him as he has a heal.
Dobro. Ali šta sad, Razork? Da. Brat moj uleće Fira i u fazonu je... A nisam žurio ako ste na to mislili, vrati. Brat moj se samo predomislio. Mislim, Upset mu radi damage, nije da nije. On ima 3,5 itema na Lucianu. To jest ima 4,5 itema na Lucianu, sreće pa ja ne znam da brojim. 100% krita, nije loš Upset of damage. Samo dobije 16 vrh za Culling level 3. Evo ga. Sad pogledajte, Upset je bio 14 kad je Corki bio 17. Sad je Upset 16, a Corki i dalje 17. Tako da Upset je sad znatno jači nego što je bio u prethodnom fajtu. A ovo je potencijalno soul fight. U teoriji fanatik, mislim, Barona za soul, nisam baš siguran da li bi išli na tu stranu. Ali ja sam u trećem gemu gotov sa šetnjom, braću, moću riknem ovoj traci ako budem još hodao. Čekujemo da lagano, 4 gema, lagana priča. 4 gema, nikako nije 4 gema. Da, ali baš zato mu je ulti toliko bitan. Baš zato što mu je unplayable game, level ulta mu je jako bitan. Back i ništa. I oni sad rašuju Barona. Jer znaju da su oni na bot sidu mape, oni se recall dolaze iz baze. Sad u teoriji možda svipuješ sve i da ih sačekaš u njihovoj džungli, možda instant da krašaš Barona. A Corki i Azir damage, gledajte ovo. Čak i da je Nocturne imao ulti, nije mogao, ne mogu da stigne s ultom, da je imao opet ulti, ali... Jako clean, jako clean. Ne, baca ult za pok, je. Ne vidim ja da fanatik dobija, iskreno. Outscalovani su previše. Azir i Corki samo rade mnogo. Gleda damage. Možda na Kalista, ako njega ubiju. Okej. Big za fanatik, big za fanatik. Kakve mudrosti u chatu, to volim da vidim, pa nema šta. Mora bude najpametniji chat. Dobro, nešto pik, nije loše. Kalisti je odlučio da ne želi da pobedi, to je u redu skroz. Gdje mogu se mi izdopiti? Ček, stani. O, boga mi ka... Jao. Zon je u fear. I dalje traje fear, nice. Ok, Razork je mrtav. Azir ulti na single target, nebitan. Ima i sad Bežanija. Interesantno da je Jajk uzeo E-Evolve. To je jako interesantno. Čekaj, on je uzeo ult Evolve, ili tako? Nisam vidio, što nisam baš razmišljao o tome, ali kazi stvarno jako dugo nisam vidio da igra krila. Da, Vladi je u fazonu, ja ne bi da pobedim. A jedan lose please moliću. What the fuck? What the fuck? Sio nije up, nemaju tanka, njih će Azir da pretopi. Ojoj, Kalis damage, Vlad je mrtav. Da. Dobro, da Razor će samo da umre jer Nocturne nije heroj. Upset je izgubio KD i sad je jako nervozan. Bro, kakav throw fanatika, kakav bac fanatika, ljudi moji, pa to nema nigde. Baš jak bac, iskreno. Ok. Slažem se. Iskreno slažem se. Ništa, pauziram traku. Još jedan dan, 6 gameova, tako da očigledno radimo ga jako. Pauzica 10 minuta. Pa se onda vraćamo kasnije sa game broj 3. Vidimo ko dobio ovu seriju.
Is the reason the KC fans get a chance of getting into playoffs right here, right now.
Ce banger absolu. Et une fois de plus, ça se joue sur un style absolument magistral de la part de Yike. Yike, we're so used to you stealing in clutch moments like this. Tell me about how you made it happen. Tell me about coming back in this game and finding once again this clutch opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, the game was for sure a bit scary. I don't even think it was the best Kazakhs game, but I wanted to play it anyways. And no, I will be strong. Like, no matter what happened early game, I could be strong later. And yeah, I think the steal just turned it around. So I'm very happy I could do that. It was very risky, very scary, but we made it, right?
Love it, absolutely love it. I'm gonna let you join your team. You can go, you can go. Petite traduction ici, de toute façon il sait qu'il peut steal, mais il se faisait surtout confiance à leur late game, même si c'était pas le meilleur rank de Kha'Zix, il savait qu'ils allaient avoir les dégâts et des possibilités de revenir plus tard. Kamel, je te rends la parole.
Like, what on earth just happened? I just don't understand it. Fnatic again playing an incredible early game, and then Yike's like, nah, not in my house, not here in front of the KC fans. What a game!
I mean, it's not always a Yike game, but it's not all Yike games, but it's always a Yike game. The fact that he keeps finding these Baron steals in these absolute clutch moments, no one believed Casey could come back this game, but he finds this Q smite so clutch, and now suddenly they're stuck in the Baron pit, and Kana and Yike has cleaned it all up.
I just saw him get pushed away, and I was like, really good play by Fnatic. You know, there's no way Yike can get in here. But again, the king of thieves. This man finds a way. Like, you can see what it meant for the crowd. Absurd. And that was the moment that it started to crumble for Fnatic.
I mean, to me, being in an arena is like when you're falling or you're sleeping super soundly, and then suddenly the alarm hits you at 8 a.m. in the morning because the whole crowd just erupted so loud. The noise was incredible. It's like they all came back to life, and I feel like Casey rode that momentum to the end.
Yeah, we were back in the catacombs at that moment. We were like behind stage, and we could hear them through there. The ground started shaking. Absolutely incredible stuff all round from KC as well, because even at that point, they still had to fight their way back into the game. I think they swung the goal from being about 3K behind to being about even, but then we just see them doing it again and again and again.
Yeah, and I think so much of that just comes down to the confidence of this team, right? They understand exactly how they want to try and move from this position and the team fights that they're able to achieve. As soon as KC take control, they are fishing for picks, they're fishing for moments to try and fight, they're playing off of multiple different lanes, and it makes it so difficult to try and fight back against them. And I mean, shout out to Calista in this as well. He was doing work in these fights. I don't think I've seen Corky bombs do that much damage in any other game.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes down to the setup. Look how early they were at this dragon. They were poking them down, making this approach so difficult for Fnatic. They were all shepherded through these super tiny choke points, and it's just panic that comes to them because they have to get to this dragon. They really want it, but the fact that they're all so low, and the fact that Casey's formation is just superior makes it so difficult.
And that's the thing, the people who didn't panic in those fights were Busio with the tidal wave and Yehu with the Emperor's Divide. It felt like every single time Fnatic were running up literally against a wall to try and find these engages once they'd lost control. And I think like Imperios had some good moments where like flashing over the Emperor's Divide to try and find these plays and set it up, but these are big tools that you are using to try and break through every single fight, and they're just not available when you need them all the time.
I think part of it as well was how situational Fnatic's engage tools could be in those moments. You have a Scion running and you have a Paranoia, and then apart from that, you don't really have a huge amount of CC. You needed to be the team actually getting the poke, getting the pod, and you can see here, there were moments that they did start getting back into the game. This was a great engage, but then the disengage comes out of KC.
I mean, we praised Fnatic's cohesion in game one. They were always going in together, but I feel like a lot of these fights, it's a Nocturne diving in where Akali's not quite ready for it. I would have loved to see Razak just press the R button, hold the Paranoia second activation, wait for Ladder to be in position to follow up, and then go in but it was a little bit indecisive, or maybe too decisive from Fnatic in a lot of these fights, and they just kept getting picked off by the immense damage of KC's backline.
And KC knew to watch out for Vladdy. Like, you can see it in this fight. Kana is just sitting there going, okay, as long as I mark this Akali and I can try and get some sort of CC down, same when I look towards Yahoo, as long as we keep Vladdy out of the fight, Kalist and this Azir can do enough in these fights to carry, and they were able to get it across the finish line, which is just insane for the position they were in.
It really is. It really is. There's something special about KC here in Les Arena. I also do want to come back to the fact Fnatic almost got the game back. Yeah. Right? They started to win out, and then we saw a dive that really shouldn't have been a dive under the mid lane inhibitor.
I mean, to me, this is the crowd buff. Look at this. They find a great poke on Kalist, and then Empress finds a massive ult on him, and it looks like it's a fantastic fight for Fnatic. Why? Because it is. They got 2 for null, and here you see the impatience. Vladdy tries to go for this dive. They all agree that they should probably dive this, but they just go in one after one after one. Opposite goes melee range to Renegade. They all try to dive, but it's just so forced, over-forced. It's too indecisive again.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? Like, we talked about it a little bit backstage, Finn. You said, if it had been me listening to the crowd erupt after I started throwing the game, I would have been giga tilted. And I think that's kind of where Fnatic got in a mental space, right? They said, hey, we were winning this game, we started to lose this game, we fought back, now we've got to finish it, we've got to do it quickly, because at the moment the momentum was still very much in KC's favor.
I mean, the virtue that fades with this pressure is patience. The fact that your patience becomes so limited, and the fact that you really, every single time there's an overstep, you want to pull the entire game back, but you're so far behind, you need to do it bit by bit, and you can't do it all in one big chunk like Fnatic was trying to.
Yeah, but it felt like Fnatic just lost confidence in themselves. Like, it didn't feel like they felt they could win anymore. It felt like this was the one moment that the door was open, and they were hoping to just run through it, but instead they just ran into the KC grind. Like, there was nothing left for them in that one, and unfortunately for them now, Fnatic find themselves having to try and face off against KC once more in front of a crowd that is very much pushing on the KC side.
It really is. I do want to talk a little bit about compositions as well, because I think the more I look at it now, the harder it was for Fnatic to ever get back in that game. They were able to accelerate in the early game, but you looked at the damage numbers there. Yahoo did 52,000, Vladdy did 17. The ability of the Azir and the Corki just to slowly poke Fnatic as they walked into them made it basically impossible for Fnatic to ever take a fight on their terms.
But I think this has been the bread and butter for KC. Like, Yahoo's Azir has been absolutely phenomenal for them. It's one of the things that even coming into the game I was talking about, saying, I want to see Yahoo's Azir. He's 4-0 in the pick. He's been absolutely fantastic. And when you look globally, the pick only has about a 40-41% win rate, but it consistently shows up clutch for them. And I think having that reliance on champions that Yahoo can bring out, not so much the Annie, but the Azir, these kind of picks where you can pop off in the mid lane and be a massive carry in fights, has been so good for KC.
I mean, I'm fully aligned with you. On the Azir, I think he looked night and day from game 1. But I want to look ahead a little bit. Yeah. Because suddenly, you see that the blind picks are fading, because now Fnatic had a choice. You either choose blind pick and end up where your Empress has to blind pick a tank or a bruiser against Kana with all range picks up and available, or you choose last pick where you give him the counter pick but kind of weaken your first rotation. They have went for the first pick, so I do really fear for Empress, because Jace is still available, Vayne is still available, Gnar is still available. You need to have a plan going into that 4-5, because it will be really tricky to deal with an unleashed Kana.
So I'll give you a moment to think about what your plan would be for Fnatic. Rob, for KC, do we just want to see stock standard? Are we looking for Ashe Seraphine? Are we looking just to play through prio lanes?
I don't think you're going to get the Ashe Seraphine. I think Fnatic have very much identified correctly that this is not something you want to give across, but I still do think, like, there are options here coming into the next couple of drafts. Like, you still have things like the Caitlyn that are still up and available that you can try and work through, that has been very strong for KC, and you still have the Nico that can pair alongside it very strong as well, to try and give you that bot lane to try and play through. And I think if you can find these picks that can not only be strong in that bottom lane, but boost you the opportunity to open up on the map, I think that's really where you're going to find that strength. And also, I'd love to see the Wukong was banned in this one, but I would like to see more of the Wukong here for Yike. I think it's a very strong pick, and being able to go for these quick level 6 plays seems to be a key to success for you.
So I set up a plan for Fnatic, okay? Okay. Do not pick your top early, okay? You need to drop top lane to 4-5. And then I think what they have to go for, considering the fact that they're blue side, you probably want to ban the Vayne and Jace. Why? Because then you set up your own Gnar blind pick. But Casey is not stupid. They will most likely ban that Gnar away from you or pick it themselves as a blind pick on 4. But at least then you can end up blinding an Ambessa, a Cassante without all those 3 champions in the game. Sure, there is still the Varus, so maybe you need to ban that 1, 2, 3 if you want to set up for this. But you need to make sure Emperos gets a safe blind pick, because if he doesn't, Kana will devour him.
Kana has been getting massively ahead of him in both the games. I think Emperos has been doing a good job in laning phase, but both matchups so far, we've seen Kana with a 2k, 3k lead coming into the mid game. We'll see what Fnatic can do. What an atmosphere it has been. What a weekend it has been here in Evry, near Paris, not quite in Paris, in France. It's just been a pleasure to be here, and we can't wait for the final game of the final series of this road trip here for the LEC. We'll be right back in just a couple of moments' time. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Finish. Fine. Just fine. Okay. Let's go. There we go. Can I fighting hard? Yes. Nice. Play. I'm looking. Look, guys. It's not working, guys. Yeah, it's very good, guys. Nice guy. Nice guy.
Brother, let me try. Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother? Perfection.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Fnatic's all right. You know, they seem to have a very strong style, and it's more linear, so you kind of know what the enemies are going to play for when you're loading in versus Fnatic. So I would say that makes them a bit more telegraphed.
They are not as good as they should be, like on paper, and like I know Bloody, you know, since last year, and I like him a lot. So it's gonna be, for me, it's gonna be most fun probably to play against Fnatic. Yeah, I feel like if they get their things together, they would be stronger than how they look right now. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of stakes for them, right, to perform good and be manage to come to the playoffs. So yeah, probably it's gonna be more stressful for them than for like us or the other teams, sadly.
I think when the crowd is on your side, it can make it more of a memorable experience. It can be a very big highlight of your career. But in terms of the actual match, I think it's important to not get excited, you know, because if you make a good play and everyone's cheering, you might be overzealous for the next play, but you know, you gotta enjoy it, but you also can't let it affect you too much.
For me, it feels very good because I feel like the last like 2 events we went to, it was the crowd against us. Like we went to Barcelona and we went to Madrid last year in the summer. So finally we're gonna have the crowd on our side. So I'm excited for that. I mean, the biggest stake is that we wanna keep going undefeated. Last year when we went to the roadshow, we won both of the series we played. So we wanna keep doing the same. We wanna win in our arena every single game.
Exactly what Yike's trying to do. That's what he did himself with the Kazakhs in game 2. Undefeated is the goal. And KC almost lost out on that game back-to-back after Fnatic's early game. I'm Mysterix, I'm Betty. He's Betty. It's been a long one again.
Yeah. I'm already coughing.
It's been a long one.
Yeah.
But we're going to take you through to the end. That man, I mean, Kometo, I was talking with him in the elevator. He's been casting each and every game as well. Like, we're going to see it through to the end. We're going to see if KC can remain undefeated on home turf in their own house, man. Wouldn't it be a statement if through thick and thin, just like yesterday versus Shifters, they could see it through cleanly to the 6-0?
Well, let's find out. Fnatic have had good early games so far in this series. But to be honest, given Fnatic's weekend, I have no idea what to predict. They brought out the Soraka game 1. I feel like their mid reads when it comes to focusing on getting a strong bot lane have been clear, have been good. But can they get a strong bot lane this time round? Fnatic choose first pick. Let's see how they adapt as KC go back to the red sides. The band's already coming in thick and fast. Fnatic looking to remove the Nautilus, Oriana.
Aj jao, ljudi moji. Game broj 3. Absolut cinema.
I'm thinking about Galio now for Yehu, one of his other strong picks.
Okay, so you're going down the rabbit hole of we have these all-in maybe side lane comms like Camille comms.
Sad ćemo da imamo šta će se izdogađa.
Whether or not that's the direction they go is yet to be seen. A Nivea ban does indicate that maybe Casey's thinking about an Ari.
Yeah.
Also a possibility. Remember Pantheon, man. Pantheon, you mentioned it before in the last draft.
Made it through.
Yeah, he keeps kind of sliding through these drafts. Neither jungler really wants to lock it in, but I have to imagine for Fnatic, it's going to be the priority.
And notice as well, Fnatic here on the blue side this time around is draft a little bit cooked. We're going to fix that for you. But KC have consistently been banning Vi up until this point in the series. Yike's Vi has been a lot better, even though his historic win rate with it hasn't been good. Even yesterday you saw the Yike Vi allegations are gone. As soon as we get that back up, we'll tell you what those Vi bans are.
I saw the Caitlyn ban. I saw
Caitlyn, okay.
So KC's banned Caitlyn. I don't know what Fnatic's last ban was.
Opet neki remake.
But you talked about the Vi right now. We see Fnatic hovering it.
Yeah, that is a thought. Pantheon wasn't banned either, so actually, that's going to be locked in as you come back to pick and ban.
Yeah, when you guys get back here. All right, here we are. Yeah, so Seraphine going to be taken off the board. Pantheon locked in for Fnatic. That's kind of what we expected. Okay, I mean, it's weird. I feel like I'm in game 5, right? But it is our 6th game of the day, so that does explain it. So what AD carry is left open right now? Yunara, Corki, Lucian, Ezreal, Zyra Khan suddenly increases in value. Kai'Sa also a possibility. Range support, I mean Aurora, yeah, that makes a ton of sense. How could I forget about Aurora? Does Vladdy now consider the Galio? Maybe not.
I mean, you raised the Zyra Khan, that's maybe why Yike is thinking two steps about locking in the Vi here. Because if Vi gets locked in, Zyra an easy addition into the comp of Fnatic.
Yeah, I'm also thinking of Vladdy's Victor.
Yep.
When I think about range support, yeah, Lulu's still open, yeah.
Does Fnatic play... I mean, Blitzcrank is a big ask.
I would love it, but
That's
I don't
something a
think
bit
it's
more
what we're gonna
aggressive
get.
into Lulu.
I mean,
Šta sad?
Nico hasn't been played either, by the way.
Karma's open.
Karma is open. Nico hasn't been played either.
Sivir za KC.
They could do Caitlyn's band.
Ako ovi uzmu Sivir, gledajte bait. Ovi uzmu Karmu Sivir, KC loka Dravena. Čuli ste ovdje prvo. Da, i onda igrate u Siviru Dravena ili u Kalisto i onda ćete biti 0.60 na botu. Da.
Because on the other side, pairings with Lulu are now really important, right? You might not get it here in this rotation because jungle's already been picked on the side of Fnatic. Now that you've shown there's a Jhin,
Mislim da je džungla veći prio.
they like it, the crowd likes Yikes.
Sad banuješ nešto pa Silas i pikove Shari za red side.
Times have changed.
Yeah, I mean, Yike did have a bit of a stint where his...
Ne znam što sam postao coach KC, ali ne veze.
It was not good.
Ne banuješ Silasa odmah, zato što onda oni odmah banuju Ari. Banuješ Silasa drugi di ih forsiraš da banuju Ari.
Quarter to 11 just about. I ain't gonna be flowery. You know, flowers are dead.
Ili samo banuješ Ari ako ti se ne igra Silas. Mislim, bože moj. Šta sad? Možeš ti i tako, nije nikakav problem.
Yeah, that makes sense. So the Ari gets banned away. Do they now ban away the Galio? Is Lissandra good into... No, I don't think it's that good into what KC have drafted.
If you're at home, I'm just listening to Vetty go through the motions here. He's obviously, his brain is just cooking right now. Right now you can't see him, but he's got his hand in the air like he's, you know, Picasso or something. I don't know what you're doing.
I'm thinking...
You think you're Shakespeare right now. So he's holding a pose while Nah gets banned.
I'm trying to remember every champ in the game, and my brain won't
It's
do
only
that.
140 of them, Vetty.
Victor is the one that immediately springs to mind as like the easiest one.
Jax za Jaxplanka, možda igra Gangplanka.
Why would they ban Jax?
I'm trying to think because normally I would be saying things like
Ambessa, that's why. They want Ambessa.
Yeah, okay, well done.
Yeah. Casey wants Ambessa. Fnatic, are you going to ban the Ambessa or are you going to let him have it? Or do you have a good pick into it? Because all your tanks are gone now.
It could also technically be an Aurora Flex. I'm just going to leave that there.
It won't be though.
You don't think?
No.
Chase is bad. Draven.
No, I'm convinced Casey's going to go on.
Samo Loka i Dravena, ali sve je cool. Oni ne mogu da povrede tvog Dravena, tvoj Draven je bolji od njihovog Dravena, pošto oni nemaju Dravena.
I think Civ is really good actually.
Yeah, Khalid's favorite too. One of.
A što nije... Bro, samo da je Fnatic lokao Sivir, tako bi zaključao Dravena. Ljudi moji, ubio bi Sivir. Ubio bi.
It just feels too good. Yeah, I like the Sivir a lot. And also like Lulu Sivir, another hyper. It's just a hyper scaling, right? So makes a ton of sense. Alright, and then you save counter pick for KC. I think they want to lean towards Ambessa. But it obviously they could go in any direction. I do not think Kassadin is good. Just to be very clear, I think it's going to be, Victor. I think Victor makes the most sense.
I saw something hovered as a thought, and obviously Victor's going to get locked in. I saw a Twisted Fate pass by, but maybe too worried again about potential spell shield. Ambessa steal.
No, I don't think that's good.
But Renekton's not up, so they can't run Renekton into Ambessa.
Yeah, but it's Kana. He has to have something.
Volibear. Okay, Vayne. Another V.
I don't know if Vayne is the best in the context of the comp, but it would give you a winning lane.
Or do you just go Cassante and just say, I'm going to lose lane?
It's Kana, bro. He ain't going to lose lane to Emperos. He's...
Oh, is it locked in? You can hear the crowd.
Okay.
It's locked.
Okay, nice.
Vayne top. Vetty, what do you think of them apples?
I think I prefer Casey's comp.
Why?
Because I think that there's no real kill threat on Kalist. I think that Razork doesn't really have the tools to snowball a good early game, and I think that Casey just outscaled them. So I think that Fnatic, like, the problem with going Victor is that you just don't have early game agency. efficiency to really do anything with a Pantheon. That doesn't mean that you're weak per se, but it's just hard to snowball a game off the back of a Victor Pantheon combo, and so then you turn your attention maybe to bot lane, but like Civic, and we just went through everything. The spell shields and the once Lulu gets level 6, killing this bot lane becomes hard. Maybe they can dive it for sure before level 6.
What about top?
And that's what I mean. It's Vayne top. Like, yeah, you can basically throw all your eggs in the basket of let's camp Vayne, which teams have done against Kana before. But if you're doing that, then the Sivir's just free scaling in the bottom lane, and eventually you're going to reach a point where I'm Kalist, I'm Sivir. Hello. So I'm worried for Fnatic. I think that their draft doesn't give them it does, I think, give them strong push in the bot lane 2 versus 2. But yeah, you're going to have a masterclass game from Razork, I think, for Fnatic to come out ahead.
Let's see. Final game of the road trip. Thank you to everyone at home for joining in, being a part of it. Whether you're on a co-stream or on our native broadcast, it has been a pleasure to host you. Or if you're here in the venue, for some reason you got your phone out. I don't know how you can hear us.
If you're in the venue watching the English broadcast,
you must have some good headphones. Like noise cancellation is Yahoo. This is a mistake. He's running to Razork. He's got to flash away.
Wait, but Razork's now started with W.
He has started with W, but what do you value more, Yahoo with a flash or your W start?
I guess we're going to find out.
I guess we'll find out the speed that it affects Razork, won't we?
Yeah, because I think his clear is going to be heavily affected. Well, I mean, hey, Vladdy, now you have a nice health advantage. You can look to get a couple nice trades in. So both supports are going to hit each other. The thing about Jhin in lane is he slaps.
Yeah.
That's how I like to think about it. He's just a champ that slaps hard, right?
Čekaj da samo ja popalim ovo i ovako. Vidimo kakva je situacija.
Into the bang means that yeah, already gets the heal out. So it's a strong 2 versus 2 lane for sure. Using the bouncing blades. Oh, nice straight back from Kalist. Gets hit with the mantra Q. But there's level 2 now. Fnatic.
Dobili su drugi, ali su dobili batine za to.
He walks down, dodges. Nice carding, nice feeders. Kalist backs off, and Fnatic, as you said, it was 2 first that initiated the play. Spell shield, bit of help.
It's situations like this where I think that Razork can now threaten a bot dive, but he can't afford to. He's got a path top. He's actually still pathing top. So he's pathing away from this bot lane 2 versus 2, and it seems that his focus is going to be on trying to make some sort of play happen top.
That'll be an interesting question mark, though, because the Deadly Fire misses Kalist. Kana is already up quite a bit of CS. It's a Canon wave, so...
Publika I dalje vajbuje. Ko je nezgodno igrati u Vayne? Još Vayne sa egzostom. Ili igra Ghost ili igra egzost. Nikad ne rana TP, ali šta će jači TP? Taj shield ti ne znači ništa kad svako gledaš u fajtu te niko ne bije. Di sam kuna busija.
Increases the threat of a potential run towards the bottom lane.
Now here in this early game, to interrupt, Betty, we were talking a little bit about Razork, about if that W slowed down the clear speed. So far, not really. I mean, it's been okay.
I mean, he's a bit behind Yike, of course.
A little bit,
but yeah, you're right. He's not at the worst position. He'll be able to get that top crab, end up being just a trade overall. He's actually even fishing around mid lane. Ooh, nice mantra Q into the W.
Good crash. There's Yahoo.
No flash.
Yeah, he jumps out. A bit of movement speed from Razork.
This is too big of a commitment, yeah, they're too far away. Yep. Nice use of the W there from Yahoo to get away to safety. Wave in a good spot though for Vladdy. He's going to slow push towards his tower, so he's building a bit of a CS.
Ovo će biti baš čudna partija, misle će ovo baš da se razvuče. Gledam draft, gledam šta rade, misle će ovo baš da se razvuče pošteno.
Yahoo has to try and push this wave underneath the tower, get a base off now. He's doing it in the middle of the lane though, which is a little bit dangerous. The chance of it getting interrupted, yeah, I mean, he's going to cancel it straight away. So now, next port of call is you bring your support. Now you rely on your support to help get the push, and he's going to be able to do that. So nice stuff there from Yahoo. The wave was basically slow pushing away from him. That meant that he was...
Koliko će biti Smile 2 uspavanje. Ali s upaljenim svetlom, naravno. Ću gasiti svetlo posle Smile-a.
And now Vladdy will catch this wave, but Vladdy will get a nicer base off, simply because, well, he stayed in lane for longer, and he has the TP available to come back to lane.
O, wave pusha kakalisto da će dobiti na crashu. Ne znam, ja nekako stvarno i dalje ne verujem u Vayne top. Jer koliko god Vayne top pobedila lane, u LEC-u nisam vidio da je Vayne sama iznala game. Kao da, zbog toga što je Vayne top pobedila, ekipa koja ima Vayne je vinala game. Mislim da je Vayne vinala nešto u nekom trenutku, ali kao ne zbog toga što je ona nešto prestompovala.
It is a scaling item. It gives you more HP, which is valuable against dive, but against a comp that I think does eventually outscale you, I think that going for a scaling option just plays into Casey's win conditions.
That's a good point. Blackfire Torch normally the other
also, the other reason why you go Rod of Ages is just because Yahoo has a ton of burst, right? That's what Aurora is. She's a burst mage. She tries to one-shot you with a combo, and Rod of Ages having HP just really helps. So that's the reason.
Shell se vraća u shifters.
I don't know if it's a great idea though.
It's obviously upset you a little bit, so we'll see if it's worth. As Bloody's now hit level 6 here, who just going to receive the wave while Razok moves down. Maybe in an attempt to start this dragon, Bloody's going to move as well. Yike for the scuttle, also a big question. Is going to get tethered, rooted down, deadly flourish. Spell's just one part of it, doesn't have the ulti to get on out. We're fighting over bottom scuttle. It's secured by Yike, level 6 hit here for KC. And now in trouble is Razok. Up against the wall, he gets battered. AoE though from the Chaos Storm is good as Bloody is holding his ground. Gets a return trade. Busio flashes two. It's going to be matches deadly flourish, doesn't find a target. Yeah, who gets out of there without doing too much here outside of the ulti. And a 1-for-1 is how we start our game 3.
Yeah, a bit of an overforce overall, I think, from Fnatic. Razork flash W's in to try and keep Yike away from the crab, because Yike had the upgraded smite available to him. But Yike turns his attention towards the crab to try and kill it as quickly as possible. He then gets the level 6 for himself.
Emperos flipa, jer će ga cancelaš ili nećeš?
So keep track of Yike here. He knows that he has the upgraded smite available. You can see that on the icon at the bottom of your screen. He flashes.
To je malo nezgodno za Kalista jer ne zna na koju će stranu.
Then the polymorph onto the Pantheon. The ulti comes down. They then get that first kill onto Razork. Of course, Yike has now committed his flash as well, so it ends up being a trade 1-for-1. The good news for Vladdy is this.
Ej, Busio flashovi su malo rip.
Getting more stacks towards the upgrade. And once this level disappears, yeah, so he's now got his first upgrade already. We'll see whether he gets the...
Ne znam, meni je čudno. Vayne, znači kaže, Vayne top je jako čudno. Jer nisam video, znači u LEC-u nisam video ni jednom da je Vayne prestompovala i kao bila je nezaustavljiva. To je fora.
Yeah, basically. Sometimes if you want to trade more, you go for the Q upgrades, but... Oh, he does actually get the bonus. Yeah, no, he's actually got Q upgrade. My apologies.
Oh, better you. Absolutely.
I thought the icon was slightly different. Oh, my bad. But yeah, Q gives you the bonus movement speed. And I think a slightly bigger shield, but I might be misremembering.
He's also up in CS. I mean, 10 CS here, Bloody outside of the kill. That's why 500 gold in his stead. On the other side, I was questioning people at home. Do you prefer Yike? Because Yike has been very influential this series.
Oh, absolutely, he has.
On his Vi, trading ability. Mega Pog. As he's going to get invaded now. Fnatic running in. It's Razork, who's also got a tunneler going for the blue buff spawn. Casey don't know yet. Outside of the wall that's been...
Koriste prio koji su našli na botu, ne vidiju Blue na blue side-u, što je skroz ok. Blue na blue side-u, bravo. Na bot side-u. I fail smite. Teo je smite Q. Instant ult bot na Busija, eventualno koji nema flash. Busio je mrtav. Ja mislim da... Oj, nice. Ok, pa dobro, ajde vidimo, ne znam. Da li je ovo dovoljno? Da li je ovo dovoljno?
Take me up to the horror of top lane while Yike is doing grubs. Teleport coming in. That'll mitigate some of it, but thank you so much. Oh my lord. About 4 or 5 minions lost.
He's 30 CS down. He also got solo killed. A full level behind now. 2 grubs will be secured by KC. 1 will be answered back by Razork. I mean...
Nastavlja.
Gang from Fnatic bot lane though, I think these are the type of plays they need to make. Take advantage of the fact that Booster wasn't level 6 yet, didn't have his flash available. A very clean kill overall. Bit of trading, and you can see Upset really winning out in these early skirmishes. But KC, when it comes to scaling, the fact that they already have themselves an early lead is not a great look for Fnatic here in the early game.
Between Worlds is quite nice here onto Vladdy, waiting for a bit of trading with the twofold Hex, and Vladdy holds onto his Chaos Storm. So the trade of ultis, no. Yahoo just drops his in the end as we look towards the bottom lane. Colette Spell Shield, Deadly Flourish, good dodge away. Boomerang Blade onto Upset as he gets 4-shot into Busio, but taking stock of the early game, 600 gold lead. Dragon still up and hasn't been approached just yet as we crest on the 10-minute mark. But again, that top lane is an issue as Kana heading towards the first item mighty fast.
Very nice trades coming through from the Fnatic bot lane. They are taking advantage of what they can with this Jhin Karma, doing a very good job. Calist also going to lose a decent amount of farm there after being forced back to base. Vladdy continues to trade. Vladdy holds on to a reasonable lead for now, but this Vayne man, it's just getting scary.
Ok, čitamo poruku od Mate. Da li se slažemo da Fnatic ne dobije nikad case u regularnim draftovima? Ako Casey ne grifa, fair. To je fair take, ne znam, mislim da možda misle da im ne treba, ko će ga znati. Kalist ima, nema, ok, nice, pa dobro, na jajka je bezbednije.
I mean, impressive stuff there from Fnatic. The fact that they were able to escort Upset to safety and then he used his ultimate to turn the play around, allowing for Fnatic to get themselves a kill onto Yike was huge. A bit of farm was lost in the mid lane for Vladdy, but he committed his TP to make sure that he was there, ready to assist his team in the bottom lane, and it really did pay off. So the bot side of the map going the way of Fnatic largely in this early game. It's just that giant crevice in the top lane that Fnatic is going to have to deal with at some point.
You know, you close the door, it doesn't mean that it's not on fire. You still got to deal with it as Busio face checked here into Upset, and it looked like a good start for KC.
Yeah, it certainly did. The combo was good. The chain CC flash from Upset pops the barrier, but then the heal on top of the shielding that comes through from Lostbo was fantastic. Deadly Flourish connects, Vladdy arrives, forces Yike to flash out early.
Sad treba si vidjeti što su shifterzi radili koji su 0-6. Ja sam očekivao shifterzi nakon što su izgubili prvi game, jer tad su zvanično bili out. Ja sam očekivao da će sljedeća partija shifterza da bude ono Šako, Lee Sin, ne znam, AD Carry, ono Kvin na botu i da će da trolaju. Će to da bude fora. Kao braća, ako već nemate matematičke šanse da uđete u playoff, iskulirajte, zabavite se, kao dajte nam nešto što igrate u soloke i što radi, ili... Adak je dobro igrao Luciana, da, dobro igrao i juče... Juče? Ja, juče. Igrao dobro Luciana juče. Ali kao, ako već matematičke šanse nemaš, zabavi se malo. Ali da, ja mislim... Ovome sad... SK Heretici shiftersi su rip. Fnatic ako izgubi ovo je u problemu, ali mislim da nije full rip i dalje. Ali onda mora ili G2 ili koji baš hard da izinta da bi Fnatic prošao. To je fora. Lep ult. Ubiće Pantana, da. Ok, ispalo na kraju kako je moglo da bude, ovo još i dobro se završilo. Live a little, bukvalno, rati. 6 ide u playoff, tako je. Prošle godine išlo 8 ekipa, ali ih je bilo 12 zbog KC Blue-a i zbog Los Ratones. Lepo je pribufferovao, šta će.
It comes so close to being another kill, but Razork has the shield.
Da su resetovali, da su kajtovali dole, resetovali turret agro i sačekali da prođe, mogli su da ga dajvuju. I da tradaju 1-1. Mislim, nakon toga da tradaju 1-1, što bi čak bilo fajn. Jer bi ovi fali sav XP, što nije nimalo loše. Mislim da sam završio s trakom za ovaj život. Onda da stojim dok pogledam Herald fight i onda skinem traku da vidim. Da, let's versus, tako je. Totalno ne let's, što bi se reklo. Iskreno PR potez Riota, ono... 10-10. A možda neće ni biti. Ok, ništa, aj samo skinem traku pa ću da... se vrnem. Mislim, gledam, tu sam svako.
Emperos has just got to take this opportunity to enjoy life a little bit more. Now that he's gotten a lane to himself, he gets to catch minions, clear waves, and not suffer under the brutal Kana obliteration lane. Here we go, Herald started off, good push comes through from Vladdy in the top lane. Contest over mid is won by an upset. And here we are, Yike hovering around.
Yeah, who has TP, but it does look like, yeah, Yike's disembarking off this ride, too wild to go for a contest, so Herald just given over to Fnatic.
Very valuable, very valuable against the Sivir. With so much wave play on the side of KC, you need that extra help to push through these towers. Meanwhile in the side lane, Yahoo getting good damage done down on the bot side tower. 2k gold lead overall, though. Admittedly, that gold lead is largely sitting on Kana.
It is all sitting on Kana,
don't be too, if you're a Fnatic fan, don't be too overwhelmed. Of course, that Kana is in a scary spot by all means, but it's not all doom and gloom. If they can kill Kana, a lot of that gold disappears.
And maybe with the Herald setup they can. I mean, for Kana, even as he goes deep, like, the ward setup is a lot better now. As at least Eclipse has been picked up by Emperor, so maybe more of a chance. Yike is hovering around though. Upset is under a weak turret. KC are grouped up as 3. Losper gonna face check. Vault breaker to the face. Busio here. Cease and desist. Turns him into a snowman. Dead. No. Over the wall. Losper survived. Well, now
Taman sam došao na vreme. Hvala puno.
Yike is holding his ground. Looking for the original target on the Losper. Out of range. KC from Rozok on the back end, but it's a 1-for-1.
Ajde, Kana. Win stuff. Nema mane više, nemaš kuva baci. Ok, mu je damage, nije toliko loše, ali...
It's Losper face checking into Yike. He's not expecting this at all, and KC think they've got an easy kill. The chain CC is good, ulti into Polymorph, but he gets this brief window where he can flash over the wall. Razok turns his attention onto Busio, and this is where chaos really kicks off. The TPs come through from the top laners, but Kana just has so much more gold. Fnatic is split up, they have no way to really focus Kana down, and he is just picking them apart one by one. He gets the kill onto Vladdy, he gets the earlier kill onto Razok, and it's a 2-for-1 going the way of KC.
You pose the question, who really stops Kana?
To sam sad teo da kažem kako je Lukizi napisao, brate, Helisang Pike. Healy Pike, te vrat. Znači, ja mislim da Healy u svom prime-u je vjerojatno bio najbliže što će Evropa imati carry. Mislim da je Healyn Pike verovatno najbliže carrynom Pike-u koji ćemo ikad imati. Kad je Healy bio u prime-u? Mislim, ne ovo pred kraj. Znaš koji još nije loš, brate, u Sagru supportovima? Zoelis. Zoelis je jako dobar na blicu. Ali... Mislim, Zoelisa ćemo možda gledati u ovome... Kako se zove? U Nation Cupu.
Canon goes down, Kana stepping up, last minion dead.
He's like, this is too weird.
And they're going to get mid for, I mean, for KC, big win. They open up mid.
Yeah, absolutely, because Fnatic spent all their time trying to set a trap up down in bot lane, and Kana, he doesn't need to do anything now. The work's been done. He wins this matchup.
Emperor's going to go in, gets the Eclipse, but it's about the after trades that Kana looks to proceed with. KC are moving down, look at this. The Rift favors KC. All four there. Public execution dodged away from. Now Ambrose has no way of getting out. He's going to use the Dragon step, but sees and says condemn against the.
Dobro, ok, Casey. Ok, očigledno Kana radi posao.
Absolutely is. The Herald will be dropped. They could probably escort this towards the next tower in top lane as well. Get a couple extra plates where they can. Actually, maybe
Ja mislim da je Kalist birao, da, ubili su u fazonu Kalist, radi što hoćeš.
Fnatic just don't have the early game tools to really do much.
Oh, Pantheon ulti though, maybe Kana's caught out. He goes into the final hour, trying to run away from Razork. Deadly Flourish connects, and with the curtain call, he's dead. Shutdown goes over to Razork. Upset wants some cold in this game.
Opet je upset 0.05, nije riknuo ni jednom, polako dolazi do itema, još malo će imati Infinity Edge. Nije nimalo loše.
One could say it's looking quite dire for Fnatic right now. Another tower will be secured by Fnatic, and I guess all eyes turn to Upset as being the potential carry. But I genuinely think it's such a tough one. I think KC have such a better draft. We'll see how things pan out. 2 minutes till the next dragon. It's 1-1 for now. It only takes a single mistake from KC to give Fnatic an opportunity. We saw it in the game before. A single smite steal from from KC was enough to get the win against Fnatic in the previous game. But right now things are looking simply fantastic for KC as they look to round out this weekend with a 3-0 series score.
It would be a statement, wouldn't it? It'd be a 6-0 LEC spring with 3 more series to go afterwards, but even though it doesn't paint the picture of the challenge of shifters, the challenge of Fnatic here in this series, it would still put KC as our best.
Ne znam li Kana dovoljno jak. 60 CS ahead. Trinity, Hex i onda sad može da radi što hoće. Može u Terminus, može u Botrk, može u QSS. I guess da može u 3 AD-a i Viktora mi se ne sviđa ovo iskreno. Osim ako ne ide u Vic, ali ni Vic mi se ovdje ne sviđa. Jakšo eventualno možda bude okej. Ima health, ima armor, nema MR pa da ga Viktor ne šota, možda je to fine, ali to je jedina stvar koja mi ima smisla tu, iskreno.
But they've got to reset, they've got to replenish, they've got to spend what gold they can ahead of this objective. And this will give KC an opportunity to reclaim that vision control.
Yeah, who's also got 2 items here, so if we're talking about a contest around the Dragon, even though Vladdy just picked up Leandri's, obviously right now you're seeing the burst of an Aurora. And that one-shot capability that we've seen week after week here in the LEC and internationally, of course, that's now up and available. Angles being thought about here. As KC hold control towards the river line through Summoner's Rift right now. Kana's now in position 2. And with teleport in, it's commitment for either the Baron or, of course, this third Dragon.
Very early TP, Yahoo hovering on the floor.
Mislim, dosta spora partija. Mislim da niko misli da neće do overextender, svi veruju u ovo što su pokupili da partija traje, da skelaju. Jer Kana ako se prefida, on ima Lulu i dalje. Lulu možda igra oko njega, ne mora oko Sivir. Nice try ovdje, nice engage na Viktora. Ne znači moće gubi do duše. Kana je fine, Kana ima free. Samo nešto ne bije Kana. Tu si bilo šta, brate, ne moraš... Condemn nije konektalo. Pingaju Barona. A misije ga ne rade. Evo šta ga rade. Kada je Vladi došao u KC, bio je mnogo dobar. Bio je mnogo dobar kada je došao u KC. I onda što je duže... Što duže bio Casey, to je bio gori. Nebitno je, Kana je prejak. Udari lospu, Kana, molim te, brate, dobiješ cooldown reduction kad... Nisam vidim da gledam ja, brate. Nemoj da to. Užasno mi isplejuje Kana. Užasno mi isplejuje Kana na Vayne. Dobiješ, znači, i ako juriš Viktora, već ti valio basicuješ karmu, dobiješ Q reset i da baciš Q da udariš Viktora. Nego da trčiš u Viktora i da ne basicuješ karmu koja stoji pored tebe. Nebitno je, mislim, Casey bi svako treba bude fajn ovdje.
We look back at the mid lane fight, who sees the focus is onto Vladdy. He does everything he can to get out of that. He drops his ult, he drops the gravity field. Kana just dances around it. Yeti gets the second kill onto Razork. But the damage is terrifying, and it comes back to the question of how do they deal with Kana. Drops the exhaust quickly onto Upset, the damage suddenly disappears, and then a polymorph onto the Victor as well. It's so hard for Fnatic to play this game. The Vayne has been such a fantastic pick from start to finish. Kana, I mean, he has been the MVP here of Game 3.
Nezgodno je, Stefane. Što znači, film nam pomeriše, brate, mi smo trebali da završimo film do 12. A boga mi ćemo ga teško završiti do 12. A trebamo li još šetamo? Ne?
Will pick him up. Yehu gets over the wall, bursts a bit of Empress as well, but Casey are on the home stretch. Curtain call tries to slow the game down as it sends Casey out of the base, but Yike absorbs and Casey deflect to the next wave.
Mislim, ovo su mogli i 2 gema da urade. A, nema veze sad, nema veze. Ko će biti sudija to, razumete, sve je okej.
Fnatic scrambling for anything that they can find, but their options are quickly running out.
Inhibitors exposed. Fnatic are going to defend the mid lane, keep that inhibitor turret standing as Kana runs for his life. He's okay for now. But as his lead grows, as KC have moved to 9.5k, they'll back safely, prepare for this next dragon, and look to roll out the red carpet. Although I will say I think the fans have already done that. And I think the praise will be
Istina, mogli su da izgube u drugi. To je fair. Kad su već izgubili prvi, mogli su i drugi, ne? QSS u Storm Razor. Dobro, Storm Razor je fine, bonus mobility. Ljudi baš value taj item u lecu. Interesantno kako recimo u solo queue baš ima malo value item, a u lecu ga svi mnogo vole. Mada opet me čudi što Jhin recimo nema Storm Razor, mislim da je to jedan od najboljih itema. To je fora.
Starting to chip away at Razork's HP.
TP. Oh no, but KC have already backed off. There's the ulti from the Pantheon as well. Deadly Flash not bad, but Yike, even with the GM, Wild Growth taking a while to die. Season desist on his dead bed as Kana decides the front line after the Between Worlds. Kiting out a little bit, it's not too bad for Fnatic. Kana gets poked and
Kana.
Kali's still healthy enough as Fnatic want to go on in. There's a
Neko mora da... Kalist je, mislim to je malo mrtav je sad ovdje. Pa možda i nije imao je flash, nice. Sad kak Hu gleda, ali možda izleti da shot, nema veze. Pusti jaj kad umre sad, ne? Ili Kalist uđu mid range bese, mislim, to je okej. Sve je to razumljivo. Ne pretjerano dobro, ali razumljivo, bože moj. Vole oni preferiraju. Dobar kondem. Bro, ne mogu da verujem šta gledam. Casey samo mogu da proda, brate. Prodaj samo junglera, prodaj i sve je okej, brate. Samo prodaj junglera i bukvalno je sve u redu. Užasno. Baš užasno, iskreno.
Fnatic regroup, and from this position, they actually have the range to chase KC down. Bit by bit, slowly but surely, they take away the KC HP bars. KC then tried to turn it, and that's the moment that Fnatic look to strike. They get one kill onto Yike, they get the kill onto Calist. Shutdown after shutdown, kill after kill. Fnatic miraculously find a fight in this game.
The support unwavering, but concerns now arise. Fnatic with these chase downs, with these shutdowns. They minimize it down to only 6,000 gold in the lead. Actually, we come back to life.
Viktor bi trebao da bude jak. Ne, nisi, mislim, nemaju dovoljno tankuju full build Viktora. Tako je. Tako da nisi delusional, ne brni se. U teoriji i Jhin bi trebao da krene da ih tapa i Viktor bi trebao da ima ogroman ogroman pressure. Čak bi MBS u teoriji u nekom trenutku trebao da ima solidan pressure, da je solidno u solidan u squishije, samo što je dosta behind u itemima. To je problem. Baron je za 20 sekundi, mogu da igraju kod toga. KC će verovatno da startuje to čak. Mislim, oni sa dva dekerija tope Barona ko ništa, tako da realno gledano nije to, ne bi bilo neobičajno da samo probaju da ga flipaju. Flipaju u smislu da krenu da...
But the main thing is that Vladdy in that fight, a lot of damage output, a lot of uptime. He's doing a lot of work here on this scaling Victor. We question the build as we're in the early part of the game, but now making more and more sense. Now with that uptime, he's doing a lot of work to chip through KC, who don't have a hard tank. They only have an enchanter and a bruiser, and a couple of squishy carries. It is Vladdy who can get revenge on the organization. Some mean things were said, some heads, but Vladdy has a chance to shut them up here today. Baron's up. Everyone focused around the top side. Fnatic, surprisingly, walking in with heads held high.
They've gained control over the river. It's KC that backs off. Now the fight for the mid-wave control begins. The side lane's looking fairly promising.
He's deep. Cease and desist as well. He's going to block the damage. No, he's polymorphed. He's dead. GA taking the last fight. And KC back to square one. Kana gets to roll through the fight. And just when you Fnatic give a chance,
I to je game. Jedna greška i rib, vrati. To je GG's. Pa dobro, mislim, iskreno nemam pojma. Fnatic mislim da i dalje nije matematički ispao, ali mislim da sad mnogo više zavisi od toga šta rade G2 i Koi. A ne verujem da će G2 i Koi da grifuju preterano, da budem iskren. Da. Sad je Fnatic mnogo više na milost nemilost G2-a i Koja, tako da mislim da je jako realna šansa da Fnatic ispada pre samog play-offa. Nostalgija, brat. Mislim da je bukvalno samo nostalgija za Fnatic. Što najgore od svega ja razumem, brat. KC... mislim da da. KC je lock-inovo play-off. KC... ja mislim da izgubi, ima još 4 do kraja, ali tako? 4? I da izgube svaki meč, svaku seriju do kraja. Oni će biti, ne, imaju još 3 meča, znači 6-3 mogu da budu. Kao najgore što mogu da budu, ja mislim da je top 4. A igraju još u Koi, G2 i Giantse. To će biti show, ne sljedeći vikend, nego onaj tamo će biti isto road show i to će biti fiesta. Isto će ovo biti samo u Španiji. Ljudi, ostavit ćemo intervju. Ja ću nestati da znate što se tiče Patreona kroz nekih 15 minuta ćemo upaliti film, gledamo Smile 2, tako da ozbiljan horor gledamo. Tako da ljudi moji, ja se nadam ste uživali u programu, mi se vidimo Patreoni, vidimo se na Discordu, gledamo film, a svi ostali vidimo se sutra na streamu, tako da budite mi dobri. Laku noć.
C'est pas fini, effectivement, parce qu'on veut écouter Caliste. C'est pas mal, non? Caliste, ça a été un long week-end. Vous étiez attendu forcément, arrivant comme une équipe qui a dominé le LEC jusqu'ici, forcément il y avait beaucoup d'attentes. J'aimerais qu'on parle un petit peu de comment le week-end s'est passé. Of course, being the home team, there's a lot of expectations, there's a lot of weight on his shoulder, but I just want to know, as one of the best teams in the league, how did everything go? Was it according to the plan? On va faire ça en français.
Je pense qu'on s'est fait une petite frayeur contre Shifters et aujourd'hui contre Fnatic. Mais sinon, en arrivant dans le week-end, on était plutôt confiants de jouer à la maison avec tous les fans, etc. Et je pense que surtout, ce qui a fait la différence, c'était vraiment de jouer devant le public. On voulait vraiment pas perdre et montrer un bon niveau devant l'équipe. On a fait pas mal d'erreurs, mais le plus important, c'est d'avoir gagné.
Some mistakes were made, of course, a lot of apprehension playing in front of the audience, but a lot of pride as well, knowing that they were playing in front of them. A little bit of scare, of course, against Shifters yesterday and maybe a bit today as well, but it doesn't matter because they take the victory in the end. I want to ask him, as the top team in the LEC right now, usually it's even harder to stay at the top because people are aiming to take you down. You don't have anyone to take notes from being the best team. So how do you keep on getting better and surpassing yourself in this situation? Je pense que c'est la première fois que vous vous retrouvez vraiment dans cette situation de domination absolue, peut-être au Winter l'an dernier également. Mais comment est-ce que vous faites justement pour faire en sorte d'apprendre à chaque fois et aussi peut-être pas vous faire surprendre la prochaine fois par des erreurs pareilles? Quand tu domines dans la ligue, comment est-ce que tu restes au top?
Bien évidemment, on essaie de rester humble au maximum. On vise très très loin, forcément on vise le MSI et les Worlds, mais en même temps on doit essayer d'aller step by step pour ne pas essayer de brûler les étapes et aussi apprendre de l'année dernière. Et juste on essaie de rester le plus humble possible, voir ce qu'on peut faire de mieux à chaque fois. On est très très soudés, surtout dans les événements comme ça, on stage, etc. On adore vraiment ce genre d'événements, surtout un petit plus quand c'est devant la fan Carmine. Mais ouais, on essaie de rester humble un maximum, de travailler chaque jour, de donner le maximum et forcément tout ça c'est accentué par tous les messages des fans et tout le support.
The support from the fans is of course very appreciated. Staying humble, staying connected and staying together is the key so far, and that's what brought them success in the LEC, and that's what they count on for the rest of this journey here. They're aiming for MSI, they're aiming for Worlds, and the road doesn't stop here. But I want to know, it's been a really stressful week for him, maybe a really intense week with the ENC announcement, with how much success he had, with knowing that he was going to play in front of his audience today. How much does he weigh the success that he had in such a short time, because he started playing in the LEC a year and a half ago only? T'as eu beaucoup de choses en annonce cette semaine finalement, l'ENC. Je pense que c'était attendu, mais je pense que les gens sont très contents de te retrouver, représenter la France à la fin de l'année. Et tu t'es hissé en tant que figure majeure française et figure majeure européenne en si peu de temps. Qu'est-ce que ça représente pour toi, de savoir que tu vas représenter ton pays à la fin de l'année et de savoir que tu comptes autant et que tu représentes autant pour la France aujourd'hui, pour Camille Caliste?
Forcément, c'est très dur de s'en rendre compte parce que ça passe très très vite. J'ai toujours l'impression d'avoir 16 ans, mais bon, je commence à prendre de l'âge, même si bon, ça va. Mais
ça va, ouais.
Mais non, plus sérieusement, par rapport à l'ENC, déjà c'est que des rumeurs. Mais forcément très fier de pouvoir représenter mon pays. Si je viens être appelé pour la première édition, c'est forcément quelque chose de très gratifiant et ça fait vraiment plaisir. Et c'est aussi quelque chose dans le futur qui sera important pour moi de se dire j'ai pu représenter mon pays comme je le voulais, etc. Et puis ouais, on essaye juste de vivre jour par jour. C'est toujours un peu compliqué de se rendre compte avec toute la notoriété, etc. et tout ce qu'il y a autour, mais juste rester focus sur soi et être humble, j'essaye.
Thank you for focusing on yourself, staying humble. Of course, it hasn't been really announced yet, but he's living day by day and yeah, not getting overwhelmed by all the success that he had so far. For the closing thoughts of this interview, I'm going to ask him to say something in French to his audience, so we're going to focus on that for the rest. Forcément, je vais te laisser le mot de la fin. Forcément, je veux que tu t'adresses au public. Tu les vois ici, franchement, qu'est-ce que... Voilà, merci. Qu'est-ce que ça représente? Chaque événement Carmine est absolument incroyable et celui-ci, forcément, n'a pas manqué à l'appel. Je veux que tu leur laisses un message, une dernière fois, ici, à Evry, pour ce road trip, pour tout ce qu'ils vous ont apporté et pour ce que ça représente pour toi, justement, d'avoir autant de soutien de la part des fans.
J'ai beaucoup de choses à dire. Déjà, un grand merci pour tout le support que vous avez donné là durant tous ces matchs, durant les 3 derniers jours. Merci aussi à toutes les personnes qui étaient sur le stream. En général, juste un grand merci à tous les fans pour le support. Ça apporte vraiment énormément. Ça aide à garder les pieds sur terre, à essayer d'être humble et aussi de nous pousser chaque jour à être meilleur. Et juste un grand merci encore une fois pour ce week-end. J'ai hâte de continuer avec vous. Et tout ce que je sais, c'est que je vous aime et on verra ce que l'avenir nous réserve.
Caliste, merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup aux fans, évidemment. Un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour Caliste, s'il vous plaît.
What an amazing experience it must be for Caliste to be down there on the stage in front of the blue wall. An incredible performance by KC across the entire weekend, and we are honored to be joined by part of the dynamic duo in the bot lane. Busio, how's it been? How's the weekend been?
Hello. I mean, it's been good. You know, this kind of venue for a regular season match is, you know, something I've never experienced, so very, very unique and cool.
I mean, only here in Europe, right? You wouldn't get this over in NA.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's true. Definitely not for regular season.
Yeah. You've got to stay here now. That's kind of, you know, where we're going.
Yeah.
You know. But yeah, incredible performance all around. I will say, and this is kind of an abrupt change of pace, KC looked shakier this weekend than they have looked across the rest of the split. Have you felt that? And if so, what do you think has caused that over these last 3 days?
Yeah, I felt that for sure. Like, we're making very basic mistakes. We're like losing early games so hard and somehow still winning the game. I don't know how. But
we're just that good, you know.
We're just that good. The reason, I know. I mean, it's probably like the fact that, you know, we're playing 3 days in a row, a very like heated venue, like literally temperature-wise. You know, we're not thinking straight, and we also haven't been screaming that much. So probably a combination of those just makes us maybe a bit lazy or just out of practice.
That makes sense. You've blocked playoffs now as well.
Yeah, I mean, so
nice.
I mean, KC is one of the teams that's playing. It's the only team that's playing 2 road shows, right?
Yeah.
Are there any lessons you took away from this road show to prepare you better for the next one?
Say again?
Is there any lessons you took from this road show to kind of prepare you better for the Madrid one?
Yeah, I mean, probably just like having better expectations, like understanding, like, you know, it's a road show, like you're traveling the day before, so you're not screaming like you usually would before a normal match. So making sure like you're communicating really thoroughly with your team, making sure everyone's aligned, looking at the same stuff, because maybe people are more tunneled on their matchup versus the map. So just kind of like, yeah, just knowing what happened this weekend and being ready for it.
There's also a big patch coming out in the upcoming week on Wednesday. You guys have a little bit more time to prepare for it, not playing this weekend. Have you had a chance to look at anything in that patch yet? Any ideas that you're bringing out?
We looked a little bit, but I honestly don't read patch notes before they hit live because I don't want to get confused with what's in the game versus what's not in the game. But I remember there were like a lot of changes because it's the new season or something, new split.
Yeah, there's quest changes for top lane and for mid lane. There's going to be a lot of interesting stuff happening. Obviously helps when you have Kano in the top lane when you can just do what he's doing anyway.
Right.